Testing. Oh, wait, it says 8 p.m. That's weird. Well, I guess we're here.
Hey everyone, this is John from Simpler Trading. So, I'm finishing up today, and I just want to show you how I'm doing this year.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this, and I hope you're having a wonderful day live at the bottom of the screen. Unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hi chat, X out that chat, hit that thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. We're glad you're here, and good morning. We are starting June 2021, and it's actually looking pretty decent. You got AMC going crazy. Again, we saw how that played off on Friday with all the meme stocks. We're going to see how that plays out here this week. You got a lot of continuations, stuff like earnings with NVIDIA and then the stock split, but we are also going to get a lot of data this week. So, good morning. How are you? I hope you're ready. Oh, yeah, you got earnings. Kind of, not really. It's summer. It's June, though. Oh, your birthday's in 8 days, baby. Good morning. Oh, let's go. I know. It's early. Give him the love. Dr. Disrespect, give him the love. Press the like button. Good morning, Josh. Good morning, Chad. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Hey. What's going on? Oh, I hit the wrong button. I'm supposed to have you guys up here. That was weird. It says 11 hours. Start at 11. I hit the wrong button again. Oopsies. Scoop. So, do you guys know it's Monday? How you feel on Monday? Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Like the video? It's good for you. Second link. Nightly Watchlist in main channel layover. Let's see what we got. You got weekend videos too. We could talk about that, clarify a little bit, but hopefully you guys know in the money versus out the money. Hopefully too you understand the opportunities that you have before you. Yeah. We on the same page? You on the same page? I think it's gonna be good, baby. I think it's gonna be good. Oh my gosh, it is Tuesday. I forgot, but here's the random account generator, baby. Shout out to everybody who posted a random play. It felt like Monday, but it's Tuesday, but we got to do that. I totally forgot it's Tuesday. It's good. It's good, though. We got to get our comments in here. That's crazy. It's Tuesday. Yeah, man. Shout out the vets. Let's see what we got here. Planted flash for Memorial Day, baby. Let's go. No play. Let's give me a play. MO July 50 calls. X Divvy run up. Okay. I could do this one. I like this one. Altria, random play for Altria. Interesting. Let me log in. Why did time change? It did feel brighter outside, but I don't know if time, don't mess with me, man. I don't know if time changed. I think we just had the holiday. Didn't time just change? They can't change it that fast. No way. Creston, welcome. I'll be very disappointed if the time changed that fast. I'll be like, this is very confusing. Coming closer to June, it gets brighter. That's crazy. Well, I heard coming closer to the weekday, the Chad comes back. So that's good. I know we all needed the weekday. It's good to be back. I missed you. I hope you know you're blessed. I hope you're ready for the week. The stock market this week. What's going to happen? Shout out to everybody who commented on the watch list. Summer is coming. Let's get it started. Hurry has no blessings. Anon. FOMO has no blessing either, baby. Let's go. Hope y'all enjoyed your day off. Time to refocus, re-engage, and reload. Amen. You sound fresh, bro. I'm so glad. Watching Roblox, Overstock, and NVIDIA. We'll be watching all three of these. I already have that written down here today, too. I think Overstock could be a good surpriser. I like NVIDIA as well. We'll see whether it's a Roblox. Shout out the vets, baby. Send in the Jets. Random play, TLT, July 16, 125 put. Watching NVIDIA, Ford, AMC. God bless. I think we're we're back to another bull run, meme stocks aside. We will see. A lot of people are now talking about the reopening trade. That is what's going to happen again, even here with Memorial Day. A lot of the traffic, demand, even demand at movie theaters, all of that went through the roof. So a lot of people are going to be looking at that. It's June, bring in the June bugs. I heard online that believing in God and praying is a sign of a bad case of depression. Oh, man, that's crazy. I guess I'm depressed, not depressed, not depressed. Happy. Feels like we're going to be a pretty fun week. Hope you're all doing well. See you in the morning. German and Mexican market both in green above $30 for AMC. Tendies tomorrow, boys. My hopes are high on these TLTs. Don't get the hopes high. Don't ever get your hopes high. That's a formula for failure right there. CHPT July 2nd calls 175. We'll drop in premium before earnings for a better position. Thank you, veterans. Happy Memorial Day. Amen. Real AMC ape in the building. Oh, nice to meet you. Did he fart? Is that what that means? I mean, diamond hand ape fart? I don't know. We need clarification. 6-1 Watchlist. NVIDIA split news. Viacom premium is high. Value pays 2% divvy. Walgreens value plays well. AMC, UMC, VTNR dash. Apple, IRM. Oh, I want to see here in GLSI. I forgot about that from the Watchlist yesterday. Here at GLSI. I like the Viacoms too. I want to see if those hold up the same. It's going to be good. We need good value plays. Amen. Amen. Ethereum, Roblox, ETH, IBIO. Jesus loves you. Jesus loves you too. We love you as well, Hunter. Our vets know it best. Placements in long term. Oh, love him, baby. Let's pay our dues and charge this week. Earnings coming. Zoom on Tuesday, Wednesday, DocuSign. Thursday, Lululemon, Zoomies, and TLYS. Malls reopening news relations. Much love, Coach. Sleep it and stretch it up. We will see, again, a lot of good demand off of the reopening trade today, or at least a lot of good data. The question is kind of how does the market react to that? So we'll see. Gratitude, veterans. Amen. Feeling great today. Happy Memorial Day to our fallen heroes. We love you and are forever grateful for you. God bless that call, baby. Shout out the vets again. If you are the anvil, be patient. If you are the hammer, strike. Let's go, baby. And thanks for the option video, Josh. I learned a lot and took notes. Let's go. It's a good market to apply it, and I hope everyone enjoyed their 3-day weekend. God bless you all. I hope you're doing well. I'm going to be watching Roblox, NVIDIA, DraftKings, and TLT. Random play, June 18th, NVIDIA 820 call. I like it. I really want to see NVIDIA today. Again, I think June 3rd, not June 6th is the update. Salute to all those who fell for us in that so that we could stand. Hope all the Chads had a blessed Memorial Day. See y'all in the morning. Random play, T-Mobile, August 20th, 165 call at 78 cents. T-Mobile could be good again. I talked about some of the communication value play, so I think that one could actually be pretty interesting. Can't believe the NVIDIA vote is actually the third, Josh, so we should get it this week and maybe a rally right after. Yee! Let's go, Colt. Happy Memorial Day. Thank you all of your service. Random play, UUU Energy Fuels, October 15th, $8 strike for 88 cents. What's the random play? The random play is Altria. Crypto going absolutely crazy on this fine Memorial Day, baby. Vets USA. Shout out to the vets. Bless y'all. Planted flags for Memorial Day this weekend. Salute to those who never made it home. Let's have a good weekend, y'all. Amen. Love you all, guys and girls. The Colt has been my second family since January. Keep the armor on. Keep focused on those small, good decisions, baby. Amen. God is great. ABML, DraftKings, Palantir, Thursday earnings after market. Avago, CHPT, ChargePoint actually did really good last week, I believe. Crowd and Lulu. Random play possibilities. PayPal 250 put. Texas 192 call. Let's go. Hey there. I love the macro econ lesson on that one video did last year on it. Did you ever consider doing a part 2? That was earlier this year, actually. That was a couple months ago. So still cooking up that part 2 for you, baby. Summertime. Woo! And it's Tuesday. I almost said Monday, but it feels like Monday, but it's Tuesday. Yeah. Blessings and love to the Colt. Shout out to all Chads, baby. Get your long term. Stay strong, Colt. Hey, man, you got the long term? Hopefully y'all do I did a long term check this weekend. I caught myself looking at the long term. I was just looking at it. I was like, you so beautiful. That's crazy. I was just looking at it. I was like, man, you've grown up so fast. That's so crazy. We just were reminiscing. I was like, remember when you only had like 2 positions in here? I was like, that's crazy. I said, that's crazy. I was just reminiscing. It felt real nostalgic. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. You should check. I remember when I first met you, mad too. You know, you mad. He was out here. It's crazy, man. This is crazy. It's been a long time coming, man. We made it. We made it. We made it. Daddy Pow Pow at the end of the week. You know it's going to be a good one. Thank you for all the wisdom in the videos this weekend. I'm still liking GPS and want to hear that Uncle Hernia song Moo mentioned. Random play NCLH July 16, 37.5 call, baby. Josh really running out of things to say on that interlude. It was a 3-day weekend, man. I said 3-day weekend, no Chad stimulus. I didn't know what to put there, man. That's why I was like, you know what I'm supposed to put there, but I don't know what to put there because it's this, you know, we ain't had the stream. I'm like, where my stream at? You know what I'm saying? It's difficult out here. Guys, focus on the stock that is something big. HMBL, life is good and God is great. Amen. Unity, 820-130 call. Q-Scaler, 820-45 call. Worked the most hours I have in 1 month this month, and with school, these watches been so clutch. Love the call. We love you, Hunter. Good work. The storm ain't there to break you. It's there to make you. Thanks for everything, Josh and Chad. Fill my earbuds every day. I work with joy and positivity, watching the balance in the Fed over the next couple of weeks. Random play, Walgreens strike, 54.5 call. Expiration July 21st. Contract 108. I like it, baby. I love you, man. God bless you. Enjoy the positivity. Take it in. Give it back. Be a beacon. Hey, man. SJM 150 put, 105 put, 15th for October 21st. Met my dad after 20 years. Traveled 1,400 miles to meet my grandmother and family here in Durango, Mexico. Won't be traveling this week. Hope y'all get the pony. Gonna miss y'all. Yo, fat stat. That's crazy. That sounds like a wild story, bro. I hope it ended up well, and I hope you're blessed and know you're blessed, baby. That's it. I don't hope you're blessed. I hope you know you're blessed. Hey, they don't feel me. I want to go deeper. I want to go further. I want to go higher than I ever been. Let's do it, baby. That's it. All starts with a thought. Thank you, buddy. I love you. Did I miss the boat on Ford? Did the random account already have a Ford call, or did you sell it? We still got that one till January. Ford 15 call for 105. If it gaps up in the morning, then maybe 16. Send in the Jets. We still got the Fords. We'll see, though. We got a random play, but I still like Ford. I think it's at that $15 level is key. Ooh, excuse me. Morning, Josh. What is an exercisable warrant? I've seen some institutional and private investments doing that, especially in penny stock. Usually it's a 3 to 5 years. It's the same as a leap contract. Thank you. Pretty much is like a ghetto option. A warrant is like an option. You buy the stock. It gives you the right to pretty much get it. But why it's often used on these lower valuation stocks, and you see it, it's a poison pill. Most of the time it's there to prevent the stock from being bought out at a super low valuation. So like imagine a penny stock with a tenth of a cent valuation, and imagine there's only a couple million shares. Its market cap may be like $5 million. Somebody could come in and buy $2-3 million, and then they could take over the whole entire company. So by issuing a warrant, it's like an option. It's a right to buy the stock at a certain price, but then it makes it so that it's difficult for somebody to come in and buy the whole entire float up and take control over the company. It's a poison pill. That's why you usually see them, but a warrant is literally just like an option. It warrants you, gives you the ability to purchase the asset at a certain price. Ta-da! Come on, J-Pow, increase them rates. That's not what we're going to be worried about this week. We're going to be hearing him talk about increasing it. And again, you got that. You got the jobs report on Friday. So that jobs report on Friday, that's going to be key. And then Powell speaks in the morning on climate change. So we will see. But shortly after, you were going to get young Powell and everybody else very, very quickly. AMC, SNDL, Arquite, SOS. God bless the call, baby. Let's go. Hope you all had a great weekend. Let's go, Chad. Let's make this money. For the random play, it'd be cool to do a BB call, 618 at 39. Not really a short squeeze. It's short interest is around 10, but it's the second most hype play by Reddit in the hype rally. I feel like it didn't get as much attention. Would have been a good random play, but thank you. Good morning. I hope y'all had a blessed weekend. Would UMC be part of the value rotation? That's a good point, probably. It didn't do that in the beginning of the year, though, because UMC is kind of more linked to rates, so we will see, but that's a very, very good question. I feel enriched, and I don't know why. Thank you, not one, not two, but 3 weekend videos. Mr. Yerba Mate. It's Monday. No, wait, run it. Watchlist, Snapchat, Square, AMC, Airbnb, and Apple. I think Airbnb could also surprise. Going to be watching Square. I got that on my list this morning. June 3rd is the NVIDIA vote for 4-to-1 stock split. Shout out to Chad, baby. I think that's going to be a good one as well. Killed it with the watchlist. Do I get this every Sunday? You get it every day you want, baby. Every day. Random play. Altria, 917, 52 call for 81 cents. Is that the one we got? Was that who it was? Oh, it was Raphael. Damn, two MO random plays. Interesting. Why am I up that much? My Robinhood is showing that it's up. Is that because of the AMC? Bro, AMC has 73s on the option chain. You know that? They got 73s. Isn't that exciting? Been looking at advanced data. I've noticed before every crash out margin debt has increased year over year before the crash, and now since 2018 our margin debt has increased. Looking at SPY DOW puts towards the end of the year, looking at apps beyond Okta, SPY DOW, and AMC. We'll see. I'm excited out for the call. Looking to play some weeklies before PAL, baby. Random play EVFM 2023 50-cent call. I like it. You put a 3-year play, 2-year play. That's what's crazy, man. It's June. Do you realize that? I hope you're paying attention. We've talked about it, but the moment is here. Halfway through the year after we finish this month. But still, it's already. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Imagine June. I remember June 2020. I feel like we are 1 month away from June 2020. I feel like June 2020 just happened. I feel it was not too long ago. Literally, we were looking at the cult compound. We were first coming outside. Oh, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I hope you're paying attention, man. 6/1/21. Woo! AMC to 100 this week. Let's go. Figure to the sky. Thank you, Veg. July 21st, Palantir 25 call 116. Let's have a blessed day, Chattadonia, and love you too, Josh. I know that Chad woke up in overdrive today with the best attitude in the world. Amen, as always. GME going to be a wild ride again. Hope y'all got tickets. PSTI, $5 call January 23. Let's go. Call ye feast. If AMC gets short squeezed to 10K, there's a lot of hype saying AMC get it 100K. I feel like that would be a huge problem economically. Is that possible to short squeeze a company that's to that predictive value? Only thing I can say to that is, let's see what's about to happen next, okay? That's it. That's the only thing I can think of. It really is. Random play, SOS, 821, 823.5 call. Random play, Verizon, 57.5 strike, June 18th, or PGC, $10 strike. Great weekend video, bro. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for watching, baby. Random play, HPQ, September 17th, 21, $32 call, 87 cents. Watchlist, AMD, HPQ, VMware, DRI, Dollar Tree, Cost, Dollar, or DOW, CLDR, I forgot DOW. Airlines and Costco could actually be pretty good. I'm going to put airlines and cost. I like Costco. What chart is software as E-Trade Pro, baby? Test of success is not what you do when you're at the top, but success is how you bounce when you hit bottom. General George S. Patton Jr., baby. Amen. Got my eyes on Zoom, Slack, and DocuSign earnings, all watching the casinos Las Vegas allowing full capacity tomorrow, and there are 22 miles of jammed up traffic. Random play, 55 call for MGM, 55 cents for August. God bless. Random play, TLT 105, put 1217 at 65. Watchlist, Silver AG, Sundial, Charge Point, Ford, Snap Leaf, CVS, gang. Hey there, thanks for that Groupon info. Hilarious. I'm going to rent me. Bro, it's real, bro. It's real. FSLR, $100, January 2022. Watching Tesla. They're supposed to report vehicle delivery soon. Moses wasn't allowed to enjoy the promised land because he showed anger instead of trusting God. Friendly reminder for myself. Wanted to share as well. God is love. Be calm. Be calm. God help me where I lack. God give me wisdom with my life and emotions. Amen, Daniel. Amen. Let's start. That's a good way to start the morning. Woo. Amen. Balance time, baby. Balance volume, balance FOMO, balance the plays. Hey, Josh, one of my put options got executed. What's the best way to get out of it or pay it off? If it got exercised, you could just have to sell it out, or you could pretty much hold it and turn the wheel. But once it gets executed, per se, you have the shares. You would just have to sell out or buy back the shares since it's a put and became a short. Let's feast this week, baby. Random play, CCL, $40 car. Carnival gets CDC approval for cruises going out of Texas this summer. Bless you all. Excited, baby. Shout out to Vets on this beautiful Memorial Day. Hope y'all enjoy the weekend. Let's get back into action. It's Tuesday, baby. Come with that attitude. Remember, never neutral, baby. Ooh! Never neutral. Never an attitude check. Tell them, authentic one. Did you wake up in neutral? Woo! Amen. 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 I love it, baby. Altria, July 50.5 calls. That's our random play right there. No random play, but I'm excited for June, baby. I could accept that. That's what I'm talking about. We got Chain off of TNT. Sending the Jets, baby. Random play, July 16th. $20 call. Build a Bear Workshop. Apple call, July 133rd. Straight smile. You create your own destiny. Probably dumb point to point out how AMC and Cinemark are both following the same patterns, though. Just showing the space and what's going on, too, and some of that hype. Cinemark, $30 call. Random play. Nokia holding AMC. I don't know when to sell. You can sell covered costs. Thank you for the service. We love you, baby. Thank you for the veterans. God bless them. What about Wayfair ticker? Wolf. Went to Petco this week. It was packed. Oh, you went to Petco? He went to Petco. Now use your Coinbase card with Apple Pay and Google. Ooh, I wonder if Coinbase will actually move. Random play OEG. We goated. Random play GEO. Apple call. Shout out to videos posted on the weekend. What happened to Idiocracy? Is this nonfiction? CTXR, best way to find growth stocks. Ensure price margin greater than 50. PEO is less than 100. Buy companies that are profitable. Debt to equity less than 30. Current ratio above 1. And flow under 100 million. Okay. Renew. Reloading. Cover me. I'm reloading. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Hype. Look at the CTXR. Random play. GE. Neo knows. I think they dropped CEO letter. Roblo might cool off to 100. I wouldn't be surprised here, but we'll see. We are waking up here with a little bit of that meme stock hype here. I'm surprised. Again, AMC and everything. Oh, we got through most of it, baby. Realty Income Fest, January 23rd, 90 put TLT. Chadadonia. How you feeling, man? How you feeling? That feels good. We did it, baby. We did it. I think that was a good watch list. I think a lot of different eyes here today. I think we're spread out across the board from hype stocks to value stocks to reopening trade to tech to earnings. I think, Chad, that was a very, very, very diverse set of plays there. So I hope you know, ladies and gentlemen, before we do anything here at the Cult, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to do any of that, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever will in our life. And yesterday was a very, very good reminder. And thank you to all the veterans and all the people who actually took it seriously and know where and why we celebrate what we did. But every single day here, holiday or not, we just want to give a special shout out to all the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. Thank you for doing what you're doing. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you. And I hope you know every single day, the Cult and the ones here and not here, always remember you guys. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there. Thank you guys for doing what you're doing. We love you and God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Let's go, baby. Hard. Amen. Hey, man, we did it. We made it. We made it. The vets made it for us, baby. We love y'all. Wow. I'm not in my loud chair. My loud chair didn't make as many jet noises. I felt a little uncomfortable there. That felt weird initially. Coin pop, 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 pop. Huge thanks. We love y'all, man. God bless you. Thank you for the veterans. Chadadonia. I hope you're doing good, Chad. We love you as well, too. Let's go. It's game time. We got about 1 minute remaining, so drop your thumbs up on the video, like the video, keep it positive and respectful. I hope you're having a blessed Tuesday. That feels like a Monday, but it's not Monday, it's Tuesday because of the short week. I am going to be watching NVIDIA, Beyond Meat, Square, AMC, UWMC, here, Turtle Beach, GLSI, Viacom, UAL, and Costco. That is the list that I got here. We'll see. You can now use your Coinbase card with Apple Pay. Again, that news again. Let's see. Let's watch NVIDIA, but it's going to be good. The random play was Altria, so post your plays as well, too. We got 20 seconds left. Be smart. I think we're going to have a pretty exciting week on our hands. Round one. Fight. Is it open? There it is. Ding, 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 ding. The market is now open. Woo! Dow Jones up 0.8. Oh, that's a very strong open. That is a very, very strong open. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually big. 1 day. Show me the 1 day. Coin is up 1.4. AMC is up 20%. I want to see about the covered calls. That's one thing I'm going to look at right away. I'm getting the random play right now. Val 5.7, Airbnb 2, TSM chip makers 2%. Man, how much do those Altrias cost? That's a wide spread. Okay, I got the Altria for the random play. Wells Fargo up 1.3. Cryptos popped. Ooh, new badge alert. Flex on them, baby. It was a July 9th call near the money. That was the random. That's random account generator. That's not a real. Again, that play is generated, not a recommendation. That play is from what you saw me do by taking a random comment picker on the watch list. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. TLT puts up. Well, TLT is down. TLT is down a pretty large percentage, 0.34. We'll see. Coins coming back down. There's AMC. I want to look at the options available. Airbnb. How about NVIDIA? NVIDIA's coming down. Square came down a little bit. Still green. What was the other one? DraftKings. I won't even watch Uber 2. Not DraftKings, though. There's another one. Beyond. Tech 1.7. Tesla red. I think you're opening up very, very strong here. I mean, Dow was up 0.8. Dow is still up 0.8. NASDAQ up 0.5. S&P 0.6. So, I think you're going to get a lot of stuff moved, but it'll be good. Yeah, the AMC. Ooh, bro, you could sell the 70s for $4. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. Bro, that's crazy. You know that? Bro, that's crazy. Hold on, I'm seeing. Damn, it just moved in price. I was going to sell one, but they dropped. I think chip makers are going up. XLNX, Beyond Meat starting to move. Let me check that play. The market knows something. The market is starting. I mean, again, this is a very, very good start to June, believe it or not. That's a lot of people worried about even the summer, but this is actually a very good sign for the market to kind of come up here. Because usually wherever you end in May, the June will kind of just continue off from it. So the fact that May was actually decent and you're getting this momentum, it's a very, very good it's a good sign. Hot market summer, you could call it that. It's a little like that. Hot market summer. Jeez, these are so expensive. Nah, the Beyond Meats are still really expensive. Roblox coming down a little bit there. Let me see, UWMC. UMC's not bad, hanging around the $8, $9 mark. BA 2.7. Baba was up a lot. Bank of America 1.4. June's over. July-in. I like that. SPY 40 cents from all-time high. Indeed. That's good. I guess SPY's still underpacing here. I mean, the Dow is just the real killer. That's why I even want to watch some of these value plays. Square coming back up there. Square just went 1% in 4 minutes right there. Square was just down. I check oil. I think oil's up towards 70, right? Is that just 68.50? Yeah, oil's killing it. Oil's up 3% today. Very, very big day for oil. And again, think about the implications that has for inflation and everything else. GLSI, yeah, that one was interesting. Viacom is up. I like GSLI in here. Yeah, GLSI is now up another 6%. Again, I did a video on this one because they have a FDA approval coming up, or their stage 3 enrollment. It's supposed to be anytime Q3 here, or Q2. So we're pretty much ending Q2, and they haven't came out with that data, so people are expecting that. Tesla bouncing. Tesla up 1%. Kind of looks like Square there. You guys are saying Roblox. Roblox wants to. We'll see how Roblox plays out. AMC back at 30 again, up 15% on the day. JP Morgan all-time high. BA up 3%. Woo! SPY just selling off straight from the open, though. So SPY was up a lot more now. SPY is now the lagger on the day, dropping below the Dow. GLSI presented tomorrow. ACSO. UMC hanging out. AMD 2.0. How are the chip makers? Oh, AMD's killing it. 2.3. AMD looked like a NVIDIA. AMD looked very good, like a good NVIDIA, huh? You see it? NVIDIA dropped. I'm surprised not much hype. SPY still coming down. TrueCar. You making fun of TrueCar, bro? What's up with TrueCar? $5.99. Why TrueCar look like it got bought out or something? Coin going crazy. Can we watch AMC? So yeah, we can. It's a little slow though. I mean, it was good pre-market, but it's wow, 2.5% Coinbase. Crazy. Yeah, Coin is reacting to the Apple Pay news that they could accept their cards in all these places. NVIDIA hitting the low. GLSI broke 40. We were just looking at it. What? Oh, now it is. That's crazy. PRTK, Facebook on the low. That's a little odd. Facebook's the lagger here. Coin teaming up with Apple and Google. NVIDIA puts printing. Neo, SNDL. Let me see back at Tesla. I'm surprised Coinbase holding up. SPY is just selling off, though. AMD just green. Tesla. Uber selling off. Neo's going off as well, too. Yeah, Neo up 6%. A lot of other China stocks did good here today. Let's see. Disney. Neo June 10th. AMC sold off 7%. Come on, man. You were doing so good. I like the 70 calls. I mean, they were really expensive. These were going for like $4. I wanted to sell one, but then it kept dry. I said, I'll wait. Roblox wants it. Yeah, it's there. It's there waiting. Overstock still going up there. Damn, son. Where'd you find this one? AMD has NVIDIA. Lending Club, 2%. That was a weird mover last week or 2 weeks ago, was it? MCD upgraded by JP Morgan. Again, you got a lot of X dividends coming up. You even have TLT X dividend too, which I thought would be very, very interesting. Dash. Oh, that's coming back up. I brought that one up on the watch list yesterday. I was surprised that those options are even still holding. Yeah, the Dash options that we got, remember we got that free one? So we sold that out at 100%, but it's still up 45%. There's Overstock. Capture my bond gain successfully. Snap. I didn't even look at the Roblox options yet. Yeah, Snap is breaking out here towards 63. Tesla going. AMD big pop. Yeah, AMD's killing it. A lot of them got moves right there. NVIDIA's even bouncing off the bottom. SPY might even bounce here. You opened up very, very strong. We kind of just sold off there for literally 10 minutes. Some names did a lot better, but then now let's see if they all start moving in the same direction. Netflix popping up too. Roblox is a good one. Let me check the premiums on Roblo. Oh, man, some of those are expensive. Roblox is probably going to be real expensive after last week. Roblox option. Yeah, did you not see last week? Yeah, bro. Isn't that crazy? Those same $100 that we got, that would be like buying the 110. But pretty much the same options we bought last week are going for like triple the price. Yeah, you're paying a D. You gotta let it. It's still pricing in. Yeah, those same options that would have been 30, 40 cents or $1.80 now. Oh, Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. On. Oh my gosh. Amen, bro. That's how we come back to the week. Wow, we needed that. That's how you come back. Amen. Good morning, Bradley Frizzle. Oh man, delivering us the finest peaches. Finest peaches in Chattadonia. Day after day, week after week. It's crazy. It's crazy. GLSI's at 42 now? How? That's crazy, man. Hell yeah. That's wild. I forgot this thing. Didn't this thing go up to, yeah, went up to like 60? This has gone crazy before, but I don't think they announced anything yet. So we bought this one like a month ago. Remember that? This was like after the overstock trade. I bought this one. ABT down 5%. Palantir getting juicy like a peach. Okay. Spy still selling off there. You had that little mini bounce, though. Not everything held up. Abbott down 5. My entry on GLSI is like 30. It's either 36 or 38. Let me check. I just bought 100 shares a couple of weeks ago. 38.50. 38. TLT selling off further. SPY even coming down. Everything about 0.4. Dow was the leader in the morning now. That little 20 minutes right there just shook it up, and now NASDAQ is the leader. Snap. Baidu is expensive. AMD still holding up. Bitcoin. Is Bitcoin moving? Let me open up the Bitcoin. Baidu is cheap. I don't know. Baidu is just look at the 100-day range on Baidu. That thing's went crazy. Roblox approaching pre-market highs. The options are expensive though. Again, we're gonna need to wait for decay. If you remember last week, we played it the week before, but we played it like middle of the week. So if I want to set up another option trade, we'll see. It's gonna be interesting at Roblox 100 here, or near there. Yeah, Bitcoin's at 37. Still needs to get past. Has it gone past 40? When was the last time we were above? Yeah, Bitcoin's running up though right now. Yeah, we haven't been at, bro. It's been like 1 week. We haven't even been at 4. We gonna see. The time keeps on ticking into the Bitcoin. TLT really selling off there, 0.5% now. So again, we're picking up coming into the jobs report, and Powell and a couple of Fed people. But oh yeah, we have to talk about that. I forgot. China. There was the reserve ratio requirement. I kind of slipped that there on the watch list. But that was actually a very interesting note. Even the dollar. Wait, don't tell me the dollar is down today still. Interesting. The dollar should be up today. So the dollar's still down with the dollar's weak with the euros and the pound getting weak, as well as China getting weaker too, which is weird. That's a very weird effect here. Why NVIDIA? NVIDIA did really, really good the last couple days. There's Roblo at 90. What's Roblo's high? Roblo's high is $98. Oh, wow. But Roblo coming up there. What does that mean? We'll talk about it here a little bit. It's kind of a pseudo way to weaken their currency. So essentially, the point that caught my eyes is that it's the first time in about 15 years that China has done anything like that. So it's kind of one of those first in 15 moments, and it has an interesting side effect of what they were trying to accomplish with that. So we'll talk about it. We could give you a little mini lesson, but that was interesting to me. SPY still selling off here. NASDAQ and Dow, or Dow and S&P only 0.3 down. They're up 0.5. NASDAQ holding up a lot better so far. U.S. manufacturing PMI 62 versus 61.5 previous. Yeah, manufacturing PMI numbers coming out. BTX on the high. Brooklyn, whatever. Yeah, didn't this stock go crazy a couple times? BTX. That was literally a month ago. That thing started to move there. Facebook red, Valet pop. Yeah, Facebook's about to go red right now. Viacom holding up. I like the Viacom. Very, very good. Let's see. AT&T down. JBS Union says shift canceled at Greeley, Colorado meat plant. What does this mean? Time keeps on. Roblox. Into the Snapchat. Yeah, I like that one. I think that's good. Even look, you get a little 1% out of UWMC, a little quick 9 break. That could be nice. AMC kind of leveling out. This kind of looks like this is like, let's see if it does this from what it did on Friday, because the question is going to be really if it holds up or not. Volume's still there, price is still there, but you really want AMC to be able to actually hold up here. That will be very, very dependent. No, Ford, I have the Ford shares. I have one of the extra 15 calls for June, and then we have the random play, but I haven't sold that one out. I did not make a move on my small term, my small long term. Yeah, we're just going to hold. I see the opportunity just because I'm about to get another deposit. NVIDIA dump, TLT puts down. TLT will do that. Again, it's the pace at which it goes. It all depends where it's at, but essentially you'll kind of notice the flip-flop. It's like it's kind of like trading Boeing or growth stock, where I bet you the premium will probably go up the day the TLT goes up. It'll be a little bit weird there. Unless there's large amounts of velocity. XLP. Oil doing very, very good today. Keep that in mind. Oil is a very, very... I think that's why the dollar's weak, because the dollar should have been strong today after the Chinese thing. So that to see the dollar come down with all the other currencies, I think it has to do with oil, because oil just shot up a lot. Oil's right near 70. Beyond selling off there. SPY's still coming down. I mean, it's been almost 30 straight or 20 straight minutes. 30? 6:30, 20 minutes. Just straight sell off. Now SPY's coming down. Dow is the leader. Time keeps on slipping. The TLT puts, they're like holding. They're like slightly up. Some are down. It depends. The further from the money's and not. But it's still looking good in general. If the last 4 days here, it's kind of, remember, this is what we literally called it from here. That's why the question is now, does it turn into what we expect? So that's it. Everything is still in the danger zone. It's a matter of, even though we just started the month, things are going to be moving a little bit slow here until they don't. What do I use to gauge oil price? Just what's going on in the world, but in general, looking like the oil price itself tells something. So oil, to see oil up 4% today, and then the dollar is weaker when it should have been stronger. That tells you a lot there. But the price of oil, really those implications above 65.70, those are the issues. Those are going to be the issues. Roblox still holding up. TLT selling off again. SPY still coming down here. Facebook on the low. Ford lost pre-market. Apple's about to go red right now. Apple's only at 0.3. XOM's a gauge, or you could use I like to just use the price of crude future /CL. If oil goes up, well, oil could become an issue. If the price of oil goes up too high, that talks to inflation a little bit, because now prices are going up. It starts to hurt, other inputs and cost of things. I went yesterday. I got gas. I was in like an area, some gas stations are usually cheaper, or like you go certain areas. I was in an area I should not have. I paid $5 a gallon, not in like a nice city. I was like, what? That's crazy. So that's inflation right there. Yeah, $3.80 Costco. I was tripping, bro. But that right there, and so if oil goes up, it has more inflationary pressures. Anything above 65.70, it starts to get a little bit more worrisome, especially when it's literally already $5 at the pump. Wait for it. OPEC agrees to existing plans to ease oil output cuts in June, July. That just came out. Oil still holding up very strong today. How does anyone put up with that paid 3? I was surprised. I was surprised, because I was like, this area, I would traditionally fill up at this gas station probably like $1.50 below the normal price, and it was still up there. I was like, geez. That's crazy. Gold been bouncing. UMC over 9. Okay, UWM. Yeah, UMC is going SPY, bro. SPY last 30 minutes, 20-something minutes here. It's just sold straight off here. NASDAQ only 0.25%. Dow and S&P are leading right now. So it's flip-flopping back and forth, but everything kind of just straight selling off. But you're watching the market broaden here. You're seeing how a lot of different names and industries are holding up here. Some of the hype is kind of holding, but not really. Again, stuff like AMC is like it's up, but it's not. Very, very weird. Green on my value stocks. Let's go AMC. Let me sell some cover calls. CCL check. Oh, yeah. They're up 2.4. Airlines as well. Again, Memorial Day. I mean, it was just that was like a travel point for a lot of people. Memorial Day kind of showed a lot of the reopening trade coming back. My education before stocks was political science and philosophy. And then stocks. I've always liked stocks. Stocks, everybody could do stock now. You see this now. I believed it back then, but it always remained the same. You educate yourself in the business of the stockings. Very, very good to understand business and all of it, very good. Very, very good. So stocks and stocks, yes. Oh, Square came down. That's crazy. Yeah, so the way things, it's just been holding up a little weird. Josh majored in show me your long term and mitered in S&P stopped at the high. I think this is a pretty big sell-off right off the open. I mean, you just gave up almost 0.5% in 20 minutes. I mean, it could be a little bit worse here. We'll see. Even remember, last week was a lot of last week was just a lot of what was it? The volume was very, very low. So I don't think this is like a sell-off as much as it is the reaction, but things are balancing out and holding up a little bit better. I mean, and not to mention what is happening, bonds are dropping, and I think today was a really weird currency move. I even said it yesterday. I was having dinner. I told my mom. The dollar was gonna be stronger. You know, I told Mama Answers. I was like, Mama, the dollar gonna go up. I said, that's crazy. I said, Mama, you know what they did to China with China? I said, Mama, this crazy. Then nah. So I think you got a little bit of that happening here. NVIDIA Premium, but Roblox is holding up. That's crazy. Mama. Premium starting to pick up on SPY puts. It's an interesting move here. You can see how it kind of is red now, but it looked like it was giving it some steam to edge up. OPEC Plus ends meeting. Manufacturing numbers came out, nothing else. Bank of England. Nah, nothing important. When the dollar shoots up, that means there's too much supply, vice versa. Because, again, there was a couple moves today or over the weekend that would have taken supply of dollars, but the dollar is weak today when it should be a little bit stronger based on what we saw here. But it makes sense with oil having a really, really strong day right now. Airbnb. Airbnb is holding. How about DoorDash? DoorDash came down. Uber's down. Coin. Yeah, Airbnb looks decent. I think I'm about to get to, I think I'm in at like 150 on the bigger position. Airbnb got downgraded. Why they do this to my friend? I think we bounced, we moved with demand zone. It depends what it is, but that's why I'm saying like this week showed demand in a weird way as far as the reopening trade. Again, this weekend and people going back outside, the traffic numbers, the hotels, the bookings, everything. So it seems like you got to see a different part of the economy this weekend, and that's where I think it's a very weird reaction because it's like, do you sell the news or not? But it's like you have it all. So like you got this. This is what everybody was pricing in for the last 6 months, a year, right? Everybody was waiting for reopening. Everyone said things are going to come back to normal, all of that stuff, right? And that's what you start seeing happen. Do you see the strategy to overtake the world's currency? I think it's just the basics of what we're talking about, you know, that all countries are in competition and they all have currencies, and depending on, you know, these countries are going to do the best for them, and everything starts to trade weird. You know, so now you're going to start having, you know, countries are doing certain things to protect their own interest. Dish is popping. I brought this one up yesterday. I have real tin for you. I got funny tin, or it's like creepy tin. Do you want some creepy tin in the morning? I could give you some creepy tin. I don't know if you can handle it, Chad. Okay, are you ready? So, a month. This is not, I don't know. I don't warrant the accuracy of this. This is just a fun story, so bear with me. About a month leading into coronavirus, there was people were saying how if you, or like a month or two before like the whole corona thing, if you looked at the reviews on scented candles, they all had bad reviews. The amount of bad reviews on scented candles increased before corona, and that could have been because it was showing the Freakonomics effect of people losing their smell and scent. So again, I'm not. That's just some tinfoil. It's not a real fact or anything, but like, just think about that. Somebody said that. I don't know how to prove it, but pretty crazy, huh? See, it's like creepy. It'll make you think a little bit. It's like Freakonomics mixed with tinfoils. Weird. That's some LT tid. Oh, the LT tid gets real serious, bro. Sounds straight out the book. Freakonomics. Woo. What happened? Aren't we supposed to get the alien report today? Don't you get the UFO, the government UFO thing? Today's June 1st, bro. I know y'all waited for this. I know a lot of y'all waited for this. Boeing, is it still going? Boeing was up 3%. Dow is the leader right now at 0.5%. iHeart Radio. iHeart Radio, check news. iHeart Radio, IHRT, check news is popping. IHRT. I'm not seeing any news on it, but you just got 4% in the last couple of minutes there. AMC News, iHeart had contact with aliens. I don't know if that's the news. iHeart to drop first alien song via the Pentagon. Am I surprised Apple's right with Coinbase news? I think that news would benefit Coinbase more. But I think, again, a lot of people are missing the, remember the, what's it called? The news last week with Apple, and they said that they were getting like some crypto developer or something like that. I think that had something to do with it. Or at least that would have more effect. iHeart Chatter, not Walter. Really? Wait, Chatter for a buyout, or what are we talking about? Yeah, it's not coming. Chatter rumor on iHeart, but I'm only seeing one Twitter post on that. There's nothing else, but that could be interesting. Yeah, check Live Nation, see how any of those play out. Jet fuel with a hint of tiger blood. Feel the tingle, baby. Amen. On. Hey, man, God bless you. Way to get the workout in there, baby. Amen. Amen. I don't even know how iHeartRadio makes money. I don't know what they're doing. SPY coming down again here. NASDAQ is getting in the danger zone. You're about to give up almost a 1% on the NASDAQ here. Now, this is just happening very, very quickly here. Mama. SPY's getting obliterated. I think the NASDAQ worse. SPY's actually holding up a little bit better. I guess they all kind of look the same. Dow's holding up, but NASDAQ looks ugly. And again, I mean, you can kind of see it here with bonds. This was a pretty big day on TLT, believe it or not. You know, even this morning, think about how fast the bond yields went back up, and now you're breaking into the, you're breaking one danger zone at a time with bonds. So, but it's not as crazy then. But like I'm saying, I think the dollar situation is really, really weird. Roblox inverse this SPY. Oh, I forgot. Is that why Roblox went up? Oh, dude, I totally didn't even think about that. I forgot last week. I totally forgot about that. Think about it. You literally have SPY coming down, Roblox go. I should have known. I should have known. Yeah, Bitcoin is about to take off again. XLM, Ethereum, all those are doing good. Pinduoduo, a lot of good Chinese plays today. Pinduoduo, Baidu, all of the PDD up 10%. I don't know if that'll hold up. If this holds up, Pinduoduo could be good if it actually catches momentum. iHeart Deal Reporter, maybe in the crosshairs of somebody. Maybe in crosshairs of John Malone's Liberty. Dollars down because we've been hyperinflating our debt. Well, that's part of it, but it's today there was some over the weekend there was counteracting forces essentially. With what China did, you would expect the dollar to strengthen a little bit, but given the price of oil today and some other stuff, I think it's not really having that effect. I think it's going to be an interesting week. China just started to break out the last 2 days, and they haven't moved in 3 months before that. So you're finally even watching China break out too. It gets real interesting. Roblox new highs? Didn't it hit 98? We'll see. That's wild though. I forgot the market's coming down. What about the cyber attack on the meat supplier? I did not really look into that, and I don't know how the impact it would have on the dollar per se. I would have to look into that. I think something to be made like the euro dollar. Yeah, I think it already exists. It's already Bitcoin and crypto. Or the real question is, do they allow that, or do they kind of do they pivot towards a digital Fed coin? Let's see, is Boeing still up? Because Dow has been a leader. Boeing's still up 2.5%. Let's see, where's AMC come back up? You said Roaring Kitty tweeted. Roaring Kitty tweeted in GME Pop 240. They're up 7%. AMC still holding up. Coming down again. Another low on the SPY, back down to 421. NASDAQ only up 0.2, SPY 0.28, NASDAQ 0.4, 0.39. Square red. That was looking good. Where's AMD? Roblox even coming down right now. Pinduoduo still going up. AMD holding up. NVIDIA is sold off at open. So did Square. Beyond Meat. Apple. All of them, man. Ebon up 6. GLSI, they came down. Here. iHeart. Riot on the upside. Riot Blockchain up 6%. Mara up. Coinbase still up. Roblox coming down, so SPY should rock it. That's what I was weird. I was like, why is Roblox going down with the SPY coming down now? So that's suspicious. But we'll see. It's holding up. How's Ford looking? I haven't checked. Ford is actually holding up pretty good. 1% hanging out there below $15. $421 broke. We're going down lower on the SPY. This weird cryptos are doing good though. Let's see. That's going to be the real moment of truth here. Is like when we start going negative, how do all the other ads, like, do you start getting everything dropping, or do you kind of get this broadening out here? How's the Uber put? I forgot about that one. That is, it's down. I got those at 20 cents. It's down at 12 or 13. That was the one that we got that one Friday, right before the market closed. SPY coming down here now, selling off a little bit faster. NASDAQ about to go red. NASDAQ only up 0.1%. Not even a fifth, or a 0.05. Yeah, SPY's, it's coming down now. This is, dude, that's a big sell-off. As you can see here, it's not, doesn't seem like much, but it does. It kind of reminds me of, I don't think we'll see it. It was like kind of like 2-3 Mondays ago. We opened up just like this. So, but we'll see though. Pretty interesting to start off the month coming off of some of the green from May. So usually, again, how June opens up, it's usually a continuation off of May. So we'll see. But otherwise, I mean, market's still green. It is still early in the day. It's been about 45 minutes. Whew. Euro strength, that's so weird that the other currencies. Wait, is the euro even up? No, the euro barely up, but the pound is down. SPY coming down a little more. 0.14 now on the SPY. NASDAQ a third. Dow a third. NASDAQ is red now. So start seeing, again, low ticker picking up a lot. Your bigger names are starting to fall. Apple, all of that. Facebook's actually holding up there. Facebook was leading earlier. If you think about it, market's catching up to that. Apple now outpacing, down 0.3. Low ticker really picking up. Baidu, they had some strength there. They're on the red now. Yeah, Baba's selling off. SPY picking up a lot, bro. That's a crazy move. You think USD coming down because 10-year 30 up? I don't know if it's because of the rates, but I mean, this is a big move. You know, imagine how we've been watching TLT. It's kind of reflecting leading into the minutes there. So I think that's all. You could put that on the list, but I don't think it's I don't think that's the main focus right now, which is today's a very interesting day. It seemed like you had a lot of momentum when we opened up here. You had a good balance. You had really good depth on the market, and then it just kind of trickled away right here. Cryptos are doing good. You had the reopening trade. I think oil right now is the biggest pressure, low key. I think oil is up a lot. And then that's kind of confusing stuff between the bonds and everything. Again, I mean, oil going up and bond yields coming higher, that like TLT down, that makes sense. So it just it's an interesting market. I think even by the end of today, we're gonna have a whole different story. You know, it looked one way when we opened. You're seeing where it's at now, and I think we still got 6 more hours left. TLT 120 is still a realistic move. Thinking about it could be, but I mean, I said it yesterday. I think the only way I'm wrong is if TLT doesn't do anything. So, like, even if you want to get on the call side or play both ways, I would just wait until we could confirm a big move, and then because either those will come back up in value or you'll be able to pick one better closer to the money. But TLT could genuinely, rates could stay here for a year. That's the only way I'm wrong. When I'm looking at it, where it's like, okay, if we're not going to get a move on bonds and then the bond yields aren't going to go higher, the possibility we've kind of not really entertained is that bonds stay the same for a year. So that would be it would be unusual, but it could still happen. NASDAQ just flushed a 0.5% there. I don't know if you guys realize that. Like this right here, you went from 0.3 down to negative 0.3. You almost just had a 0.5% flip right there on the NASDAQ. That's crazy. That was big. My old Uber puts, those are June 4th. Interesting. Those are coming back up. Tesla, a lot of things came. Even Tesla's barely green right now. You know, Roblox still holding pretty solid. UMC holding up. I think Apple's a very, very interesting leader there. That's AMD. AMD, some of the chip makers, again, they're still holding up very decent. Is it back to Friday? We're entering the close of Friday. Friday was red on the SPY, but then we're right here at Thursday's level, and then Thursday was a gap up and sell. Next level would be like 418, but you're gonna have a lot of activity between 419, even here. Did IPOE turn into Sophie? I believe so. Was it that today? I think I read something on that. Saudi Arabia committed to increasing oil capacity. That's not good. Fed quarrels. Bank stress test shows very resilient banking system. So Fed quarrels is speaking. We're going to get a lot of Fed over the next coming days. Again, these little speeches and all that. Would it be bad if we saw 410 this week? Yeah. It'd be a big move. I mean, 10 points. That'd be like what? 10% would be 40. Be like 3%. I'm doing good today. I feel great. I feel like we had a very refreshing weekend. Shout out to the vets, baby. Feels good to be back. Feel blessed. Was looking at the long term. Shout out the long term. Shout out June. Halfway through the year. Oh. A lot of beautiful things. I think it's beautiful. The increased production on oil, that means higher oil, or what's it called? It'll lower the price of oil, increase the supply, which would kind of balance things out there. But, I mean, I think if the price, depending on the price of oil, I think that's going to be one of those factors that could really make the recovery trade interesting. It's going to be like that. That could mess things up because, like you're seeing today, oil goes up, it makes the dollar weaker. Oil comes down, it could have a bigger influence on the inflation bond situation than not. That's why I'm even thinking about it. You look at today's big move on oil and to see the bonds moving, I think the bonds are moving more with oil than the market itself. AMD selling off there. You got a little bit of this bounce here after we've been just selling off all day here so far. Again, it's just been under an hour, 50 minutes. But the question is, where does it hold up from here? So we'll see. Oh, Roblox got a price target increase. That's why I was partly up here today. Fed Quarles a minute ago. He says his view on inflation has not changed in the last few months. Still thinks it is transitory. Wells Fargo up. SPY coming back down again. NASDAQ still down 0.3. SPY's the next one to go red, and then Dow will be the leader, kind of highlighting that value move. AT&T starting to move up a little bit there. Boeing selling off there too. SPY coming down a little bit. How is crypto doing? Crypto started to come down there. You had a really big move on Bitcoin and everything earlier this morning. Now the crypto is starting to slip up. Let's see what the market does here a little bit. Bonds have already led the way. If anything, you saw the move on bonds first. Aliens are shorting the market. That could be a theory with today. We will see. NASDAQ needs to come to the rescue. Not quite here. SPY's dropping again. You're coming lower. Again, a lot of the bigger tech names, even Google's on the low ticker right there. Google's still positive. I think Apple's one of the bigger downside leaders. SPY's going lower than Apple right now. Some TLT movement. Just what we need. Is UMC still a value stock? It could be, but comparing UMC in value relative to the last value rotation, kind of that was really apparent in the beginning of the year, UWMC will get negatively affected kind of by higher rates. So even though they guided and said it won't affect them, the difference was last time when rates were going higher, UWMC wasn't seen as a value stock because it was at a higher price and they would get negatively impacted by higher rates due to their business model. Quarles, I don't think we should use our tools to address supply chain issues. Can they even fix that? Wait, but what is supposed to happen with the like, isn't there actually a report today for UFOs? And like that, has it came out yet? Like, are we going to know? How's that supposed to work? AI still green. Not today. Oh, they delayed it? Come on, man. Was it something on Tulum in Mexico? Mad sketchy. How they gonna do you like that, bro? I didn't think it was pretty bad pollution there. I will look into that. Since XLM uses that as their medium exchange, yeah, it could be. Again, I even think crypto's a little bit active today. Again, over the weekend, a lot of people were getting excited. SPY has not bounced here. You've just been literally last 10 minutes here. We just juggled here at the bottom. Let's see what's about to happen. If the banks come down, that might say something. Bonds are doing the reverse. How's oil? Oil has just been chilling. What UMC's ex dividend is on June, I believe. Anybody correct me if I'm wrong? June 9th? Yep. You got 9 days to buy UMC and get the dividend. Facebook green. Barely, yeah, it's hanging out there at the break even for today. Yeah, so breakout. Wasn't that another this one was a Wall Street Bets one back then, right? TLT playing game. Nah, TLT was leading. Again, no other asset is down 0.5% right now, if you really think about it, or at least any of the bigger indexes here. So TLT was leading the way. We're going to see how it plays out here. And again, still very early. It's just under 1 hour here today. Welcome to June, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to June. This is how you're opening June. Your first day of the next half. Shout out to June. June. Did the peachy guy already show up? Yeah, he did, man. You missed that? Damn, you missed the peach, bro. Not very good impressions. I think it's decent for June. I mean, we are still, after all of that, you're still green on 2 to 3. Am I seeing any value rotation? Yeah, I mean, it's playing out right now. The Dow was up 0.8, and now it's up a quarter while everything's kind of down here. But it's just, I am seeing the rotation, but then it's also the broadening out. It's not the typical rotation where people are going to the same names here. It's like some names are holding up. Some names even in tech are doing better, even the little Roblox effect, all of that. So that's where it's kind of balancing it out here. And that's why I think, it's a big news week. And I think day by day, we're going to start getting a little bit more and starting off the second half of the year. I don't know, though. Do you start it at the beginning of the month or can you do the end of the month? Right? Do you have to wait till you know what I'm saying? Does the second half start at the beginning of June or does it start at the end of June? I don't know how we play that in there. Yeah, volume's low. It could have to do with the taxes. Could just even be there with the budget. I think the budget is going to be key, especially with some of the moves we're seeing with the currencies, China, and all of that. I think that whatever amount of money we start spending, I think that's going to have some effects because I think it could be just affecting global money supply in general as people want to know really what the United States plans to do. So June is the end of so we have to wait till the end. Okay. I'm just excited. I'm just like, it's June. It says 6. Bro, 6/1/2021. Why did this year go so much faster than last year? Last year felt slow as hell. I felt like 2020 took 3 years. That's crazy. Fed corals may be incorrect. We have tools to deal with inflation. We're using proper risk management. Amen. Patrick, my view with crypto is just I want to hold assets. I'm tying it into my inflation theory, so I'm not really too worried about the broader context of it. Even then, I mean, I did get lucky on every single crypto my whole life, but I'm just about holding it. It's the same approach with real estate as well too. That's where I was actually very excited just to own what I have in general. So it's not really I'm not looking at it that deep. There will definitely be issues with it. There will be some people who like it, who don't. There's good and bad. There's bias and no bias. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to hold various assets, and I'm diversifying my portfolio between growth stocks, value stocks, crypto, high quality crypto, low quality crypto, real estate, expensive properties, cheap properties, rentals, flips, even short-term rentals, all of that. I'm trying to diversify my assets. So my whole play is playing inflation, and even what I said in the weekend video, and that's what I think you're assuming as well too, which I agree with you, that it has to do with it's where people put their money. And in 10 years, some of those cryptos are going to fail inevitably. And you're going to wish you put them somewhere else. But then some also, and same thing with stocks, you're going to look back and be glad you put it there. But right now in this marketplace, even with what we're seeing with bonds today, oil, what they did with China over the weekend, first time in 14 years, I'd rather own an asset, any sort of asset. Obviously, you have to discriminate between, high quality and low quality. But when you've spent, most of your time acquiring certain assets, you'll start to diversify into other ones, and that's what I'm doing. So it's not really that deep with it. Am I biased? Anything I own, I'm totally biased of. But overall, it's, I'm breaking everything down in these 5 to 7 year blocks. I think inflation has started. That's what a lot of people, I said a lot in that weekend video, and a lot of people boiled it down to a very few things, but I think a lot of people missed the point that I said. And what I said was inflation is already here. It's not about let's get rich off inflation. It's not about let's wait for inflation. It's not about, oh my God, what's going to happen with the Fed? Inflation is already here. And that's what I was talking about was the waves. Again, pretty much every 3 to 6 months, you are going to see inflationary pricing pressures. It's going to play its own little cycle every 3 to 6 months. That's what I was trying to say. I know, again, what I was saying was also very important about don't waste your money and you don't need a FOMO. And a lot of people thought that was the main point of the video, but it wasn't. It was understanding the cycles, the waves. Hey, bad, don't scare me like that. But the real key of all of it is understanding, inflation is already here. You are going to have certain times with waves. And then, the other main point I brought up in that video over the weekend, which I think a lot of people missed, was that everybody's connected. I don't know. I think it's kind of like it's ironic, essentially. I think the irony of that statement when it comes to finances, because a lot of the actions people are making, the budget, all of that, we're like, oh, yeah, you want to help people out. And that's the whole point you have to realize here with the current inflation situation. It affects everybody. It's not just like so the budget for America and the stimulus in America. God bless you. Like if it only affected us, that would be good. But that's just not true. And that's why I brought up, understanding the currencies and everything else right now, because you're going to, it creates other effects in other countries. And what that ends up doing, it affects your trade and how your items get here. So that's my whole inflation theory, is understanding all these currencies. The inflation is already here, owning assets, and, as more caution, maybe not everybody should be buying dog shit crypto or stuff they don't know about, because in 5-10 years from now, the quality of you want stuff that 5-10 years from now is going to be harder to acquire, and you better have some quality and value. So there you go. That's my good breakdown for that. My video, pretty much every 3 months or every month and a half, I've been making a video giving you guys an update to the whole situation. We started in January. We talked about the 3 best investments for the year, which at the time in January 2021, it was crypto, real estate, and value stocks. And then we gave an update 3 months later. It was March. Inflation was kind of running hot. This was before the CPI. People were freaking out, and we noticed what was going on with growth. And then I made that big Roblox trade and talked about why I'm doing that in this same thing. And then the next day, the next week, we talked about what we did here. It's so intriguing watching to so many very intelligent people projecting exactly opposite results in the market. It's beautiful. I agree. That's one thing that always fascinated me in the market. Any Zoom earn-in plays? I don't think I'm gonna play. I have that old put. I feel like Zoom just reported. But yeah, if I could say anything, patience is going to be, pay attention to how you could link all of your moves together and how everything is going to take time. That's why I said you don't really need a FOMO, and you just have to look ahead to building positions of stuff that you're going to want, because it's still these waves and how you perceive what's happening. It's going to happen in these time blocks. So be wise and be aware. Banks from Wells Fargo to JP Morgan. You should complain more about them. Say you're gonna, you should talk to them, because they're actually more likely to, given the bad drama they have, they're more likely to correct stuff like that. It's weird. Very weird. The like button is free to touch. Try it. That's crazy. You could touch the like button for free. I did not know that. Can I lock a rate now before the rate goes up? Well, chances are by Friday the rates are going to do something with the jobs report and then Powell. Again, the Powell thing is on climate change, and it's a little bit different. It's just like a speech he's giving in the morning, but we'll see. You hear banks want to pay $25 an hour? Yes. Again, I didn't think about it. I said it on that video because one of our good friends here, he owns a company. He has this restaurant, and he was saying how they have a skeleton crew right now. He said they're doing the most business they've ever done in their history, and they have less workers available. And he even said he can't even get people won't even work for him at $20 an hour packaging food. And he even said, though, the problem is, and this is something it's kind of crazy to think about, because he was like, I even tried to offer more than $20 an hour, but then what do you think the big issue is? You could apply for this job if you're local. I mean, I could definitely get you this job. But now think about it. He said we just said, why don't you just pay more money then? He said he's down to pay more money, but then what happens? No, they pay him a high amount. It makes sense because he needs them. This is the unforeseen problem. Yeah, there you go. Those are new employees. It's not taxes. It's not everything. It's funny. I like to see the answers. There's legacy employees. So now you're about to go give the new guy $25 an hour. The old guy's at $15 an hour. and then he's been working this whole time. And then what's going to happen? He needs to get it. Then it's from every single level of work or every position drives. You have to pretty much raise everything, or you fail to attract the new people in at the higher hourlies. I didn't even think about that when he told me. I was like, oh, because I was like, just pay him. I was like, go pay him. I was like, why don't you? I was like, if you're telling me you need him, go pay him $25 an hour. Who cares what it is? Like, if you need it. And I was like, come on. And then he was like, what about the other guys? And then this and that and that. I was like, damn. Okay. You get paid what you're worth. That is true, but right now, you're worth more in a supply shortage. You can't argue that. It's that you should get paid what you're worth, but to say right now a lot of people your equity in work right now is getting paid a lot more than it was a couple years ago, a few years ago. So supply and demand, the way it's worth, that's what I said. I was like, you need that person. One extra person would help a lot, and you're making the money to do it, but it's a supply. It's supply of labor. We could talk. So we start getting into the Philip curve and employment and wages and labor supply and all of that. But labor, there's supply and demand on labor. So the same thing, the same way we look at, this is economics of it. The same way we look at supply and demand for money, a good item, the same thing works with labor. This is basics of economic theories or different economic theories. So that's right now. There's a low supply of labor. Low supply equals high value. Let's make some plays. I'm holding a lot of different plays here. I mean, again, we definitely got our head in the game right now today. The market is moving a little interesting. Like Roblox, AMC, Coin, a lot of them did some work here today, but it's just still it's a very it's an interesting start to the month. I still do have that Wells Fargo put. It's clapped. Bible story about workers being paid and coming late. Thousands of years ago. Send the positivity. God bless you, BK. Amen. Positivity and respects. Build-A-Bear? That's still going? Isn't that, what's it called? Isn't that a Wall Street Bets one? Build-A-Bear's up 21% going straight up. It's doing wow. That was their first pop. So this is actually kind of leading AMC, at least holding up better. Some Meme Bear, Safe Haven. I mean, AMC's still doing pretty decent here. SPY coming down a little bit here, still bouncing down the bottom. Did we got Altria for the random play? Holding up very nice. See, you are getting some of that value play right now. Dow, Nasdaq's negative, SPY barely green, but Dow is still up almost 0.5% still. Lost half of its gains from the morning, but it's still holding up better. Have they cooled down on the halts? They have, and I think just the hot money is cool. That was what we remember. March was all about the hot money. That was the key.
Introducing Gemini.
What was that? Can you make a video on 10Ks? I actually have an old one I made probably about 2-3 years ago on 10Ks and how to read them and 10Qs and going over earnings. I think someone probably have the link, or you can search it. I'll see if I can find it for you. So Zoom calls for the fall with Corona coming back. We'll see. I mean, if it does, some places are reacting in other countries. They're reacting differently. But, bro, my mom went outside yesterday. It was crazy. My mom walked with my mom at least let me, she didn't wear a mask around me. It was crazy. I was like, are you okay, Mom? So I don't know. But then there is different news places, but I kind of use my mom as a barometer because she's kind of like very, very cautious towards it. So I was like, I don't know. No, I like Beyond, but the Beyond price is very, 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 very expensive right now. Like, so a lot of the options for $1, they were literally 10 cents last week, and that's still holding. That's the most American thing I've heard today. The Mama Answers Pandemic Safety Index. Yes, came in. It was an unexpected beat yesterday. Will we see a bounce later today? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's going to depend on where oil closes, how the bonds end up moving. I think we got a couple more manufacturing data points here. If we do get anything on the budget, I believe Biden is supposed to talk about something today. But then again, a lot of eyes. I think we're going to start. We're starting off on Tuesday. We're going to see how we get going here, and then by Friday, the jobs report, all that. I think that's going to be key. What the hell? Zoom had really, really good guidance last time, and then they fell down. So, I mean, I think it's going to be an interesting one, if anything. So, but I have that old put. I think I'm just going to hold that. I don't know if I'd want to make a play. Unless there's some cheap options we could play on the short term. SPY coming down here now. Dow or NASDAQ down 0.3. SPY about to go red. Dow up 1/3%. Is volatility. It's not too volatile. It's just, I mean, again, it is just one direction, and we just opened up and sold off. That's why I think we'll get them a little bit more as the day goes on. And again, even the oil situation, I think that's probably your biggest one. I think people might talk about it later here today. But if I'm seeing any kind of more global disruption, it looks like it's coming through the form of oil and what that's doing to the dollar and everything else. Tesla's red now. Altria is coming up as a value play. Target coming up here. So, again, a lot of the value names are holding. And Powell's wanting to raise rates. You think he looks at different currencies? I think they're taking it into account, but Powell is probably going to act from he'll look at it, but he's not gonna. It won't determine anything. I mean, they have to, given the role of the United States, but it's the Fed is gonna be more domestic and focused on what they need to do here. But they know the implications, and this has been brought up before. And whatever we do with our rates, it is going to affect other countries, and vice versa with other countries. So SPY coming down here now. SPY is now red. You're down 0.005. So Dow is the only thing holding up now. SPY red, NASDAQ falling deeper red, down 0.4. TLT coming down too. IVZ, Invesco, sitting down 5% already. Deep. This week is Mayweather fight. Yeah, where's Roblo? Roblo came down. AMC. All those that go long will get burned on June 7th. SPY 380. That wouldn't really burn it. We were talking SPY 310, man, a year ago. That 310 was like exciting for us. So, if you're truly long, regardless of what the SPY does, you'll probably be good. But if you have short-term positions on the upside that are, susceptible to theta, then yeah, you might get clapped. But it really just depends what you get here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised for things to happen very quickly, or for things, the only other theory I thought in mind where I'm not thinking about it is that we actually stall and just spend time at the same level. I feel like that's something a lot of investors have ignored. That's what I used to say about real estate. That was my biggest fear with real estate. And I think you might stagflation to a degree. But I wouldn't be surprised to see some things, stay pinned at a level for a long time. Stale summer, no. AMC coming down. Oh, yeah, it was up what, 20% this morning? SPY's coming down with it. Watch the Dow. Again, certain value names are actually holding up. Dash I like as a I like it as a momentum play. That's about it. Lately. So it was doing good. Those came down though. The premiums were holding up. We only made the random play. I've not made any other play today. What happened right now? We don't really have anything that caused it. This wasn't really oh, what's it called? This wasn't one of those news came out or anything. We just opened up and then that's it. The market just sold off right at open. Notice properties I looked at fell out of escrow and back on market. I've seen that a couple times too, and that's where it starts to change the situation, because then some people might just be waiting, or now that means some better options or stuff with the loan. But I saw a few houses fall out of escrow and come back on. I was pretty surprised. Unity on the low. Unity down 1.6. Roblo. Banks are still doing good here. You got 1%, almost 2%, depending on which bank. SPY still dropping again, down 0.09. NASDAQ is what's really going down. You're down 0.5% now almost. Dow has not moved in the process. Thoughts on SPY plays for June 16th. If there's a reason, I mean, any plays I'm making, I'm looking at different factors. So more or less, I'm looking at currencies and bonds, and then any other news that could confirm anything there. I'm in a call. Hey. Dumb question. My buddy bought a house. They accepted his offer, but he said it could take 2 weeks to close. Is that normal? Yeah. That's escrow. It usually takes about, I think, like 21 days. It depends if you're doing a loan and all that, or if you're doing cash, you can probably do it faster, but that is very normal. Where's Appel? Making plays only on stocks you're long term, not a bad idea. On stocks that you actually understand. Yeah. And if it's like upside or stuff that you would just be more comfortable owning. But the question is, it's always a good idea, but it just depends how you go about it, right? So if you go about it and end up spending more money on short-term plays than not, then it's gonna have a different effect. Will the Lakers win tonight? We will see. Check out BTNR. I think I just saw that on the high ticker. Vertex Energy up 25%. Looks like a hype name momentum. Oh, man, look at this. So be careful with that one. I don't know if there's a buyout or anything, but that's moving. Biotech's on the low, IBB. That's down 1.3. The good old triple gap up. I mean, again, at least last week, like I said, last week you actually had a gain. I don't think you guys realized we did a lot, that broke the trend of all these moves to do nothing. But this week, I think we had a move like this last week. I'm pretty sure this is how we opened up. VTNR upgraded 25. Oh, nice. So there's actually news with that one. What do you think is a better value now, Roblox or UMC? I mean, I encourage you to try to, what's the definition of value? And you got to ask yourself, which makes more sense to you. Roblox is up 38% in the last 3 months. UMC is up in the last 3 months as well, too. But also check the 1 year. Roblox hasn't been around. But it seems like you're probably getting a better value on UMC. But I don't know if you're referring to it with quality. But both have moved very interesting. But Roblox is expensive now, or it's at least higher, and so is UMC, but UMC is lower from where it started out at. Don't sleep on the NVIDIA split. I agree, but it moved a little bit and came down. Like AMD was up today. I thought that one would be good, but it got a little clapped here today. But I was surprised. I mean, it moved really, really strong on Friday. $300 on the bench, baby. There you go. Stay healthy. That's awesome. AT&T on the low. AT&T was on the high. What? Yo, AT&T just switched gears as far as value. SPY's just holding up break even right now. Lee. That was the IPO from last week. It's actually up. Looking at real estate, 2 acres going for $500,000. Sold a few years back for $60K. Is that inflation? It is out of control, and that's pretty much what we're gonna find out here. I mean, and I'm comfortable with watching it and waiting. But what's really gonna happen is the prices are gonna stick, and then it's gonna stay with real estate. Usually, prices are sticky with real estate. But that's what we're gonna find out here, because you see that everywhere, and it is pretty wild. It is crazy. I don't disagree with you. But the real question is gonna be, does it hold or not? And that's gonna be the question everyone's having, and that's what will tell us, it's gonna be risky now or it's not risky. Because if those prices hold up, it just goes up from there. And again, the inflation situation, but mixed with the supply crisis of real estate, we see from there. If it holds, God help the millennials. There's more money in the system, though. I mean, at the end of the day, that's why I'm not really worried about that in the long run. It's gonna be easier to get your right now. It's because you're in a transitory phase between between money coming in and old lending standards. The real estate market is it's archaic if you think about it. So that's why I think millennials and the younger generation and a lot of people now in the next coming years, they will have more access to home loans and other stuff like that, where the pricing, it will become affordable for a lot of people in other ways. Essentially, affordability can occur without prices going down. But again, we're going to see. You want to buy your first crypto, wondering Ethereum or Ethereum Classic. If you don't own any of them, Ethereum normal is going to, Ethereum is probably going to be better initially. I have both for a reason, but I bought my Ethereum first. 40-year mortgage. Well, they've talked about it where we haven't gotten, and have we gotten any more updates on that? I feel like I haven't heard, they talked about the 40-year mortgage, some weird stuff happening with bonds and all that, but I feel like the 40-year mortgage, where's that? Some people are saying other lenders are offering it already, but like, where's the official, the official 40-year? Being able to afford doesn't change the fact that something is too much. I mean, maybe, or people probably undervalued, the benefits of a shelter. And I think maybe COVID highlighted how important a good shelter in a good area with good access to places and infrastructure and jobs, and the fact that most people's houses became their offices. It could be very well that people undervalued houses for a long time. Because if you think about it, the price change from 2005 to 2017, 18, the prices went back to the same price they were a decade ago, not to include any inflationary effects of the dollar. But we will see. Again, just whatever happens in the market in general will be key. But real estate is definitely it's an interesting point now, and it's I think it kind of getting a test here. But you are also about to enter a hot season. That's what I really want to see what happens with real estate in the summer as we start getting into these good up until October. And then October is probably when real estate will slow down. That's usually when it does seasonally, but we'll see if those trends continue. What do you think about the evictions? Well, don't they? I think some stuff starts to expire between now and then the next 2 weeks. Everything from some of the evictions to unemployment benefits. So we'll see. But we've talked about it. I think there's a lot of demand in real estate right now. So any evictions or foreclosures, I think it's met with equity and strong demand. Hot real estate. We'll see if it does get hot. And again, same thing even with stocks here. I want to, usually if May is good, June ends up being good. So see what's about to happen next. Okay. You accepting crypto for houses or rents? Most of my places are rented out, and I haven't really sold any houses. But if somebody offered to pay me in crypto, I would take it. May was decent. It still ended up being positive. So we were right about at negative, but we ended up going positive in May. So that was good. How are the REITs doing? Oh, at 68. Whew. IRM at 43. Beautiful. I'll take payment in Roblox. That could work. Oh. 0 COVID deaths reported in UK. What time is it? 8:09. 8:09. We haven't got any news. You got some Fed speeches, just quarrels. Bank of England corporate bond holdings. Let me check the currencies. How we looking? The euro is up. The dollar is down. That makes sense. The Chinese currency is weak, but the odd dollar. That makes sense. No, our dollar should go up. So that means the Chinese currency is probably weaker than it is. Very interesting. Do it for the Lexus. I like Uber. I was looking at Uber yesterday in the long term. It made a nice, dude. It was at 42. That was a nice move. So let's see if it sets its own range there. New core running, steel. Will I be playing Roblox today? Let's see what's about to happen next, okay? All depends. All depends. MDRR. What does it do? What's the reason? Due for a big move. Why? Medalist. So, I mean, if anything, I see hype stocks kind of getting some movement here. If you'd want to take them in days like this, it would just depend. It is a REIT, though, huh? It looks like a more newer REIT, but it looks very interesting. Pfft, 32% dividend yield. I don't know what the expense ratio is on that, but that's crazy. That's a high divvy. That's better than crypto. That's crazy. SPY hit a new low. It's kind of bouncing here. SPY is green now. NASDAQ is red still. That's great. 32%. So that's high risk again. So even when you look at it, that's why I was surprised. I thought this was just like a hype name. So I was surprised this was a REIT. But that's why when I looked at the divvy, it says, or maybe did they cancel the divvy? They canceled the divvy. Maybe not. But even then, I mean, that still would have, it says a lot. So then it's a REIT that doesn't pay dividends. It's only on preferred shares. So I would just, I mean, again, I think there's a lot of factors right there that point a lot of things out. It's interesting, but I'm probably not going to be into that one. But do your thing, baby. What's not right for me may be right for you. Everything is not for everybody. You have 2,300 AMC shares at $8. You should watch the video on covered calls. So that's the video I put out last week with AMC and GameStop, UMC, Roblox. If you have good entry prices on some of these hype names that could still move a lot, or you want to hold them or anything, you could sell covered calls, and that's your best strategy. So I made a video on it last week. If you want to go watch it, I give the factors to sell the best covered calls in general. Vertex Energy again. That's selling premium. Yeah, so then that way, I mean, go watch the video. I go into really big depth with it because that's what I did at my AMC. So, and then even Lending Tips has a lot of AMC. I told them the same thing. It's just the smartest strategy you could, in my opinion. This is what I would do because if you bought the shares low enough, you have multiple 100% gain. You could sell a covered call 100% above, and it allows you to really take advantage of the hype stocks, so that you get upside. Even if it rockets to 100, if you sold a $70 call and you're asking crazy questions now, first you better watch yourself. So, right now you're like, well, what should I do? Should I sell it? You're like, what if it goes to 100? That's the FOMO demon speaking to you. So, but even then, you bought it at $8. You could go sell it at you could go sell a $70 call, get paid $4,000 or $5,000 in premium, and then with that $4,000 or $5,000 in premium, even if you're forced to sell it at 70, you are still going to be forced to take a 1,000%, more than 1,000% profit on 16,000, but you still make $160,000. If you have 2,000 shares at $8 a pop, right there, that's 16 grand. If you get 10x more, you'd be making $170,000, $10,000 up front, which is almost 50% of your initial investment, and you would still get to ride the whole way or walk away, lowering your cost basis by 50%. Covered calls is easy in that one. Here's the video link, though. Here's in the chat. I go over why GameStop or why AMC is better than GameStop. I didn't know that violated ape tradition, but I think I made some good points there. But then I explain my covered calls and why that's how you should play it. I did it with Roblox. I did it with AMC. If UWMC goes up too and we want to hold it, covered calls will be the way to go, especially when there's hype. Because again, if you're selling the covered calls 50, 100% above the price, then you're still guaranteeing a lot of upside. ABLM, I've heard about them. American Battery Metals. I have to take a look. I think they have been moving recently. Nope, I don't see ABLM. UMC came down. Oh, ABML. That's one. Yeah, I heard about this one. I just am a little bit scared of some of these companies. So, I mean, this is what I was saying in the video. I mean, a couple years from now, I would just prefer something, again, and I said it, some of these companies may end up becoming the leaders, but I'm just going to be looking out for something with a little bit more, I would go for a battery producer if you want that energy exposure. I would go for something that you're just more familiar with because I'm not familiar with them. The name sounds familiar. I look at the chart and I see, I'm a little bit turned off after what we saw. I didn't like it in the beginning of the year, and then it seemed like people were okay with it. And then you see how it all played out. I'm just not, I'm sticking to my script. But it doesn't mean it won't work. If you like it, it's all on you. How about battery recycle? Is there any solid battery plays, of a bigger name that you might be aware of? It's that, or until it kind of becomes more. For me, I'd have to see it just play out more. Valet, I like Valet. That would make a lot more. That one you're paying a premium and rightfully so, but I feel like it'd be better there. Or like Tesla, yeah. Chick-fil-A. AMC, huge pop. That's not a huge pop, bro. But I feel you. Holding up here. Just keeping calm and steady. Everything is green now except the NASDAQ. SPY was red for a second, came back up. Man, averaging on the Disney. No, that was an older earnings play with the July. Maybe. I think it depends how it plays, but probably not. Overall volume. What time is it? 20 million after. It's like you're on par. It's a little bit lower. It's like lower. It's in the low. It's going to be in the low range today, unless if you stay at this pace. But it's like kind of above average the last few days. How's it? Oh, I thought you were talking about AMC right now. That's why I definitely cannot deny AMC's pop. But I thought you were saying this was a huge pop. I was like, not really, but I mean, on the daily, this is definitely a huge pop. Yeah. WPG is up 45%. Woo. You think when we're fully open, Disney will pop? Well, that's the key. I mean, that's literally what happened this week. You have to realize Memorial Day, a lot of people went outside, and this is what we were pricing in from. This is what we were pricing in from last year. We were saying the reopen, and now your vaccine numbers are going up. You got people actually going outside, the travel numbers, everything. So that's the real question. Because now it's like, is it priced in or not? Or now that we're seeing it, is it bad? Is it good? But it does make a lot of sense. It's not price. Well, it's questioning is it or not. I mean, again, people were getting ready for the reopening months ago, if not a year ago, pricing in. Okay, this is why they bought the dip. So the question is, buy the news, buy the rumors, sell the news. You're buying this idea of the reopening trade. The real question a lot of people haven't seen yet is now once the recovery is right in our face, do we sell it or not? Like what do you do? That's what I'm saying in that situation. People actually went out on Memorial Day. It was crazy. Upstart still falling. I just saw that on the low ticker. They're down 7%. ChargePoint. I actually like ChargePoint because I've used ChargePoint. I have the ChargePoint. I have the app on my phone because I've used them before. So I like them. I think they've just had a crazy kind of run up here. Again, I just don't like the looks of a lot of these charts here when it's just like this. This tells me a story. You know what I'm like? If you got every single company that is brought up, they all look like that, and they're either newer and they have that whole run up. But at the very least, ChargePoint is a battery. I've seen the company. I've actually dealt with their products and used them, and like that's for me personally, that has more weight. So I actually like it. But I don't know if I would technically buy the stock when, there's so many other companies I really do want right now. Would I buy 100 shares of AMC to sell covered calls? So you should watch that video. That's why I wanted to make sure Ben watched the video because I even say it in the video. I even write it in the description. That's the last thing you should do. So covered calls is a great strategy, but if you want to buy a stock that is at a 400% premium to where I bought it just to get 10% back, it's not going to make sense. The best way to do the covered calls is to be owning the equity and then be having a decent sized gain on the equity before selling covered calls. But buying a stock just to sell covered calls, it's usually not going to work out how you think it is. Here's the link, my friend. BA hitting a low now. Yeah, oil's dropping right there. So in the last like 10, 15 minutes there, oil saw a 1% drop. Bro, it's about to hit 7. That's what I think. If it hits 70, I think that's going to mess with bonds and the dollar a little bit. I think that's another factor we have to start pricing in is the impact of oil on all this because higher oil prices, that goes beyond reflation, and then that starts to show inflation with oil above 70, I think. What stocks do they get weekly options? It all depends on liquidity. So the more active a stock is trading, the more options it's going to have. So if the average volume over the 7 days or 30 days is lower, it's not going to have options or it's going to have a limited set. And depending on the float of the company and how it moves, if it's a bigger float, smaller float, are you going to be 50 cents apart, $1 apart, $5 apart on the strikes? That's what matters. But realistically, having weeklies or other options depends on the actual liquidity and dollar volume traded on the stock every day. Random play was Altria July calls. And then Bank of England said something about climate risk. Again, Powell is speaking. Powell's speech is going to be on climate. PayPal and Square. Meow. Snooze fest. A lot more exciting than Friday. Friday was a snooze fest. I went and I snoozed. Friday was like, you had so many more reasons. You should have moved like this on Friday. Friday was whack comparatively. This is actually a little bit more exciting. We're coming into global news. You got the currencies moving, the dollar, the bonds. You sell off almost a full percent. Man, that was crazy. That was crazy. Oh, you talk about Powell's speech. Climate change? I hope he just doesn't drop any Yellen bombs. I hope he don't come off sounding like Yellen and ooh. Every day an adventure, all the same. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here. We hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome back. Welcome back to start the week. Welcome to June. You're almost halfway done with the year, so I hope you're ready, baby. But we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, do 4. Can't do 4, do 2. Can't do 2, do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Go, rapid fire blink, rapid fire blink. Wow, felt great. Felt great. Wow, did you relax those eyeballs? You look good, man, good. Next, I need you to relax the shoulders, drop the shoulders, put your weight on your elbows, okay? Your arms, listen, I got a new trick for you. First, I'm going to tell you this. Relax, fix the nerd neck, drop the shoulders, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Good, but make sure the shoulders are dropped. Drop your shoulders and put the weights on your elbow. Your hands are resting by your body right now. Just put the weight into your elbows, okay? But while keeping your chest to the sun while the shoulders are down, okay? But that's where you put the weight. Are you ready? I found a new posture trick. I've already known about this, but it helps. It's helped a lot today. Widen your chest, okay? Relax your chest. Chest to the sun. I want you to poke your chest to the sun, but you should feel, some of y'all, you got really tight chests with that nerd neck, okay? Relax that chest. It looks, okay? Relax the shoulders too. I know I'm making it complicated, but you could just chest to the sun and relax and drop your shoulders. I'm just a thinking individual, so when I think about it out loud, it helps me do it better. But just focus on relaxing your chest. A lot of you have a lot of pressure in the chest, okay? So fix that. It's good for you. But now that you got that out the way, I should tell you that you look good, man. You look really good right now. I'm not going to lie to you right now. That with that chest all open and relaxed and chest to the sun, you look good right now. It's a great, I'm so glad to see you to start my month. Oh, my God. Sorry. But you should have your legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. You are not riding a dolphin. Please fix that posture. Stop mangling your body. Your legs should be firmly in front of you, not wrapped behind your chair. You should not be kicking your nuts with your left leg as you lean towards your mouse or away from it. Again, Use your arms. Put the weight on the elbows. Relax the chest. Boom, baby. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. You look amazing. You know that? You look amazing. Finally, I need you to relax your jaw. Okay? Get all that tension out there. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. I love it. I love it. I love it. Relax your chest. It's good. I feel good. I'm focusing on relaxing my chest and making sure my chest will be tight. That's why I noticed this weekend. I had a really relaxing weekend of no tight chest. It's good. My chest muscle's too big. But like some of y'all, you may not think you have chest muscles, but you do. And it's messing up your posture. Do it for the chest, man. Do it for the chest. Okay? AMC's in the bottom right. Just checked another off the list and bought Disney for the long term. Could have done it without you, bro. In the chat, much love to you all. Nick Rojas, my man, for the long term. On. Amen. Boo, do, 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 do. Do. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go to the bathroom now. So keep it positive and respectful. I'll be back here in a second. But please enjoy. Please enjoy. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. You're tuned in to 101.5 The Code. If your mama raised you well, we could clearly tell. We got a long day ahead of us, starting off the month with a little bit of excitement and a lot of currency moves, baby. I hope your day's doing good, and I hope that long term is holding up, baby, as it should. The Dow Jones is up 0.40, the S&P 0.13, and the NASDAQ Composite down a 0.1%, baby. I hope you had a good weekend, and I hope you're ready to finish out the week with your own pals and the non-farms. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Woo! Imagine feeling like Buddha. Can I tell you guys something? You want me to help you feel like Buddha? I can help you out right now. Okay? I don't know. Maybe you could believe the hype. You could not believe the hype. I feel like a lot of people recently, as we're changing seasons, people are getting used to Rio. I feel like a lot of people are tired. I was tired on Friday. So that's the first part. Just rest. I feel like a lot of people adjusting. We're getting into seasons and all of that. So relax a little bit, make sure you're doing good. But you'd be surprised what a little bit of rest and everything could do. Not everything's that's crazy. I was going to make a video on this, though. I have another weird part. You guys want to talk about something weird? We could talk about something weird. I don't know if you want to talk about it. It's kind of dark a little bit. I wouldn't say too dark, but it is. When I first said this to somebody, they were like, that's dark. And then they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Because they didn't understand it fully. Are you ready? Are you ready? So this is just what I noticed. And this is why I encourage you to stay positive all the time and enjoy everything, especially with what you're doing. And you do get a long term. Yep. Apple app available on the Video Shield. But so when I do my videos, I have this little tool that it monitors public data. That it gives you ideas with keywords and stuff like that. It pretty much shows, it's like Google Trends, but with YouTube. So it shows me trends of what people are talking about relative to certain keywords, right? So if you put in stocks, it'll say it'll bring up Palantir, right? Because a lot of people looking up stocks are looking up Palantir. If you put in day trading, AMC will come up, right? Are you guys following with me? So I've looked at this thing for years. I've always kept it up there, and I've looked into it. But now, what happened in the last couple days, it really stuck out to me. I saw a recommendation, and it was in between all of the stock keywords. In between all of the stock keywords, literally it was stocks, stock trading, stock market, all the stock market keywords. And then what keywords, 2 keywords came up. Does anybody it was so weird. I don't know. I don't know if you'll be able to guess it, because I was surprised. I don't think this is 10. I'm honestly using this as a reminder to make sure you guys stay positive, believe it or not. Oh yeah, you guys aren't going to get it. Yeah, nobody. It shocked me. I've never seen this. In years of looking at it, it looked like an outlier. It looked like an anomaly, but then it kept coming up. So the key words was depression and anxiety. I was very shocked. I say it didn't make any sense. I've never seen that in my life. That those 2 words are linked to stock trading now. In anything. Even if you put Apple stock. It's crazy. So I was like, wow, I think a lot of people are, it says a lot about kind of the demographic I would say with trading right now, that is trending alongside stocks, like literally depression and anxiety. So I encourage you all, be positive. I really hope you don't have a crazy burden on you. I know society and life and, working and all that, but at the end of the day, don't be afraid to relax and chill out a little bit. And, if anything, Chad, we're pretty good at handling it, I would say. We like to keep a good attitude and all that. We have our ups and downs. So, but I encourage you all just to, nothing's ever that crazy. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy what you're doing. It's a really fun game. But there's a lot of things that could happen. And I know a lot of people, it's easy to look back and you could get in. It's a crazy cycle with trading. So be careful out there. All right. And I think it's something really, really real where it's coming out. Cause that just stood out to me though. That's what I'm saying. It's very, it's very, very, very weird to me. Cause I was like, damn, I've never seen that before. So, it makes me focus on a lot about what we do here. And, we do have that level of positivity. I mean, it's not always on point. I'll be the first to say, but, it's clear that in this industry, that is, especially right now with what's been happening, I think you're going to deal with that a lot. So I hope you guys are, in the right headspace, surround yourself with the right people. But overall, too, my end conclusion, don't be afraid to chill. You know what I'm saying? Like, actually chill. So you'll be good. Just chill. Relax. So if some of you don't feel good, take a nap. You know what I'm saying? You'll be good. Dee 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 dee. But this is good according to the stock market cycle. I see what you're saying. You're saying because then now you're not getting extreme fear and more sadness does create healthier markets to a degree. But I don't know. I think this is unique because I've seen the market at various times, and I've been posting YouTube videos for a long time, and that was a very weird suggestion. Like I've never, even during the flash crash, even during March 2020, I never saw that. Do 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 do. Yeah, Bitcoin dropped. Bitcoin had a little run here earlier this morning, but Bitcoin's down now. Ethereum still ERP. You'd have more anxiety and depression if you YOLO savings in the DOW. I think it's both. I think it's people who put money in this stuff and lost, people who missed out on stuff, people who, whether you, even if you did good and then you look back and then you ended up not doing good, there's a lot. This market, so much has happened in the last coming months. It makes a lot of sense. That's why I was like, it's weird though to see that the trend is that prevalent where it shows up even with like data tools. That's what shocked me the most. And that's why I'm like, damn, some of y'all really, really out here with and dealing with it. So I hope you guys are good, man. Everybody, and I hope you look at other people and other traders the same way, where you have a various degree of experiences right now in the market. Do do do. So now we're chilling out. SPY is calm. It kind of looks like Friday a little bit when we started having some of these. It kind of does look like Friday. It looks like a bigger version of Friday. This is a weird way for the meme stocks to coexist. The LT, I love it. That's what, bro. I was looking at it yesterday. I was just very like, I was literally just like, oh, because I was looking at some plays I wanted for the pickup, and then I just started taking a look at the long term, and I was like, man, this thing did good, bro. The long term, and that's even with the video I made over the weekend. You know, that was an example of what I said in the video, where it's like you want to get some good quality stuff. We even went for some higher risk stuff back then, but stuff where it's going to still be around here in the future, and it's just going to be harder to get your hands on. You know, everything we got in there that was like a real solid, like the Walgreens, the Altrias, and the Snapchat was growth, but you look at it and you're like, even Abivi, there were some good pickups, and it just, it was good quality too. So shout out to long term, baby. Where is AMC? If AMC, I mean, I'm glad it has the 73 calls now. So then we could sell our more covered calls. I was going to do it this morning at $4, and then it came down. It is credit spread season. I've just been very scared of selling it. Damn, I could have got $4. Shit, I should have sold that. I think it's just any shorting anything in this market, I think just you get a target on your back in a weird way. But it is that could just be my fear talking, and it would make more sense to do it. You know, when the market's not moving like this, you just got to make sure you can account for any bigger moves. Now, sometimes the volume candles do that. It glitches out there. It's a little weird. I want to open up the long term. Bididoo. Just look at the long term, bro. It's still just doing what it has to do. You know, it's still there. It's good. You know, there's been some wins, you know. Out of all of these, like, you could even just see. These are our losing positions. We're down on one AT&T. Two AT&Ts are down after today's move. 7% on the recent pickup of coin. 14% on our old position of Walgreens, but then we're up 45 on the bigger position. Arquite down 20 now. That was surprising. That one was up a lot this year. And then big commerce. So it's good to see how it's all played out. You know, it balances back and forth. I was looking at the Uber. You guys remember those Ubers? I was looking at this and I was a little surprised because you guys remember we sold this covered call. Remember I rolled this over, but now I realized this ends in 6 more months here. I already have 73% of it. I got most of the profit there. So I was looking at some of that. So I was like, we could do some more different strategies here. But I was just overall very hyped with how it's been holding up here. And I think that says a lot. India's economy going to see a resuming pace. Ugh. Arcus and SCO shooting up. Is oil dropping? Yo, oil is plummeting right now. This could be because of the what's it called? Some of the Saudi comments about pumping more versus the OPEC cuts. Seeing bonds are coming. I honestly think oil might be leading bonds in a weird way as far as inflation indicator. That might be the real key instead of crypto. Low key, because now bonds are coming back here, but oil just dropped a lot. OPEC increasing production. And then didn't the Saudis say something today? Ramping up July. That'll be good though. I mean, you want oil to go down. I mean, I want to see even how it's going to affect the prices. GME on the high. Tesla lands more approvals for Gigafactory. Wife filled me in. Lipstick being marked up heavy. Possible looking to Ulta. Makeup. That's true. I like Ulta. Remember, I have Ulta in the small account. But I didn't expect to make that much off Ulta. I think we still have a good gain on it. Yeah, we have 48% on Ulta. Isn't that crazy? I didn't even remember when we bought that. It was like kind of a weird little pickup. And I was like, okay, I think it'd hold up. But that thing went up 48%. I like it, though. I like Ulta a lot. I'm a big fan of I bet on the ladies, man. I know they've run up Ulta. Disagree. USA is a major exporter of oil. Lead to increasing job growth. You want it to be in the 70s. I agree with that part, but I'm more looking at it from an inflationary standpoint because now, we've had oil at these prices, but you haven't had gas at this price. And that's because of some of the other input costs. So I think it just has I think there's a weird relationship at play with it in this type of marketplace. But you are right. Eyeliner sales up 38 because everyone was wearing masks. Jeez. Is Zoom earnings today or is it tomorrow? Today, I'll see. TikTok lady telling her husband Ulta is a utility company because there was $300 charge every month. That's funny. It's been around for a while. I actually used them in the past, but it's just like it's an interesting model. Yeah, TLT popping. I think it has to do with oil. I mean, take a look. It kind of looks the same. It looks inverse. TLT looks inverse there. So that's good though, at the very least, because now that's been a 0.5% move on TLT from top to bottom. So it's still kind of outpacing the market here. I have 15 years of video production. I don't like Vimeo as a company. Yeah, I just feel like they're like just outdated in a way. It's like a weird YouTube. It's like MySpace going public. Man, MySpace was Tom was the GOAT. If you think of Tom, you remember Tom? He sold MySpace for $500 million, and he didn't steal your data. He didn't do anything he just didn't. He let y'all have fun. He invented social media. He's like, all right, man, do your thing. You know what I'm saying? He got his paycheck. He just left, did his own thing, and then that's it. That's all. He just just genuinely he did what he needed to do and he left and then that's it. And he didn't turn it into like a government entity. Dude, Ulta is up a lot. So I like the Ulta play. I just wish it was lower. I guess you're really above the 2020 level, but it's makeup very good, man. Makeup very good industry. I only own 2 shares of Ulta. We bought it in the small account, the small long term, and then it went up. So my Ulta is only worth like $700, but good profit, good profit. I think I used 2 deposits for it. Yeah, I saved up 2. I put in what, $400? New NUE is up again? Damn. Yeah, we'll see, because if oil, I think oil is going to be interesting here, because now the real question will be, do other commodities start moving up with it as well too? Zoom, somebody said Zoom is pricing in 7%. I would see if there's any cheap option plays. Remember what happened last earnings. They have really good guidance. They killed it. Popped a little bit, then came back down. If there's cheap enough options, that's what I'd be looking at. SPY leaps. Maybe. Depends. I would see, again, we'll probably have more data by the end of this week. That's why, again, you're going to get the jobs report, and then Powell, and then the next week is going to be CPI, and then the next week after that is going to be the FOMC. So things are about to heat up here in the next 2 to 3 weeks. I would say maybe really the next 2 weeks after this week. I do not trade futures now. This will be good. It's slowed down. The market has been, again, even with the hype stock lately, you've been seeing the volume kind of come down. We've been getting these interesting moves. At least this move off the open was at least a little bigger, but it feels like it's slowing down. Immunovant sinks 28 after CMO departs. Yeah, GME is outpacing. GME is up today. I don't know if more people trading overnight. I just think it's still you could even see it with the American personal savings. I think it's just, again, there's stamina. Not everybody is going to, you're not getting the same amount of hot money as we did a couple months ago. And then now after certain asset prices crash and come down like crypto, all of that, I think it's creating a different effect. FSR, Fisker. Yeah, Fisker popping. I think you guys said CCIV popping as well too. So this is something that could show it. Well, again, and people are going to spend their money on other things. They already have spent their money, and you have to just factor everything else that's gone on. But this is the U.S. personal savings rate. You guys remember I showed you guys this? I showed you this a couple months ago. I showed you guys this a few times. We showed it at the beginning to highlight, what was happening. Again, you could see most savings was below 10% from Americans, the savings rate. And then this was after all of the, COVID, all of the funding, everything else. Here's at the beginning of the year. You saw that one little run up. Here was February after the drop. It led to another pounce, and now we're coming back down here. So this is where, as this starts to kind of come back to normal here, this is one showing you the inflation effect. But what's happening, people are getting influx of money, and then they're spending it. And then the money comes in, then they're spending it. These are literally, you could watch the stimulus and budgets get approved through this. Well, yeah, it's always going to come back down. I mean, it should come back to normal, but this is where it's saying, think about earlier in February and March. Do you see the difference? Like, do you see why, imagine that run up we had in February, March, or from the end of the year, what started happening? You had, the amount of savings doubled in the United States. So, where's forecast? It says 2023 forecast historical. But yeah, so that's where, looking at where we're at, and again, that's what you have to think about it. A lot of the budgets and those other plans, they haven't came through yet. So we'll see, but depending on how people react with the, with the money and the money that's available, then we'll see some more effects. It should be okay. FSR still moving. Jamia. AI up 4 or 8. AI's up 8. Mm-hmm. Oh, charge point new high. Everybody in CHPT. Is this a budget move? I think today you're still responding to the hype. You got the reopening trade. Again, that China stuff, we should talk about that. But then the oil. I think oil was probably the biggest surpriser today and going higher. A lot of EVs going. Was ChargePoint a SPAC? I think so, right? Listen to Uncle all week. Got me pumped up to make moves, baby. Amen. 60-40. 64-40. Long term and some growth. Nucor's still going up. It was a SPAC. Coinbase holding up. TLT hanging out at the high of the day. Market hanging out at the low of the day. No real bounce at all. NASDAQ has been the weak one. Dow Jones has been the leader. Jeez. really despising the sideways move. I think we're going to, I mean, this week is just going to be a lot of data, a lot of Fed. We might get some budget hints in there, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this. But we will see. We'll see what June tells us. Russia building up metal reserves. Let's say that way Nucor's killing it. Commodities. That's what I'm even saying today with oil. That move in oil could hint at more commodities going up. What is a negative yielding bond? Exactly what it is. It's a bond that yields a negative return. So it may not seem likely or it doesn't seem logical, but if you're in an environment where the currency is going up a lot instead of weakening, but the currency is deflating, a negative bond would actually help you. Obviously, holding it cash would probably be the best instead of getting less, but people use that as a way to put, bigger money with a relative amount of safety. Negative bonds bother me. Yeah, Apple is the leader on the downside. CP3 AI. Chris Paul, Allen Iverson holding up. Apple is barely. It was lagging. It was lagging a lot more. It's actually came back up. Up. SPY, a little bit of a chicle. Low tickers picking up. Finance stocks, Visa and the MasterCard. They're kind of at the bottom there. Getting a little bit of a chicle. Not anything crazy. Devon Energy. No, Oh, people buy those negative bonds. Why can't they hold their dollars? Because they may not be able to hold them in the same place with safety. So, or they don't expect it, and then it happens out of nowhere, but then they'll be willing to put, because then you could put large amounts of the bond, even if you get back negative 0.01 or negative 0.05, it's not that much, but then if you keep it in a bank, and then what happens to the bank rates and all of that, and then, again, where will you keep large sums of money purely in cash kept safe? It's very difficult to do, so that's why bonds or a negative bond would be the answer. But again, in a deflationary environment. Yeah, IRM ripping there. Or it's at least as the market's kind of coming down there, getting some steam. Or even like Altria did good. AT&T slipped. Roblo comeback. Oh my gosh. Roblox just, it knows its role. Slow. That chicle was slow. That was slow. How do you feel? How do you feel, Chad? How do you feel? How do you feel? You just want me to notice. I see you. Adedoyen. I see you, man. God bless you and Lucid, bro. Good work, man. Good work. Proud of you. There you go. There you go. I get that long term. Hopefully it's in the long term. I'll not do anything for the long term. Amen. 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 Arquite and AMC. Uh-oh. Is this it? Is this where it starts to pick up? Oh. MasterCard and Visa dropped, but then it came back up. Or excuse me, it was just slow. Arquite. Big candle Arquite. UWM not moving with it. It kind of is, but not the same size. So watch, because if AMC and all of them start moving here, like look at, we're about to hit a low on the SPY now, and then you're starting to get another move here. Or else you consider start buying metals to state reserves. They just making the whole inflation thing. So much buying pressure. Need UMC to wake up. $50 would be nice. Oh yeah. $50 UMC price target. I'll take it. That'd be awesome. Yeah, all the hype stocks right there, they just got a little bit of a mini leg right there, but let's see if it holds up. Should I sell that AMC? Nah, you should have this morning on the 70s. Wait. If these 70s, because 73s come back to $4, I would sell them because then you get $4,000 to sell it there. Or you could even sell like the 60s. But these are going for $4 this morning. I would wait a little bit. Airbnb going. YY on the low. Goldman Sachs on the high. 52-week high. LEDS. Another EV stock. Semi-Lids Corporation. They're popping right there at a high. So again, a lot of random hype names are moving right now. Viacom moving a little bit. Sava. Cassava. Yeah, we got Archite in the bottom right. I want to see if AMC starts to break out here. AMC just moved 10% low key while the market was just bouncing around there. Airbnb coming from CNBC. Summer surge in stocks. Yep. Airbnb at the high is doing pretty good. I mean, Airbnb might be a nice bounce off the bottom here. You're still going to be paying a premium on some of these. Yeah, Archite really moving there. So you're getting a lot of movement here. I'm looking at it at play right now too, but you're getting a lot of movement on these stocks now as the market's not doing much, but you're watching this broadening out or this hype rally. I don't know what to call it. Airbnb still moving. Is it just a short squeeze on what? It could be in general, but you're just there. This was a weird effect here, because again, we didn't really do much, but a lot of these stocks just they just got put into gear. A lot of the hype names, and then Airbnb just got that mention on CNBC as a summer surge stock, kind of just the initial reopening theory we had with it. Architect call sweep, UMC hit 9. See if UMC actually holds it up there. It was at 9:30 on Friday. So SPY coming down a little bit more here now. Probo. It's looking, I think it might get a little exciting here. Again, I think you're watching the SPY kind of slip off here. NASDAQ and SPY red now. Dow's coming down, but you are definitely seeing you're seeing some of these hype names come back up. Charge point ripping. We were looking at that one earlier. I think a lot of EV names, Neo, Charge Point, Fisker, CCIV. They're doing good. W Key right now. Is that one EV? Wiseki. W Key popping right now off a couple candles. Looks like lower volume. Be careful, but that's moving. Marquite, let's see if this stops the hype. Yeah, see what the market does. See if the SPY goes lower. Watch some of those hype names to see if they continue or not. I don't think the hype names are just, again, this is what we've been looking for. We're trying to find them to coexist, and it's just operating a little different here. That's what I'm trying to keep my eye out for. That's why if you notice some factors and it comes to life, that will tell us a lot. UMC, baby. See if it moves right here. See if it moves here. Do all the hype names, do we see a low on the SPY, and then on this low on the SPY, if everything else moves with it, that will be the indicator. Looking good. There we go. Roblox do good. UMC, Airbnb, the TLT, the Coinbase, Elevate. It wants to come back. Where's Overstock? Paying 100% premium versus 100% premium. TOT on the high. Hold on, XLM or ETC. I still like both of them. I'm waiting again. I wanted the ETC. I never got filled on those, and then everything that was happening just the last couple weeks. But I still have that most of that budget available in that other crypto account. I have like 20,000 ready to buy the dip, essentially. So I'm just kind of spacing out. Again, that was we made those initial purchases about 30 days ago, or I bought them on May 8th. Okay, I made a play. Like ratio a bit off. That's not good. That's not good to have a bad like ratio. You know what I'm saying? Like ratio is good for you. There it is. So do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Educational purposes only. I spent about $160. I would grab more than one. I did an Airbnb call for July. So I'm not giving you the strike price. I want you guys to be able to kind of learn and get some ideas here and be able to play with options yourself and learn from it. But you could get an idea here with my timing, direction, and everything. I grabbed a July play, made sure I got like 45 days. The other alternative I was looking at was a June closer to the money. But they're pretty much both at 100% premium. So I wanted to make sure I had a decent amount of time there. I spent about $160. And they're up like 10-20% on the day. So if you got that one earlier today, you saw a nice little gain there. And of course I buy it and the stock comes down. I was waiting. No, I was waiting for it. It clapped me. But yeah, Airbnb. 160. How far at the money did you go? That's pretty cool, though. See, there you go. Amen. I like that. Because if I'm telling you how much I spent, and I'm telling you how much I spent total, you look at that. Why no strikes? Because you might learn something. Look, he was like, how far out the money did you go? That's a very good comment if you think about it. That tells you something on what I'm doing. Or at least if you understand some of the factors there and listen to some of the play idea, you could use some critical thinking there and you could figure it out there. So I had my budget there, put it out there. I wanted to make sure I got time. Again, I could have got closer to the money with a similar amount of how much I spent, but that would have been a shorter time frame. So that's what I was kind of thinking there. I see what you Calm. CALM. What's Calm? Calmain Foods? Calm. CALM. Check news. Calm. CALM. Calmain Foods. There's no news on it, but it's moving. It's a little liquid. Be careful there. It's very, very low volume, but it's moving there off something. Meat shortage. Jeez. See, that one be careful for. The premiums are crazy. I would just buy the shares on that one. CNBC's talking about meat shortage, hacked meat. Yeah, you guys brought that up earlier. But now they're saying meat shortage. Yeah, I'm surprised Beyond could be another alternative there. VSTO breaking out Archite again. So cow main moving off the meat shortage stuff. We were looking at Beyond too. Archite kind of coming back down here. UMC came back down. AMC approaching the high. BA popping. Good call out on that. Check Boeing. Boeing, you got a little bit of a green chicle there. Americans is self-administered Abbott Binax home test available for international travel. Yeah, the Beyond contracts are crazy. I like them. I like Beyond, but I just think it's crazy. Unusual. Be careful, bro. The options on Calm, I would rather go with the shares, even though it's $30 a share. The premium seemed ridiculous. LVS pop with Boeing. See, Bitcoin kind of looks like the SPY. Too late to buy Ulta. Well, I like Ulta, but I'm not buying anymore because I'm up 40%. So I like it. It's just it's up a lot. I feel like the ultimate stall. Kind of. I mean, it feels slow. I mean, the volume is definitely slowing down, but it also seems like the market is just we're at a point where you're high, things are up. There's a lot of information and data, but the question is, you really want to know what you're going to buy first before you make a move, unless what's immediate is really, really bad. If that makes sense. So unless you're really panicked enough to sell out of something and there's a legitimate reason to move, then you're at this point where you need a couple of other things at the same time, where you have to know what you would pretty much move everything into. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here, but we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Go, rapid fire. Wow. That feels good. Ooh. That feels good. Do you like it? I like it. Oh, so relax those eyeballs. Next, I need you to drop your shoulders. Fix that nerd neck. Drop the shoulders. Relax the shoulders. Nobody's attacking you, but you're scrunching up your shoulders right now. Drop the shoulders. Open up your chest. Relax your chest muscles as you drop your shoulders. You feel that? Wow. That's amazing. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Boom. You look good. You know that? You look good right now. I can't even lie to you. Man, I don't even know what day it is because Monday, Tuesday, you look good day. That's what today looked like. Man, is that why we had a holiday? We need a holiday today for how good you look, man. Damn. You look good right now with that posture. I'm just saying. Your chest looks real open into the sun. That's amazing. Sorry. But please make sure your legs are in front of you, in front of the chair. Some of you guys are wrapping your legs around your computer chair right now. That's really bad for your body as you lean forward onto your keyboard and mouse. It looks really weird. You look like a fortune cookie. You are not riding a dolphin, so legs firmly in front of you. Please stop kicking your nuts with your left leg as you lean towards the mouse with your right hand and your right leg sticking. It's just weird. Okay, fix it. We got a long day. We got a long week, a long month, a long year. So I got to make sure your posture is in check, okay? You look good, though. You look good. You're doing great. You're doing great. Just a little reminder. Okay, finally, I need you to relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. The Prime Minister of Pasta. But yeah, that's good. How do you feel? BA on CNBC. Get the posterity. BA pump. BA got that dough. Okay. So please hold. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get me a carbo too. Get the body moving a little bit. I hope you're blessed. Hope you're relaxed. If you're stressed out right now, don't be afraid to go take a nap. Okay, go get some sleep. That is also a option. You know what I'm saying? Just relax. It's a good day. Y'all seem pretty calm today. Seems like it's good to be back. Woo! Ooh, I want a carbo, but I kind of want a coffee. Somebody just said a caffeine. Chad gone ham, my man. I love you, bro. I don't know. Should I get a carbo or a coffee? Oh, no. Coming in this stream 4 months after losing all my money. What's up? What's up, man? Let's make it all back. And this time with the long term. And then you're going to charge it to the game. It's called tuition. I'm glad to have you back, baby. But now we need the attitude in the right place. Carbo got my heart. Coffee got my soul. Coffee. Yeah, but carbo's cold. So is the coffee. All right, heads. We'll flip the coin. Heads, coffee. Or heads, carbo. Tails, fall back for coffee. So heads is carbo. Heads is carbo. Heads is carbo. All right. So enjoy your elevator music. Please relax. Get ready. We got about 3.5 hours left. I'll be right back in about a minute or so. Please hold. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. You're tuned in to 101.5 The Coat. If your mama raised you well, we could clearly tell. Got a long day ahead of us, coming back from the holiday, but everything's gonna be okay. NASDAQ is still down 0.05, Dow Jones still leading the way, and we're gonna have to see what Powell and the jobs have to say, baby. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. They're like stocks with dividends. I'm old enough that I want to move part of my holdings into a strong dividend. What strategy work best for this dividend amount company? Space is the same strategy we've used. Spacing it out over time. Find something with definite quality, and at this point, with a lot of anything with good quality is up a lot on the year. So using the clock to your advantage and spacing it out over time, that would take you a further way, in my opinion. That's at least what I've been doing. So we've acquired a couple dividend stocks in the first couple months. Then they got expensive, so I've been waiting and buying more growth stocks. And now I really want more dividends as well too. I'm right there with you. The question is just going to be getting the right value. AMC, huh? AMC is not chilling. Where's lending tips, dude? The premiums are lower though. These were going for $4 this morning. I'm an idiot. I should have took them. So we'll see though, but the premium, the AMC, if it keeps going, we'll see. But now you are getting some upside there, and now the market is chilling out. No, Powell speaks about global warming or the environment on Friday morning at 3 a.m. Pacific time. You're going to wake up early. You're going to wake up with jobs report and Powell comments already by Friday. We're waiting for any budget updates throughout the week. There was talks about one plan, I believe. I'm forgetting the name. AMC still going, $33.50 almost. Woo! But the premiums aren't adjusting. Dang, you like a loan. You got all my interest. But the premiums are definitely, a lot of premium buys right there, but it's not, you're not getting the same premium there. You like that one? That was a good joke. That was a good one. Let's see. Archite kind of ticking up a little bit there. How's Roblo? Roblo wants it, man. Roblo look like a bigger AMC. I don't know. How should young people take advantage of good credit? Keep it. Make sure you keep it good. Real estate as well. Again, in an inflationary environment, if you have debt, and there's a more inflation, it will inflate away that debt theoretically. Here is on the high. Yeah, that was a random pickup. Remember, I brought this one up. Remember, we had that. There was like a little piece of news with it, and then nobody said anything, and then it kind of came back up. I think Turtle Beach is very interesting. So what you're saying is to go buy a Lambo. Hey, man, if that's what your heart desires and that's what you want and they qualify you, fucking run it, dude. You know what I'm saying? But just whatever, whatever you feel like. That's it. Life is very simple if you make it simple. GLSI, that's still going. I think that one's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, they were saying that they were trying to sell to somebody, and then it just chilled out. But then nobody, after that Turtle Beach thing, remember, it was like a weird rumor. I went with the shares instead, and then that was it. Oh, AMC. They said, no, stop it. They said, stop it. None of this meme shit. He said, get it down, you mother. What do you think you're doing? Share offering? No. Are you sure? Some of you guys are saying offering. I don't know. They talked about that this morning, saying it was more strategic. That's a big candle, bro. You just got all of that hype just went out the window. Bro, we just got so hyped for that, and then it just said, nah. Mudrick is said to sell entire AMC stake at profit. Mudrick is a fund. But nobody thought that's fishy. They just bought it? Who's Mudrick? Mudrick sounds so familiar. Mudrick said to sell entire stake. They're telling their clients it's extremely overvalued. Yeah, Mudrick selling out. Oh, man. They bought 250 yesterday at 27. Isn't that a Harry Potter villain or something? We'll see though. I mean, watch, because if it bounces off of that and it holds up, I mean, there it is. You got the apes. Let's see if they absorb it all. Like people could sell out of anything. It's just the question, if there's enough demand, it's just like real estate. You know how many people sell off, and some people really genuinely don't like real estate right now, or they feel like it's too high. They sell, but if it gets absorbed, that's the real question. Well, at least Roblo is leading the way, doing what it needs to do. Is NASDAQ green? Yeah, NASDAQ did hit green in the middle of all that. So it looks like NASDAQ was recovering. SPY was doing it a little bit slower, but there with the Dow. Roblo, we're approaching the 98 highs. Take us home, Roblo. Sweet home, Roblo. Down, 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 and now. Mama, I'm coming home with Roblo. Do, 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 do. Sweet home Roblox. No? Okay. I don't know. If I thought it would. I just felt like it was. I don't know. Okay. That's fine. Not everyone's going to hit. Not everyone's going to hit. You win some, you lose some. Now. Think you have to live. I haven't heard that song that many times in my life. That's why. Sweet home Roblama. Boom, 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 boom. Guitar Kitty, we got it, baby. We got it. The Luke Combs, that was a good time period. Luke Combs. Whoever said the grass is greener must have never heard the PHILO. Yeah, we got PHILO, man. Just get ready. Get ready. Roblo is doing good. I mean, again, in just all of these in general, AMC bouncing below here, but you saw it as we were leveling out. You saw a little bit of that hype come back into some of these stocks, Arquite, UWMC, the EVs, all of that. Can you tell me why Tasty Trade is no good? I wouldn't say Tasty Trade is no good. I used them for a while, and they're pretty decent. I just had a little issue with them, but they are not a bad alternative. I would prefer Tasty over Webull or anything else, but I like TD Ameritrade a lot and E-Trade to keep it simple. SPY coming down a little bit here. Thoughts on Lemonade? A lot of people talked about them last week. I think they were decent, but I don't know what the theory was behind it. SPY coming down here. Pay attention. You're getting a weird balance here between look at the 30-second and 5-minute velocity on the high-low ticker. Was shaking, tapping in from work. Pretty chill day today. We opened up very green. We had a lot of gapped ups. Then we just sold off the first hour. Now we're chilling here. Again, a bounce between the Dow, the NASDAQ, and S&P while the meme stocks are making a push. You got manufacturing data. That came in good. We're waiting on jobs report and Powell by the end of this week. Got a little bit of budget updates. And the big thing, I think, with why we're getting a lot of weird movements today, oil had a very big move, and we got OPEC updates. And I think a lot of it has to do with oil. That's my opinion on today. Canaan. The land of Canaan. Sorry. I was reading Genesis yesterday. So I was getting, the land of Canaan, Canaan Inc. Bro, I just hope that with this whole meat shortage, I feel like the biggest crime that could be committed in humanity is if they get rid of the dollar menu. That's all. I wonder how is this going to affect the dollar menu at McDonald's and Jack in the Box? Because that is huge. That's the only thing I would really care about with it. Because that is, seriously, bro. What if, meat is so hard to get? It's like a $14 menu. I'd be like, are you serious? Mm-hmm. Here, still holding up. You seriously more worried about the dollar menu than they just manufactured a fuel and meat shortage via cyber attacks? Bro, I'm just lighten up. I mean, we could talk about that, sure, but I was just, making a little kind of just to connect the dots, meat shortage, my first thought. I can't help that of what I think about first, but It's just, I feel you, bro. I feel you, man. You know, it's a weird time we live in. That's why you just gotta do your thing. I feel you, though. I feel you. I feel you heavy. I feel you tripping. You worried on your family. I mean, it's an interesting time, but I feel you as well. But that was my first thing. I'm trying to think. What type of shortage are we talking here? Does it affect the basic level? Like, cause that's a big deal. The dollar menu. Sold out of here on that pop. I think I'm up 12% on it or something. So we got that. That was the latest purchase. Yeah, we got I got 16% on that on here. It's very surprising. Damn, that is true. McDonald's doesn't have it since the 2018 Farm Bill. It is called the value menu. You're right. It used to be called the dollar menu. Now it's called the value menu. Value. Y'all got dividends? Yeah, I want to hear it. Ronald. This guy, value menu. Apple's starting to diverge. Apple holding up a little better compared to the NASDAQ and S&P. Oh. So SPY's slowly edging down here now. Getting some weird hype stock moves. Market's still relatively broadened out here, though. Dow Jones and values holding. Excuse me. I didn't mean to burp in your ear. But Dow Jones is coming down a little bit. That's the difference here. This move here, we were up 0.5% on the Dow. Now you're 10, 20 minutes later here. You're getting these movements, and then now the Dow is actually coming down. I just signed up for Stream Alerts. Roman. My guy, God bless you, baby. Let me know how you like it. Stay focused. Mama going home to you. Stream alerts are first link in the description about any alerts if anything happens on stream. Short borrow rate is that when you short a stock, you have to borrow the stocks to sell. So depending on the demand or how hard it is to get the stock, they charge an interest rate. So when you borrow, so that means in the process of the trade, you have an interest rate however long you hold that trade because you borrow the assets to sell. So the higher the demand, the higher the interest rate on there, or the margin requirement. It's how much. So if there's a high requirement, you have to put down more money, and then if they're charging a fee on it, you're going to pay more depending on how high in demand those shares are. I looked at the REITs earlier. They were doing good, but it's like it's good in the sense that it's handling the market, but not good in the sense that I mean I want them at a discount. They seem to be the value stock leaders more or less. White House says that was 8 minutes ago. The meat shortage was 8 minutes. CCCC. SPY coming down here now. See what doesn't hold up. I'm going to check banks. AMC dip engaged, kind of. Really appreciate both weekend videos. Took notes, learned a lot. I hope so, man. Again, the first video, a lot of people kind of misinterpreted or they try to simplify it down to, don't FOMO. And I think that was a very important concept. But just make sure understand inflation waves and the timing and understand the broader global effects, how the bigger actions we make domestically start to, it forces you into getting a more global response. And then with the option video too, just make sure you understand, have an idea of how to, in the money or out the money. Just better think about your strategy more when you're looking to execute a trade, and just think, not always out the money, not always in the money. Again, not always options too. Sometimes shares will be best, but I think both those videos very applicable to the time frame that we're in right now. So, God bless you, baby. Yeah, I'm in a cult. God bless you. I really want the plays in the drip. iRobot. Just YOLO it. F it. That was the PHILO like 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. That's an all-in feeling. That means you're tired, bro. Just relax. You'll be good. Roaring Kitty tweet again. Canaan. That's still moving. Just live your life. Mavis is running up too. I sell puts as a option every now and then, but not really too often. It just depends what I'm willing to buy, and then the price of it, and then the premiums as well too. But like, I'm very patient sometimes, so that's why instead of tying up the money, I'll wait. But we've done it a couple times, but it's not as often as you would think. Do you think it'll get to the point where you have so much money you stop being interested in making more? I don't know, speaking for me personally, but I also think you might shift. I think all of you, as you enter a certain degree with whatever you're doing, where it's kind of more focusing on a job well done as opposed to making money, if that makes sense. It's, because it's not as if, like, money is easy to get boring of in a weird way, but doing a task, doing a job, and making sure you do something to its best of it, that I don't know if you get tired of that. That's personal. It's like a video game. It's kind of setting a goal and standard for yourself at that point. SPY slowly edging down. You think the dankness of meme stocks is transitory? I think transitory, we'll find out. A lot of it. Everything. It's really, I just think we live in a unique marketplace. It's just a very, nobody, like somebody said earlier today, it's like, it's so crazy to see, like, you could take some of the smartest people and see some of the smartest people in the world, and everybody has such a differing opinion on what's about to happen next. Okay. So that's why I think it's cool, and that's just what it is. It's very hard to assume too much or to assume too little. Charge point again up 6%. Mudrick sold. Yeah, we just got that news. We were watching it as it happened. I think it's chill. I mean, I think you're still up 20% today. I think that even on this move, the premiums didn't highlight it. So it's not as if this move even affected premium. I just think as long as the demand is there to absorb it, that's all that matters, really. If I looked into NAK, Army Corps finally reviewed to activate second largest copper mine. Is that from personal experience, or did you read that somewhere? It sounds that would be good if it worked, but I don't know what it would mean per se, or the truth of it. SPY coming down again. TLT's going up. This TLT's about to go even. This is a weird flip flop here, but I think again oil has got clapped, right? Yeah. So bonds are leading a little bit here. SPY's coming down, about to hit a low. Yeah, VIX is popping up now, UVXY and the VIX. Altria is coming down. Banks are still positive. Got a bright spot there. Boeing, airlines. Airbnb still kind of holding up. SPY about to hit a new low now. Oil name's holding up. Oil's coming down, but that was an epic move in oil this morning. We might actually move. It's been happening slow, and then you can see, look at the high-low ticker. You're still getting a balanced market here right now. So this is kind of the widening. The bad problem will be, like we've seen anytime, if the Dow goes red. UMC dump. That's not really quite a dump, but it fell off there. Okay. Palantir call sweeping. Palantir's going up, actually, yeah. Apple back to red. SPY still hitting new lows. It's happening slow here. I mean, what? It's 10 a.m.? 10 a.m., 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay, there you go. Low ticker picking up now. XLF financials on the low now too. AMC still holding that $30 level. Yeah, but low ticker is now playing along a little bit as you're selling off here. It's not as balanced, but give it another minute or two. WLL 5.4 oil. Cigna Healthcare on the low. Bristol Myers. Very chill. Oh, the Bitcoin dropped too. It's bad coin. That is what Mama say. Mama say bad coin. That's what the news tell her. Bad coin. All altcoins. I mean, all crypto in general, man. Crypto was again was like what, a month ago, 2 weeks ago. You had that crash in crypto was bigger than any financial asset crash ever. Nothing has ever lost $1 trillion in a week or 2 days. So that's why I was like, it's been that's why even people ask me all this. You're like, hey, what are you gonna do with this? I'm like, it's still time is very key in this moment, in the sense that you are in the midst of something very big. Yeah, bro, more money was lost in crypto 2 weeks ago than all of March and February 2020. Like, it was literally just a massacre. Like, it doesn't feel like that, because that's why I said, like, you know, depending on what you priced in at, that was the big difference. So obviously I could talk about my situation, but it just really depends where you were, what you paid for it. But it was a mess. You know, it was very, very big. So that's why, you know, as it plays out here, I think you have to factor, you know, just imagine how any asset would trade following a crash like that. It was truly a crash. So that's why even the timing with it and even looking at it, I think it's more positive, because someone's, you know, you're at these elevated prices with crypto. If you still think about it, crypto's still kind of high, but now you don't have the same level of euphoria. So that's the positive in it. Macro factors for SPY. We probably have to do with bonds, the dollar policy, and commodities. And I think commodities are going to have a little bit more importance here. Euphoria rotation. You like euphoria? A lot of people like euphoria. It's a good feeling. It's a feeling people chase in stocks, in their mentality, in many, many ways. But that's why if you have high prices and lack of euphoria, it's actually good than vice versa. Whereas if you had, you know, last time Bitcoin was at 30-something thousand, everybody was very excited. So that's, it's different. Oh, you mean the show? No, we're talking, I mean, that too. I mean, you can use a word, euphoria can have many meanings. My thoughts on Neo, I'm not a Neo guy. NUE again, that could be the signal here. Where's United Steel? Because Nucor is still killing it. Did they break out the other day? That's an interesting chart. Does United Steel pay a dividend? 0.15. I'm from Pittsburgh. X is solid. NUE is the Benz of steel. Yeah, they do a lot. But it's just weird that they're going up so much. And again, my big worry here is if some of these assets continue to move a little bit more in that space after the oil move, it might be hinting at something. No bammers. Don't give me no bammer. Steel. We don't build that. It's USA. Inflation hint. All right, I thought I was going to move a little bit more here. I think it's time, but let me go to the bathroom first. So make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hide chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for this Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. It is 10 a.m., baby. It is 10 a.m. on Tuesday, but it feels like Monday. Welcome. Welcome, my friends. Welcome. Welcome. Yalla, yalla. Come on, yalla. Bring your friend. I go to bathroom, and then I come back, and then we go. Then you get ready, okay? Yalla. استنى واحد حبيبي استنى اسكت استنى okay اشكرك okay I'll be right back, please hold. Thank you. Oh my gosh, yalla, 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 yalla on the height, yalla group. Habibi. Oh my gosh, have you seen this one? Holy crap. Yalla, yalla group. Why didn't they invite me to this group? Holy crap. They have a yalla group, limited ADS. Wow. Wow, you see this one? Yalla group. Holy crap. Aye. This is a great news. Habibi International. Wow. Wow. Very good. Holy. Wow, I never thought the day you guys would do that. That's good. It's not funny, I know, but this is what we talk about in my home. You know, my family and my culture, yalla mean a lot to my family. You don't know that. Okay? So you اسكت. أنا مش عايز كلام. أنت كلم كتير. اسكت. 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 مش عايز كلام. كويس. شكرا. It's very beautiful. The last I expected to see it. Very surprising. Very, very surprising. Oh, man. Get ready. They make steel? Do they really? That's crazy. If I ever see you, I'll slap you for saying that. That's worrisome. I'm scared. Please don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Please. I just want to do some PHILO, man. That's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. He physically threatens me. I don't know why I did. Attitude. My attitude good. I love it. I feel very good today. I hope you feel good today. I feel amazing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen, how you feeling? Hmm? Woo! It's a good philo, man. So the spy's coming down here, which is a little weird. We'll see how it reacts. I think it's going to be slow, but we'll still be on top of it. All my news people, all my people involved in the market, stay focused, eyes peeled. You know I'm watching as well, too. I gave a nice little recap of the market before here, so we kind of know what's going on, where to keep our eyes out, any new developments. We will be ready to go as always, Chattadonia. But, ladies and gentlemen, I love you. I hope you're blessed today. I hope you are as excited to be back as I am. It's a very, very good one. But this is now time for philo. So if you don't like personal development, if you don't like religious concepts, I am going to read a story from one of my favorite books. I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to recap it. But this was a discussion I had with my mom yesterday. Me and my mom had a talk. So I figured I'd share it with the Chad because it's very, very good. So I learned Arabic because I'm technically Arabic, or I don't know if that's a language. I'm Middle Eastern. So, that's why I want to share, you get to hear, this is what my mom tells me. And, my mom came from Egypt. She's lived a long life of various things. So, a lot of the Chad know about Mama Answers. And she gives us a lot of good insight without really knowing it. She doesn't know that I take what she says. Like, literally, when I talk to my mom, I write this down. You know that? I pull out my phone and I write down what she says. Because I'm like, ooh, Mom, you dropping heat. You don't even know it. Mama don't even know. Mama don't even know. So, I'm excited to share this with you, but like we talked about earlier today and every day, I want you guys to just keep your peace. We don't want to disturb you or anything of that nature, so I'm not trying to mislead you, not trying to force anything about on you or anything like that. So if you don't like this, you could back out. It's all love, and that's it. It's going to be very, very simple. So, if you do like it, I love you, baby. God bless you. And shout out all the people who are positive and respectful, and all the people who are able to give me an ounce of mutual respect, and all the people who believe what I believe and are able to, be a beacon and spread things, and the people who are encouraging. Thank you for having a positive attitude. I love and appreciate all of you. I hope you know that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So, get ready. Get ready. I'm watching the spy here. It's dropping a little bit. Is seeing here, but are you ready what today's title is going to be called? You want to know what today's philo? My mom said this, and I had to write this down. We had a talk. My mom went outside for the first time without a mask. She let me inside her house. She wouldn't let me in her house before, so she walked with us. It was crazy. It was crazy. So I'm talking to my mom, and, we're talking about a lot of different stuff in the world, about things going on. We're talking about people. We're talking about positive people. We're talking about negative people, all this different stuff. And this is what my mom said. She told me a story in the Bible. We're going to talk about Joseph. We've talked about Joseph before, but we're going to talk about him today. But here's what I want you. Last week I gave you attitude, and please don't understand. Or please don't misunderstand how important attitude is going to be. But, oh, man, here it is. I need you to put on the God glasses. I need you to put the God glasses on. Have you ever heard of the God glasses? Woo! I don't think y'all feel me. Put the God glasses on. Woo! Not the Google glasses, no, the God glasses. Do you know what that means?
I said, Mom, what are you saying? She said, maybe you got to start looking at things through how God sees it. I said, I'm not God. I can't do that. But that's the point. And that's the point with some of these stories, is to understand the perspective. Because whatever's happening in your life right now, my life, your life, a lot of people's life, we see it as one way. And I'm sure a lot of us have been through this where we've seen it one way. But imagine if someone was looking down at you, they're seeing it from a different vantage point. And that's the God glasses, is that you may see something and you may think it's one way, but chances are God sees it at a different angle. Honestly, here's the question, or what does it relate to, is that why would God allow certain things to happen? And now I'm not saying this in the deep, esoteric, why do people get clapped? Why is it like this? But just literally in the sense that a lot of us experience things in life and then you're looking at it, but you're looking at it from your angle. When in reality, chances are something happened there was probably a bigger purpose, but it's hard to see it initially. And that's what today is about. That's what this story is. So that's what my mom told me. And she said it was just like Joseph, because he ended up going to jail at one point in his life. Actually, Joseph had a lot of things. I'm going to tell you the story of him. I listened to it all. I was driving yesterday, so I put on the Bible, and instead of listening to I just put the audio of the Bible, and I listened to Genesis 37 through 50, and that's the story of Joseph. But at every single point of his life, and we've talked about this before, but man, he could have been pissed. He could have been pissed at every single level, and he wasn't. And it's crazy to think that wherever situation he ended up falling into, he didn't really recognize it. He tried to see it as he could. You didn't really hear much about him. But when you look at it from the top down, it's clear that God had a plan. So whether you believe in God or not, I don't know what you believe in, but I think a lot of us already have life experience to see this, where something happened and initially it looked like it was a problem. But then what ended up happening in the future? You found out that, wow, if that never happened to me, I would have never had this opportunity. And that pretty much sums up the whole story of Joseph. So this is how the story of Joseph even starts. And I think it brings up some good points. So this is what I want you to really think about is, one, the God glasses, but then have you ever thought about why? You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe this is a coping mechanism or what, because I do this now, and it helps me a lot. It really, really does. When I'm able to look back at something and realize that something has been allowed to happen because it's going to teach me something. It's hard. I don't always come to that conclusion immediately. Sometimes I'll be a little baby about it for a couple weeks, a couple months, and then finally, once I'm ready to take it, I'm like, wow, that is actually showing me something, and there's really a lot you could learn from it. But it's hard to immediately get there. And it's just hard. Don't doubt the plan sometimes, but it's hard initially. So with Joseph, this is what essentially happened. Joseph, he had a bunch of brothers. He was the youngest brother. He had, his brothers would all work, but his dad really loved Joseph. Joseph was spoiled. That's what a lot of people miss out about this story. He was spoiled. Have you heard of the coat of many colors? Joseph got a coat of many colors. His dad loved him so much, he gave him this fancy-ass coat, and he gave him all this stuff, and Joseph would pretty much read and write while his brothers would go and work. So he had this ballin'-ass coat, doing his things, and then one day, this is where all of the problems started to happen. Joseph goes up, he's like, bro, I had a dream. He tells all of his brothers, he's like, yo, I had a dream. And his dream was that there was all these corns of stock or wheat, and his grew up the biggest, and that everybody started to bow down to his. And then they were like, what the hell? They're like, that's your dream? They're like, oh, so you think we're gonna bow down to you? He even said another one, and it was about the stars and the moon, and his rose the highest, and everybody was bowing down to him. Two different dreams about how good he was going to do, essentially saying his brothers are going to worship him. Pretty crazy if you think about it. That's his first 2 dreams. And it's interesting because the first dream, when he said the first dream, his brothers got mad. And then what do you think when he said the second dream? Yeah, know your audience, Joe. He didn't really get it. 100%. What do you think? His brothers got pissed on the first one. What happened with the second dream? Even the second dream, well, they got mad at him later, but even his dad was tripping. That's something I missed the first time. I was like, interesting. The first time, the first dream he gave, they got really mad at him. They're like, what are you saying? Even the second dream, his dad who loved him, gave him the coat and all of that, he literally, even his dad was like, what the hell are you saying? You know what they made fun of Joseph by calling him? Do you know what Joseph's nickname was? They gave him a nickname, but it was meant it wasn't meant in a positive light. What did they call him? Ha. There you go, Chad. They called him Dreamer. Oh, man. Why do I feel like some of you have that nickname? They say, oh, look, there's the Dreamer. Oh, there's Dreamer Boy. A dreamer. That was his name that he got bullied about. He got bullied for having dreams. For having such a big dream, whether it was real or not. But now think about the juxtaposition. Think about what's happening right now. Right? He's dreaming. He sees this dream, but he tells him. And he tells his dad. He tells him this. He was very, very spoiled. Honestly, arrogant in a way. This is what my mom said. He had to kind of learn his audience a little bit. He had to kind of, even though he was favored, even though he did have all of this stuff, and maybe he did have this dream for a reason, he didn't know how to present it. Or at the end of the day, how it came off, people viewed him a certain way. I would argue in here, a lot of you have this problem, myself included. Yes, that a lot of you have big desires and dreams, and when you tell them to people, well, some people get mad. You literally will get in fights because of that, because of what you are seeking in the future, your goals. That's why some of you feel like you can't even talk to people about it too. And maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. Hopefully you've learned from it. But that's kind of the point here. And this is where something I really thought of about. Because there's a big juxtaposition between his dad and him. Remember, his dad gave him the coat. His dad loved him. His dad spoiled him. His brothers, they worked. They were mad. And why did he get mad? Think about why they got mad. At first, they didn't like Joseph. Then he got hate because of what he received. What he's been given. Think about that. So one portion of why people didn't like him, his own family, his own brothers, was part and part because of what he received. So guess what? Some of you, half of the battle, you can't control what you were gifted with. Right? Like honestly, some people get mad at you. I've seen people get mad at me, but they're getting mad over something that was given to you that you can't really control. Like, honestly, you can't control. He couldn't control his dad's favor. He couldn't control getting a coat, all of that. Like, think about it. He couldn't control that. But that's where a lot of the negativity towards him started. So that was what he was off of what he was given. But what's the other part of the coin? Yeah, he couldn't control what he was given, but what could he control? You could control what he did with it. He could control his mouth, what he said, his ego, his attitude towards it. Because his attitude, he knew he was favored, but his attitude didn't say, okay, be humble. It said something. It said, I'm going to rule over you. So that's the other side of the coin. The other part of the hate he received was for what he brought about himself. For what he was telling people, what he was going about talking about, not really having any discretion towards it, whatever it may have been. But do you see that's the picture being created? That's where it gets so confusing at times. That's where this whole story starts. But half of it is for something he can't control and what he's been given. And the other half was based on what he brought upon himself. I would be pressed to argue that this is what we all have to deal with. And I think that's what makes it so confusing when you deal with other people. I would say that half of it is based on stuff you can't control. And then the other half is stuff you probably said and don't even realize about what you brought upon yourself too. And then it kind of mixes and collides. And then that's how the story progresses. Because now they didn't like him for natural reasons. Then they didn't like him for what he did. Right? So then what ends up happening, they sell him off into slavery. It was funny because he went to go, his dad gave him food and said, all right, go feed your brothers. They're farming and they're herding far away. And he goes, he gives them food to go take. And then they see him off in the distance. And they're like, okay, we see him. They started plotting to kill him. And then they said, we should kill him. They were saying, we don't want the blood on our hands. They'll say, let's just throw him in a hole. And then the other guy said, okay, I'll save him. We'll throw him in a hole and I can come back and get him. He's like, nah. And then eventually they saw these traders come by. And then they said, all right, we're going to sell it. We'll just sell him off to slavery. They're like, is that way we don't have to kill him? His brothers pretty much plotted on him, if you don't get that right now. That's how the story develops. He's the favored one. He has these dreams. And then one day his brothers got sick of it. Again, this isn't where Joseph's story ends. And this is the whole point I'm trying to tell you to say here, is put the God glasses on. Because from the point of view now of Joseph, this kind of sucks. He's like, I have these gifts, but then the people around me don't like me. And then now, imagine people are plotting on you to kill you or to get rid of you. And then that's what happens. He eventually gets sold off into slavery. And then what happens? What's the next level? He starts working for some other guy, Potiphar. He gets sold into slavery and then ends up working for this guy. And the guy even says, wow, I notice you have the favor on you. You're doing good. Everything you do ends up working good. So from there, he doesn't go to prison first. He gets sold into slavery and then goes into Potiphar's house. So he starts working for this really rich dude and eventually runs the whole guy's household. So now think about the God glasses for a little bit. First, it looks like, damn, this sucks. From Joseph's point of view, he just got betrayed by his family and then sold off into slavery. This sucks right now. But then God knew what was going to happen. Somebody did. Call it whatever you want. I know a lot of you may not agree with it the same way, but that's why I'm saying this is just a good story, whether you see it or not. And the fact that this story was written thousands of years ago, some of the principles align very interestingly. But from the point of view of God, there's clearly a plan. So now what looked like it was a problem ended up turning him to managing one of the biggest funds in the world. He's managing some dude's estate. So that looks good, right? So he had to learn some things. He got to get humbled in the process of getting sold. Then he gets this opportunity, but then what happens? He's doing so good. Of course, I'm sure some of you could relate to this, right? You started off bad, maybe something as equivalent. You got sold off. People doubted you. People did you wrong. And then little by little, it actually ended up leading you into a better opportunity. And then what happened? The dude's wife was like, yo, Joseph, man, slide in the DMs. And he was like, nah, man, I don't get down like that. And the wife wanted to sleep with Joseph, and he wasn't down. So what did he do? He said no, and then she set him up. And then she said, oh, he attacked me. He tried to do this. So then what ended up going on? He gets thrown in prison. Man. That's crazy. Now look at the point of view. Now look at the whole point of view. He goes from sold off, it looks bad, to wow, I get this opportunity now. And he gets to learn how to manage an estate, how to handle all these things. He has favor in it. He's living in a nice area. Everything's taken care of. And then all he did was the right thing. I love it. All he did was the right thing. Isn't that crazy? He didn't do anything wrong. He even said he got in trouble for doing the right thing. So he gets sent to prison again. Now he's sent into a prison, and that's what some of you say. He even got the prison popping, but that was part of it. So even though he experienced some of these negative things, it was very hard to deny the favor of Joseph. Because even when he got into prison, the guards put him in charge because they said the prison was running in order. Everywhere he went, good things were happening. It didn't mean there was bad too. Again, goodness, success doesn't mean the absence of pain, but you could see favor. That's it. And honestly, that's something I encourage you all to maybe take a step back from, or whatever negativity you're focusing on in the market or anything like that. I really hope you could look back at your life, and some of you may see more favor than you think. You really probably have a lot more favor, and there was a lot of good things that happen, and it's easy to see if you look at, someone on the outside could see it, but you may not see it if you're not paying attention to it all the time. So, what happens? He goes into prison. He's dealing with all this now. And then these two guys come in who work for the king, and they have a dream. And he interprets their dream, and he tells them what's going to happen. And he says to one of them who works with the king, he says, you're going to get released in 3 days and work for the king again. He said, don't forget me when there's a problem. Or don't forget me when you're released. So guess what happens? He interprets these guys' dreams, helps them out, and he was right. No, this was before the Pharaoh's dream. He's still in prison. Remember, he just left Potiphar's house. Fake rumor, fake news put him in jail. And then now these people who work for the president, the Pharaoh, come in. And they're like, yo, man, we got clapped. He says, watch, you had this dream. You guys are going to be free. One of you is going to get clapped. You're going to be alive. He said, don't forget me when your dream comes true. That's what he said. He said, don't forget me. He did a good job. Nobody could interpret the dream. And then guess what happens? Sure enough, the dream comes true, but he never remembers Joseph. I hate this part. I really did. I really did. Because I thought it would have been better. Because now he actually helps out somebody who could help him. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all never had that? Have you ever had somebody that you thought was close to the king that was going to help you get out there? Some of y'all make the mistake and think that's me. It's not. No. Because we usually make this mistake. This is why Joseph didn't get clapped as hard. You never met somebody and you thought, oh my gosh, this guy works with the king. He's going to help. If I help him, watch. He said, don't forget. You know how disappointing that would be? Imagine you met Mark Cuban. Imagine you met Elon Musk and you told him about something and it ended up helping him a lot. And then you're like, boom, that's it. That's my ticket out. That's my ticket out. I deserve it. That's my ticket out. Look, I just helped him. So what do you think happens when the dream comes true and the cupbearer goes back working with the king, the dream, everything happened like he said. He forgot about Joseph. He didn't mention Joseph once. So again, Joseph stays in prison for another 2 years. And the other people take the glory. Damn. So again, look at the God glasses. What's the point of view right now? Yeah, this is like an iron. See, thank you. It is like an iron. I love the story. It's a good story. Amen. And some of you isn't it weird you could relate to these concepts and it was that old? That's wild. Oh, man. But look at the God glasses. First, he thinks he has this good life, and then he gets sold into slavery. He's like, that's not good, but God knows he's going to get an opportunity to work and prepare handling and managing stuff with Potiphar. Then he gets there, and then he gets lied on. Then he gets thrown in prison. So now he's stuck in prison, but then the people in prison like him. He's helping him out. Then this guy who works for the king who could free him, he can make an impact and influence and show the real favor he has. He helps him out. In his eyes, he's like, yeah, watch what happens. Now what happens, though? He gets ignored. They take his glory. They leave him there for 2 more years. Joseph could have been pissed at this moment. Again, that's why I hope you see attitude in all of this. But this is why sometimes you really get to see that Joseph really understood this. Because he was able to see the future, and when the future did come in, he was thanking God for exactly what he didn't trip about while it was happening. So then he stays in there for 2 more years. Then after that 2 more years, what ends up happening? The Pharaoh has a dream about the 7 cows, 7 skinny cows, and then the 7 grains of wheat. But the king he doesn't know what the dream means. He tells it to everybody. Nobody knows. And then finally, 2 years later, the cupbearer says, oh my gosh, I've made a mistake. I'm sorry. I forgot to say this. I know my error. I forgot to mention you about this man in the prison named Joseph who actually told me my dream. You see that? That's where I think a lot of people miss out on it, because I would have to argue, do you think Joseph would have got that opportunity if he didn't spend 2 more years in jail? I don't know if he would have. It hits different. It hits different than releasing him 2 years ago, but now at this time, it holds more weight because now Pharaoh's the one with the dream, but then the cupbearer had his dream interpreted already. It has more of a resume. And now really that 2 years, yeah, it was required because it kind of gave him a very direct access to Pharaoh in a meaningful way. Because now he said, wait, hold on, you should see this guy, Pharaoh. He did it for me. I didn't tell you about it then, but you need him now. And well, look at this. So then what happens? He brings out Joseph. Pharaoh tells him the dream. And he says there's going to be 7 years of feast, 7 years of famine. Woo! Woo! And then eventually, the dream is predicted. And they say we need to do something about this. And it ends up into Joseph putting the plan together. And Joseph puts together a plan to save for the first 7 years while it's good, and then save it away for the 7 bad years. And then his management and preparation was so key, it ended up leading into Joseph ended up owning everything at the end of it because of what he did. The 7-year cycle was born. Exactly. Isn't it funny? Before you've ever heard about a 7-year business cycle, that's the story of Joseph in the first book of the Bible. 7 years of feast, 7 years of famine. And that's why this also sticks out to me, because I noticed something. So I'm going to give you a finance tip from Genesis. During the good years, what did he do? Let's see. He saved. How much did he save? Does anybody know? He saved a certain percentage for that 7 years when it was good. It wasn't 10%. He said 1/5, 20%. Enough for 7 more years. That's what I thought was interesting. So if things are doing really, really good for you, and you are in a 7-year blessing, you should probably save a little bit more, 20%. If you can't do 20, if you're in famine, don't save, 10%. That'll be the thing. But I always thought that was interesting when I heard that yesterday. I was like, wow, it was 20%. And it had to do with this cycle. I was like, that's very interesting. Very, very interesting. But essentially, what happens? Everything he said came to life. All of this stuff played out. And it eventually led him to, he saved everybody. He saved the king. He saved the other people. And then it even turned into, even though he ended up buying they had to give him his land for food, he ended up flip-flopping it. And then now he gave them back their land, allowed them to, and they had to pay 20% tax. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. But what ended up happening, his brothers came back. And then he started messing with his brothers at first, but then he eventually broke down and forgave them. He gave them his, he took care of his brothers. He moved his dad. Jacob came down, and he saved everybody. He saved the Egyptians. He saved Pharaoh. He saved his family. What a crazy journey. But he had to learn a lot of stuff along the way. He had to learn how to manage stuff. That's what he got at Potiphar. He had to learn to handle a lot of pain every time he went to jail or got thrown into a hole. He had to learn to not be arrogant. Think about it. Do you think the Joseph with the colored coat would have been the same Joseph that was running the town and running the whole country? If he was going up to everybody telling him his dreams and never having to experience anything? See, that's the point. You don't see it from your point of view. You go through stuff, but do you really have the God glasses on? Do you see what it's molding you into? Honestly, do you see what it's changing you into? So it didn't look good at first. It looked like his life was in danger at every moment. And then just when things were getting good, it would get cut off. But every single one of those lessons prepared him for something. But that's how you have to have the goggles on. But he ended up saving his whole family. The same people who even hurt him, he ended up saving them. All from his bros selling him out. Looks like that probably would have been the worst thing that could ever happen to you. Any of you in here getting disowned by your family. Imagine that. But then seeing where it took you. And then realizing that maybe if I never had those things happen, I think I was allowed to go through some of this stuff for a reason. And I hope you know that's the key. So my mom said, it's allow. Why were you allowed to go through what you're going through right now and in the past? And even in the future? Have you thought about that? And then when you ask yourself that question, do you have your glasses on or do you have the God glasses on? Because why was it allowed to happen? Clearly for some reason. You know, one phrase that stuck out to me in the beginning, when they first, when they sold Joseph into slavery, they took his coat and they gave it back to his dad. And they said, look, you know what they said to him? They said, is this your son's? Damn. I thought that was a crazy phrase to him. Because they said, is this your son's jacket? Like, this your son's? That's like, I see that as like the world kind of highlighting the mistake. They literally said, this you? Hey, Jacob, yo, this you? That's your son's jacket, right? Damn, he's clapped. And guess what happened to his dad? His dad was devastated. Jacob saw one thing. His dad saw it in one light. So what he saw as his son dying, the view from God would say, well, no, I got something for you in the next 10 years. Actually, it's different. You watch. He didn't see it, though. But God allowed all of it to happen. He allowed Jacob to go through that pain. He allowed Joseph to go through slavery, prison, a job, back to prison, staying in prison, getting overlooked, then coming up to ultimately owning all of the land. Huh? But that all depends on your goggles right now. So that's your philo for today. That I hope you guys put the God glasses on and realize that a lot of this stuff, you're being allowed to go through certain things for a reason. And I hope you realize what it's actually going to, you have to have that attitude, though, because that's what Joseph had, that attitude. He didn't switch gears. He did not denounce God. He did not denounce the right way. He could have went the wrong way at Potiphar's house. He could have said, I could have done this. But his attitude was reflected based on the fact that it didn't say, oh, he got ignored for 2 years and then he complained. He didn't complain. He stayed in prison for 2 years. You see what I'm saying? He could have gotten there. His brothers could have came back and he could have clapped them all. He forgave them and gave them a place to live. Do you see all this stuff? Like that is attitude. And that's why for some of you guys, I think, the real question I would ask, if you can't really understand what you're going through today or what you have been through in the last year, just know you're only going to get one point of view today. And I encourage you to kind of see how God might be looking down at your situation. And I encourage you to probably see what sort of person this has created in you. Because that was a different Joseph. And the same Joseph at the end it wouldn't have been the same Joseph at the beginning. He would have been too spoiled. Honestly. That's why when I hear it, I say, wow, I think I'm spoiled in too many ways. That's right. Because if you have some of the arrogance of Joseph and you're going out there, sometimes you got to get clapped. Sometimes you got to go through all of those prisons and all that different stuff so that it could get you ready to lead the whole country. And I'm not saying that's about me. I think most of you I think all of you are going to lead your own country in own ways. And that's going to be our personal families, our households, all of that. But I think a lot of times it's easy to get caught up in what's happening, missing the deeper angle, and realizing what it is shaping us into. So I hope you have that attitude, and hopefully you keep this story in mind, because it's really exciting. And I encourage you, Genesis 37 to 50. That's the story of Joseph. But watch it and see what happens. Or read it. Yeah, anger is what this year made you. But it probably brought something else out. And in the future, I think Joseph probably got frustrated at times, but you didn't really hear about it. But at the end of the day, he kept going and his attitude was there. But you look at it today in 2021 and say anger, but in 2025 you might be like, wow, if I didn't have that happen, it would have been a lot different. And maybe working through anger is some of that next step you're going to need to be able to rule the country. Again, it's funny, he went from a shepherd and not doing much to managing Potiphar's house. That was his first experience in managing. You see that? And he still had to fail that and get clapped. But he still stuck to what he believed in. But then again, what kept going on? He had another opportunity at a different level. So manage your anger with something like this. What is that going to prepare you for? But overall, I just encourage you to get a different look at what's going on and ask yourself and really take faith into why something is allowed to happen. Right? And that's the end of the day. I don't think God would let you be angry if he knew anything bad was going to come in that sense. Obviously, anger is bad, but I'm saying it's probably there for a reason. And most of us just don't see it. Myself included. So, I hope you're excited. That gets me excited. Because I'm like, wow, there's so much to learn. And I know now that things are being allowed. Woo! I don't think y'all feel me on that. It's allowed for a reason. Do you know that? So that gets me excited. Because that means if it's being allowed, there has to be a result from it. And that if I can't see it, at least there's another vantage point where it's being allowed because something I can't see is there. So I hope you're ready. I hope you're excited. And I hope you take that to the bank, ladies and gentlemen. That is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. Hopefully you enjoyed it. My young Josephs. I like it, man. I love this, bro. That story was hype, bro. That story was hype. Yeah, get molded, baby. Get molded. Being molded to who I am. I really think everybody is, man. And that's why I think if you don't miss that opportunity or don't go backwards because you're failing to realize what all these good and bad events are creating for you together. And watch out too, man. The dreamers get attacked. So I hope you could relate. That story was very relatable to a lot of people, I think. I liked it. Yeah, it sounds like your story. Amen. That's good. It's good at times, right? It ends up good, but at other times you were like, man, they just sold him into slavery? Damn, Joseph just got Me Too'd? You're like, what? You're like, God, this gets awful. But it ends up being good, right? The long term ends up coming in clutch for him. You know what I'm saying? That's 7 years. Woo! Amen, 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 amen. Run it.
2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit. No games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating. Seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, your ass a Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I invented that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoky, game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lemon. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Chicago. Amen.
Whoop. Uncle Answers. We're back. No, I was looking at a property. We're seeing is good there. Got you super hyped up. Let's go, young Joseph. Let's get ready. Get ready. Get molded. I was molded by it. I was molded by inflation. Drop it like it's hot. So I'm looking at this real estate. I got sent a deal, and I'm talking about it. It's a multi-unit, and I'm saying how it's a multi-unit, but it has renters in it, and they want to charge a little bit above market value for it. And I'm saying how right now in this marketplace, anything with renters inside of it actually should trade at a discount instead of a premium. It used to be fully rented was a good thing, but now it's a little different. BTX, fully occupied. That's what I'm saying right now. That's how I'm like, no. Sorry, I'm seeing. What are you trying to say? They're trying to tell me this is a good deal, and I'm saying no. They want it because it's the seller will finance. So you could put, all you have to do is put $62,000 down. No credit, no banking, no nothing. You need 62 grand down. It's fully rented out right now, and it's a 4-unit, and you're paying like a, I think you're paying like a 10% premium. You're paying market price and some. I say no. I say the risk isn't worth it. They said ask the Chad. I said, so Chad. They said there's no risk. I said the risk is dealing with the tenants. They're saying it's only $62,000 down. I'm like, no, you have to pay for it, deal with all the renters, all of that. I said there's a reason they're selling it, and you're not even getting a discount. Sounds like they're trying to get it off the hands. Coin flip. I wouldn't even. I said no. I think it's. I'm not. I don't like it at all. I just don't even. I think it's. Interviewing tenants would be. I don't trust any. I mean, I don't want to deal. I've already seen. I even told them. I said from Bearly to Bel Air, any tenant in a property right now is risk. It don't matter. Anybody cannot pay, and then you have to deal. Imagine 4 units. You got to deal with 4 different families. Are you kidding me? And then you have to pay for it, and then you still have the operating cost, and then the building's old. It's just not gonna. It just seems like it's. I was like, if you're gonna give it to me at 30% off, yeah. But if you're gonna make me pay market value for that, I just doesn't seem like a good deal at all. The location's decent, but it's not. It's not bad. It's not good. I mean, some tenants are still doing their part. That is very true. I think there's a lot of great people that exist, but it's just not, when you're talking $1 million property, I just wouldn't deal with it. Again, people won't really. This is where real estate experience comes in, where if you've gotten the handle, why would you deal with that when in this marketplace, you could find the exact same thing at a discount and people discount it for a reason. Are the rents raised? I don't even know, but like the story says a lot, right? Like if that price is, if it just how it is with the deal itself, like that's just somebody, like if you didn't know about real estate, maybe you'd buy that maybe a couple years ago, but it's too high of a price for way too much. Like I could spot the risk just off the bat. Whether you raise the rents or not, you're charging that amount when every single unit is a liability. What are the rents? Let me check. Give a brief example how you'd swing trade and for how long. Did you watch the video over the weekend on in the money versus out the money? Because that could help you a lot with swing trades. Right now, even in this market, shares have been good. And really, it's been based upon kind of the broader trends between value and growth and spacing it there. So if you haven't seen the long-term video, I would take a look at that because that one has just the idea of even time in this market and spacing out your orders over time. That's the key. So the first unit or the 3 units are renting in. They have 3 units that go for $1,000 a month, bringing in $3,000. Then there's another, so it's a 5 unit. So 3 of the units bring in $3,000 a month. 1 unit brings in $1,100. The other brings in $1,150. It's total $5,449 gross income. $65,000 gross. That's not net. And then they're saying that you could raise the rents 30%. So at current market rate, that's the whole point. That's why I'm like, it's too risky. It's renting under market. It's fully occupied. That's it. Net operating income is, so what is it? I think net operating income is $3,000 or $33,000. And then they want 1.25. And that's why I said the property is worth $900,000. They want 1.2. $33,599. Oh no, other way around. So $33,599. You take the net income. So this is expenses and rents and everything. Divide that by the price you buy it for. It's a 2.6 cap rate. So at that price, that's paying for safety. That should be safe. This building was built in when? I think it was built in 1967. This is a D class, C class property. When was it built? Built in 1971. And it's saying it's 3%. So it's going to need, this should be giving me a 10% cap rate. So essentially, if it makes $33,599, I would pay $800,000. That would be 4%. I still wouldn't touch it. So that means it's right now the rents are too low. So even if you lower the purchase price, your net income is so low that you're not even, it's saying that this is safe. When I'm like, you have to deal with 4 people and the property is out of, it needs work and all of that. It's not a 4%. This should be a 10% cap, if anything. So you should be making like $80,000, or you should be making $120,000 a year. That'll be 10%. So maybe $60,000, a 5% rate. It's not a good deal. So, and cap rate is pretty much net income divided by what you pay. It's like telling your dividend yield on the stock. So just like a dividend, depending on what you pay for your dividend, that determines your dividend yield. So when it comes to real estate, cap rate is how much you're making net profit on the property divided by what you spent. It's telling you the percentage that you're actually making on the property. So at a cap rate of 3%, you put in, you're making 3% every year on your money. Why haven't they raised the rents if they're 30% under? Chances are they can't, or nobody's willing to pay that. Are you including the mortgage? No. Well, that is if you have any financing costs. Cap rate is net income divided by price of the property. So if you have a mortgage rate that, you take your gross income, how much you collect in rent, subtract some of the, what's it called? You subtract some of the other stuff that you have, like your mortgage and interest, and then that'll leave you with a net income, and then divide it by what you spent. I would I would prefer like anything 3 to, anything above, just like stocks. Anything above like a 7% cap rate, it's going to be an older property, or it's going to have it's going to need a lot more work. That's what happens. Some people will sell you a property at a low price and a high cap rate because it's the price alone and the return is implying that you need to put money in it to bring it up to value. So that's why they call it a value add. That's why real estate isn't all you know. It's you could just buy it and make money. This is why somebody like, oh, you're buying people's houses. No, it's like most of the time you need a value add into that property. It's not going to be there. But anything over 7%, it's usually telling you it's going to be a lower quality property, lower quality renters, or there's something going on with it. So in that case, it's priced at 3% cap rate. That should be a perfect property, or a very, very close to it. But that it's not in that case. Do tenant contracts automatically transfer to new buyer? Yes. %3 cap rate. I'll stick to stocks. Oh, don't get fooled by small numbers, my friend. So would you rather have 50% of 10,000 or 3% of $1 million? Or maybe 10% of $1 million? Don't let the numbers fool you, my friend. Okay, the current cap rate. Well, that was just the case because that they brought me that deal and they sent it to me, and they said they really wanted it, and I said that does not stick out to me. Like they were saying it's no risk. I said no, that thing is screaming risk to me. I don't know why, but now that I pulled out the calculator, I feel a lot better. Because my initial judgment was correct, and that's not even looking at the numbers, just looking at the tenants and then the initial price, and that's why you pull it out there. But usually it's just, those are factors you check. This market is a little bit weird, but, I'm not really, I just understand 3 to 7%, right? As long as you understand that and what it means about what you're getting, the return, all of that, and then how you go about, like, the best benefit of that deal was seller finance. So just because it was seller financed, I see why they like it, and that is a very big advantage because that's going to lower some costs. But if you're paying too much and the rent is too low, and then it's going to take more money to bring the rents up, your cap is going to go up, essentially, because it's saying you could raise your rent by 30%. I'm assuming you're going to probably spend 30% more just to get it there. Apple's coming up. SPY, you like that SPY PHILO bounce, huh? Snap is doing good, 63. What's up, Carlo? Would I sell covered calls in a Roth IRA? Yeah, I think if you use the strategy we've been talking about, as long as you are if you're up a lot on the equity, covered calls makes a lot of sense because you're up so much on it. So that way you could sell further out the money and really benefit off of everything going on. Let me look at the Zoom. Funko Pop. No Funko Pop. BB, I don't know. It didn't really get the hype. So Zoom, if it's today, it's pricing in. Here, I'll show you guys on here. BBs, I made the grinding look easy. So plus or minus $23, $27. A little bit less than 10%. $8 is priced in. I love you, David. So 8% is what it's pricing in. Woo! So that'd be like what, the 350. Oh no, you're still paying a lot. So like 2 standard deviations. You get the puts are a little cheaper. The puts are a little cheaper, but the calls are expensive on the weekly. So even if you wanted to go 2 standard deviations, it's still going to cost you $200 on the call side. It'll cost you $70 on the put side. So it's kind of, it's right. The put side maybe, but I already have those other puts. So I think I might burn one on there. It's just expensive premiums. Oh, shit. I'm waiting for an offer to come back on a house. They said they're going to respond today, and I just got an email. And they said this property is pending. But I'm like, wait. We don't know if they pended us yet, though. Damn it. Uh-oh. Maybe me, but I feel like I would know. Just think coconut water. GME up 13. Where's AMC at? Bending, more like pendejo. AMC's actually coming back up here, too. That was a good one. Pendejo. Pending? You mean pendejo? What am I looking at? Turnkey, fix everything. You see, because it's just like you give me the property, I could apply it to a situation. That's it. So just like our real estate business on the service side, right? Like we don't need to flip every house. We could wholesale it. We could refinance it. We could recommend it to an agent, get a commission. So like I've really just been expanding my range here. It's just all about price, location, demand, utility, supply, transferability, and just sticking to the plan and making, I'm just going for 1 home run a quarter. That's all I need. That's what I even said. That's why the other deal is not there, but if it's a good easy one, if I could hit 1 home run every 3 months, that it'll be very, very good. I just need 1 property at good value. Jimmy will get pregnant? You think a split? I don't know. Can you send you and see why your offer didn't get accepted? It all just depends. You can't. It's hard to. There's no real formula now why offers are getting declined. It's just there's so much demand. So like I offered a decent one on this property. She said she got, I did a little bit above asking, but not anything like I did like 2% or 1% above asking, but she got other offers. But if she ends up, I don't know if I got accepted or not, but if she takes other offers, I don't care because I wouldn't pay more than that. Right? You know, it's like, great. If you think it's worth that much and you like it, God bless you, dude. You have congratulations. But it's hard to know why you're not getting accepted in this market. Have you personally had issues collecting on properties? Not really. It just depends which property it has been, but I've heard a lot of different stories. It's really like it's just random, and that's the scary part. Gold to offset purchases, put downward pressure on longer term rates. Yeah, so they want to keep the rates down. That's why I think my TLT theory, the only way we lose on it is if it stays the same for like a 6-7 months. Does anyone know if you could bring unopened can of beer on your carry-on? I think not if you buy it in the thing, you can pass security, or it can't be more than 8 ounces, or 4, 5. So a seller wants to make much money, so an offer with more will be accepted? No, because not everybody's real. So that's what happened. This property fell out of escrow. They accepted an offer way high, and what happened? Like, have you ever dealt with people, especially in real estate? It's crazy. What do you think happens? Yeah, BlackBerry up 15%. It's moving. Like, you have to, think about what a lot of people are doing in this marketplace. The wholesaler, it's not even it's not even just the people who flake. What do they try to do? They try to get back repairs and shit. So people offer, they think in this market, they're like, oh, I'm going to offer $550, $600, I'm going to charge off $30,000 in repairs. Like, no, like, so part of when you're accepting an offer, this is what people don't realize. Like, you want to accept a deal that's going to go through smoothly. So, like, that's like, even we talked to this lady for this property. If she accepts it, we told her, we said, listen, you're the agent, you're the one selling the property. We're in the business. We're serious investors. Here are the properties we've bought over the last couple months here. If you want a smooth deal and know that we're going to say we're going to give you money, we're not going to play a game with you, that you could take an extra $15K less, $20K less, because if you accept a higher offer and you're not on the same page and you can't verify that with the other buyer, you're going to get clapped. People that you don't want to waste too much time with it. Imagine listing your property 2-3 times. I've seen a lot of properties like that because that's kind of what you're getting in this market. GME still going. Yeah, GME's running. At Live Nation. Wasn't there another stock like Live Nation up today? Us guys playing. Sean Kane. Amen, baby. Where is the video? GME higher than coin. iHeartRadio, that's what it was. Did we ever see what was happening with iHeart? Still going up here. It looks like Lending Club that one day. All right, Carissa, be easy. Enjoy the Arizona weather. I think Baidu's going to do another. It could if it does get back. Baidu has the ability to. So I don't know if it technically will, but it can, if that makes sense. Baidu has it's a smaller float, could move up a lot, but this was a giant-ass move. If this was its own little run-up and crash if you think about it. Chat monitor, stop clapping you. So Web City, it's because of the emojis. You're getting clapped by, like that might even get clapped in a little bit. And then if you're pumping a stock, please don't pump it, but watch the amount of emojis to not get clapped automatically. Say 408% more. Yeah, a lot. Homes everywhere, even places I see them. I had Tyler put an offer on me for a house in Texas, and I remember Tyler was buying these houses for like 10 grand, and today they're going for $100,000. You know that? There's houses in Texas, Buffalo, Detroit. Those same 10,000. There's still houses that are 10,000, but some of the areas they were $10,000, $12,000 houses. They're going for $100 grand, $90K right now. This is what I had a video. We talked about this a while ago. But I really hope you watch the video. I really genuinely, you don't have to FOMO. I think 5-7 years. Think 7 years. Think Joseph, baby. Think Joseph, okay? Just think Joseph, because I really think that it's going to you have time to where it's like if you can't get it right here, right now, that totally makes sense because a lot of people, even myself, are having trouble, not to mention affordability, all that. But make it a goal and just keep your eyes open because if you're able to get something at it, there's going to be waves. That's the whole point of that video. Every 3 to 6 months, you're going to be going through an inflationary wave. So it's going to have certain effects. Oh, NVIDIA came back. I'm working towards one in the next 1 to 2 years. Good. That's what I'm saying. And if the opportunity comes early, take it. And then if not, you at least are looking for it. NVIDIA could frog. Remember we have that other option. Where is it? I think it was down today. Yeah, it's down 16% now. You will be sold. You will be lied on. You will be forgotten. Keep the peace. Spread the faith. Amen. Investing in foreign vacation properties? No, I've invested in domestic vacation properties, though. So domestic locations that are popping for summer and even winter. I've bought in a couple of properties and I already have them up on Airbnb. For new Airbnb experiences, new flexible dates. Groundbreaking technology. Yeah, NVIDIA is popping now. NVIDIA is starting to break out. Premiums are down after that move, though. So, again, you see the difference between the out of the monies and near the money. Hotel prices are through the well. People are getting mad at Airbnb. I saw a lot of people complaining about it. They're like, Airbnb, you've overstayed your welcome. I'm not spending $500 to stay in someone's apartment for one night when the hotels are priced pretty competitively now. Like, you could go to a hotel, get like room service, food. You could get a lot of nice things, and the Airbnb is expensive. Uber going straight up. Even the SPY's bouncing, coming back to the 420 level. Yeah, Uber is positive again. It's cheaper to take a taxi than Uber, and probably faster. Uber has been having those driver issues. It was $190 for a single room Airbnb last night. Marriott was $226. Yeah, I would rather just I would stay in the hotel. Even as somebody who owns Airbnb and likes Airbnb, Airbnb used to be dramatically cheaper. Like, it used to be like Airbnb was a steal. Like, you used to be able to rent my whole house in LA was the same price as one hotel, a room in LA, but not anymore. Yeah, Airbnb used to be like backpacking price. Now it's just expensive. I think it's part of it's just kind of the whole supply demand issue. Yeah, there's less supply. So there's like the hotels and then the and just everything there. And the travel and inflate. Remember when I showed you guys the CPI, remember we went over the form, everybody kept saying auto sales, energy, food. But if you go look at transportation and lodging, that shit shot up. That was the biggest increase close to cars. Think COVID price for Airbnb will be cheaper. It makes sense though. You have to think real estate too. I think as the real estate market calms down, it will a little bit, but it's a supply demand thing. Ford. Yeah, I still think Airbnb is great long term. The concept itself is genius. PR787. Electric Mustangs. How has the Mach-E even sold? I think the big key is going to be the what's it called? The F-150 numbers. So what if the cult makes a REIT and they're all Airbnbs? It'd probably be a risky REIT because short-term rentals, it's not really the best rental income you want, even though it gets high. You could get higher payment, but it's not as consistent. So it wouldn't really be good for something to pay out to investors. Mm. 1147. Oh, Bitcoin bounced a little bit. Man, the market's been weird. It's just weird interplay between all of the markets. Tenants are usually better in the sense of if you want something consistent. But then that's why you see this market is just really confusing, because right now, even then, if you buy something with tenants, most of them are going for a discount, but it's not as safe as anything else. Like if you have tenants in there, you're still taking a risk. So really the quality, the property, the class of the property, higher, better upkept, better neighborhoods that could command higher rents, no rent control, you'll be good, but really just does depend. Do not ignore geopolitics. I agree. That's why the main thing I said with that video over the weekend is understanding that every single domestic policy or effect we have right now, it has effect on everybody else. That's where I think a lot of people are ignoring it, that a lot of people aren't going to want the budget to be that big. And not just in America, it's the effect it will have on other countries. Walmart will expand hours. Nvidia's moving. Hems down. Did the Nvidias move up? No, now the Nvidias are break even. So they just made 15% on that move on the out of the monies. Do you know if Biden knows this or is ignorant to? No, I think he knows. Everybody knows. It's a very common thing. It's just this is the play on the unholy trinity. Economic autonomy, monetary policy autonomy. That's what happens. Because now the U.S., by doing all of this inflationary stuff, it pretty much forces the countries that are trying to fix their currency and control capital flows. That means they're going to have to cave to whatever we do. So it's a pretty strategic play. But the question is, how are the other countries going to take it? And then what sort of implications? Like I'm saying, based on that video, even with what I'm seeing now, I wouldn't be surprised that like you're probably going to start hearing about currency wars in the next 6 to 12 months, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Like it seems like currency wars, race to the bottom. That is what happens, because now if we do all this and it leads to an effect, other people will react. And how they react now, we can't control that. So that's the key. Oh, nice. Somebody just sent me a text with their what's it called? With their AMC play, and they said they bought it back when we did. They said Stream Alerts paid for 16 years. I said, okay, that's awesome. 16 years. That's crazy. Am I 16? I'm older than 16. 16. That's crazy. Now, don't give it back. That's the next one. Game of chicken amongst the powerhouses. Pretty much, kind of, when it comes. Honestly, that's what it is. Buy a house. It's like 20K profit. It's a lot of screams. Can't find a house? Well, guess what? You will eventually. And the right one, you will find the right one. You ever thought? Imagine Joseph. Joseph, he bid on his house and he didn't get it, and they sold him to no property, and then eventually he got it. What's yours is yours. What's yours is yours. You're gonna get it. What's yours is yours. The house you're supposed to get is already waiting there for you. Isn't that crazy? It's already waiting there for you. That's it. The world is just waiting for you to line it all up. And once it hits, it hits. That's why. So just make sure you save. Make sure you're wise. Keep a lookout. That's it. It's getting ready for you. And then once it's yours, it don't matter who offer on it. It don't matter who don't offer on it. It don't matter what the interest rate is. That's yours. Oh, y'all don't feel. That's what ownership. It's going to be yours. Woo. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. That's fine. That's the problem is getting it lined. You don't have to. That's not a problem. You just got to wait and it will line up. That's it. It's already there. Isn't that funny? There's a future you that exists 10 years from now. You don't think, oh, that house is waiting for you. It's already what you're meant to own is going to be there. I don't know. I believe in that. That's my belief. So it helps. It's very positive, but believe whatever you want. But that's all it comes down to. I believe your house is waiting for you. That's it. So as you learn life, you go through all these little steps, all these days and months, and you learn all of this stuff. You see what I'm saying? Woo! And then that's it. Now once it's yours, it's yours. It'll really be yours. Mother has 4,000 square miles in South America, develop homes. You want to spend it. You think it would be better to spend. Probably, I like American real estate, but that's just like a growth play. It's going to take more risk, but the upside return will probably be there, but it just doesn't have the same safety. So a serious question, is the buyer's remorse really real? Oh, yeah. So I bought that other house that I Airbnb'd a couple months ago. And I bought it, and I really thought I got a good deal, and I overpaid by 4 or 5%, right? And I was really excited, and then I bought it, and then I started looking at the area, and I saw another house. I was like, oh my gosh, I could have got a way better house for that same price. And then it quickly went away, and then I was like, okay, I kind of had buyer's remorse. I was like, it's kind of small, and then I put it up on Airbnb, and then it brought me back my whole mortgage within a week, and I was like, okay, that's good, and then. Yet 2 days ago, the neighbor down the street listed the house, and he listed it at 45% higher than what I paid for it. So then I had buyer's remorse initially, and then 2 months later, was it 3? Yeah, was it 2 months? And then I was like, okay, that's good. So you do get buyer's remorse though. It just depends on timing. I bought my house in the 5s, and his house is 200 square feet bigger than mine, and he listed his at 870. I was like, okay, but then I saw somebody buy one at a little smaller than mine in the 4s, and I was like, what? So, but buyer's remorse is real for sure. What do you mean in the 5s? I bought my house for $500,000, and the neighbor, literally, I could walk to his house from mine. He just listed it for $870,000 or so. I don't think Nvidia had news. It just started popping with some of the other hype stocks there. What's more, price per square foot or whatever it sells for? Because then that will tell you price per square foot. Yeah, they had good earnings. Big hype on Friday with this split, and then today was up a little bit, sold off, and then all of a sudden, as like GameStop and the market started picking up, they went really good. And now NASDAQ is back up, leading the SPY, believe it or not. NASDAQ might even close green, or like the strongest. A lot of flip-flop. Neighbor's house sell yet? Nah, he just listed it. That's why I say he listed it. So if he sells it, that will secure my equity. Right now, it just got me excited. But even if he takes 100,000 less, I mean, I'll still be happy. I'm just keeping the video up there. Ford is doing good too. It could be time for the China stocks again. Even 2-3 days ago was the first time China stocks really moved in like 3-4 months. So, you guys want to talk about it? Where's the Chinese reserve ratio requirement? So you guys know you saw something. It happened over the weekend. China did something that they haven't done in 15 years. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. They don't have the RRR. Let me see. It's not highlighting on So this will take place in a month, but China announced Monday it'll raise the reserve ratio requirement, the RRR, for foreign currency deposits by 2 percentage points from 5 to 7 beginning June 15th. So now what is essentially the last time they did this was 2005, 6, and 7. So it's been a long time since they've ever done this, but now this is like a pseudo currency weakening. So what does it mean is that the reserve requirement for foreign currencies, they're essentially telling banks now that if you are going to accept dollars, we're raising how much of the ratio of reserves you have to hold. They doubled it essentially. So now if you collect dollars, instead of selling your weak dollars that are being inflated and turning them to Chinese yuan, it's forcing the banks in China to buy more dollars and hold them. So now when banks in China get dollars, there's nothing to show. The chart's not updated. There's only just the new stuff that came out with it, the headline. But that's why it's like it's China data. It's honestly not even talked about that much. So essentially what is happening is that it's forcing Chinese banks to hold more dollars. So think supply and demand, right? If Chinese banks are required to hold more dollars in reserves now, what's going to happen? Every currency, what's going to happen? Every currency in the world, but mainly the dollar, what are they going to do? They're going to hold more dollars. That's going to lower the supply of dollars. Theoretically, what should happen to the value of the dollar? It should increase. That's why it's weird today that the dollar is lower after this news, but this is going to come into play a month from now. So this is supposed to this is like a pseudo way of weakening the yuan. By forcing all of their banks now to hold more dollars, it takes up dollar supply, and then it now it's also going to increase more yuan being traded. So therefore, it weakens the Chinese yuan and allows the dollar to strengthen a little bit. But we'll see what happens. But it's like a fake currency deval in a weird way. So it's like an indirect devaluation. China wants a strong United States dollar because if our dollar's stronger, it would weaken the Chinese yuan. So the yuan has weakened more in a year than it has in the last 10 years, pretty much. It's really strong right now. They want it to be weak because then it would affect their competitiveness in global markets. So that's why it's a finesse. It's kind of like a warning shot, honestly, because they've been talking about a lot of this stuff. They've been saying stuff even with all the Bitcoin and everything else. So now it's kind of more, this is like, it's showing that they're taking a first step towards actually stepping in on the dollar. Again, think about the irony. I've been telling you for the last 2 weeks, look at the currencies, look at 2018. These are pretty crazy levels, right? I've been saying that. So the fact that they now made a move, it's acknowledging what we've saw. They're even saying, yeah, they've been talking about it and they've been saying it's getting too strong. But now that they're actually tweaking up the settings of what's going on or the regulations, it's clear now that's the next. They see the same thing I see, the governments. They probably see a little bit more than I do, a lot more than I do. But that's where you're seeing, okay, something's happening with the currencies. It's definitely all these valuations, all of the budget, all of this money coming in with the dollars are being printed. It's having an effect. So that's it. It's not that pretty much it's saying the next level. If we do keep pumping more dollars, China is just going to weaken their currency and it's going to now eliminate some of the effects. But then the big problem is if China and the United States get into this little weakening battle, you have to think about every other country in the world, from Europe all the way down to the smaller Asian countries even in Africa, energy producers, commodity producers, all of that. It starts to get a little bit weird. Because then now, like I'm saying, when we print the money here in America, a lot of people have been focusing on the economic recovery. A lot of people are focusing on, the people don't work here or people need money, yabba dabba dooba. But there would be more detriment to the global economy in the world if all of the money led to a what's it called? If it led to a race to the bottom. Yes, this is the race to the bottom because now our currency has been drastically weakening more than it has in the last 3 years. That's what I was showing you last week, 2018. And now China's currency strengthened more than it has in 5 years. But now you're starting to see other weak currencies like the pound and euro get strength because the dollar is starting to fuck everybody low key. So now what's going to happen, China's making these little tweaks, but if they start making other tweaks, every other country is going to start devaluing. And then now it's not about us getting inflation. What's going to happen when people in another country starts, everyone says hyperinflation. We're not going to witness it. Your gas is just going to go to $5, but in other countries, they're going to see hyperinflation because this is what a race to the bottom looks like. We will feel it last, but other countries will get affected more. So what happened today definitely caught my attention that what you're doing with China making that move, it was like a pseudo currency devaluation, and it's showing there's something at play right now, or at least that's kind of a warning shot. Give it a month or two, and we'll see. It may even happen before that, but that would be the next key. If you start seeing more of this weakening stuff, that's the problem. You want to weaken the currency to remain competitive in the export marketplace, and so you can also, so that the balance of power doesn't get messed up too much. You want stability. Otherwise, now people could buy more stuff or they're going to sell more stuff. It will change your balance of payments, the amount of trade that you're bringing in, your deficit or your surplus. The Fed has tools to manage inflation, but when the source of the inflation is coming through governmental spending, you can't do anything about that. The Fed could just react, really. Why did the ruble spike so hard in March 2020 besides COVID? Well, COVID was part of it, and then what happened with the it weakened. So that's because what happened to the dollar strengthened during COVID because the money stopped moving. There wasn't that same supply of money. People were panicked. They held on to it. And then now what other things happened during March 2020? Oil went negative. So number one export from Russia is oil. So their currency is going to have more links to that. That's why I'm even saying today, you saw more links to oil than not. I even think oil is the reason. Again, with what I just said with China, that's the weird part about today because the dollar is weak today. So China's currency is weak today, but so is the dollar. That doesn't make sense. That shouldn't happen too often. You shouldn't see this chart. So if you come to the currencies, you should never see the dollar down and then this up. Because this means the dollar weakened by itself, but then so did the Chinese currency. How does that happen? Do you see why that's weird? This is to show China's impact with what they announced. Because this means that if the China's currency got weak, that means your dollar should have got stronger. So how come the dollar got weaker, but then the Chinese currency got weaker too? Right? Obviously, there's a basket of everything else, but this is highlighting that right there. That's why I'm saying today was really weird because I said it yesterday on the watch list. I said the dollar's going to shoot up today. It should have, but it didn't. So what would be the answer to that? Good old oil. Because oil is still up a lot today, and this is now, once you start getting past 70, that's when it starts to get a little bit weird here with some of because again, oil, inflation, and the effect on CPI and all that, this is my assumption. I could be wrong, but I'm just saying, I think it's because oil did surprise today, so it's masking some of the effect on the dollar here today. So yeah. Welcome to the world. It's going to be an exciting time here in 2021 as the world changes and there's so many global political, economical reactions. Coinbase says Doge is launching on Doge Pro. Economic. Is Doge actually on Coinbase Pro? I don't see it. That's cool, though. I could get a real-life price now of it. That's not Robinhood. I can't wait to see the difference on price between Robinhood and Coinbase. That might mess things up low-key, or it could help it. Is there a coal ETF? No, there's not. Oh. So the yen, the Japanese yen is traditionally a safe haven currency. So that one, it doesn't show you as much, but it does tell you a little bit about, if other currencies in the other Asian countries get weak, they'll usually run to Japan. So, but Japan's usually a safe haven currency. That's why if Japan weakens, I usually get more surprised. But no, we don't have an ETF. I would want to make a REIT, and that's it. That'd be the only thing I'd want to do, but then it's just a lot of work. I would just love that way we could just keep buying more houses, and then that way you guys don't have to worry about it, and then you could just throw money in, get equity, and get some payout, and that's it. Call it a day. I'd want to make it where it's not really a REIT, but a mutual fund. I'd want to make it as a mutual fund where then that way you could actually own equity in the property and just divide it amongst contribution. Do you see parallels between CDO 08 and staking coins and lending for interest? Possibly. I just think it's not. Like DeFi is just, I like DeFi a lot. I just think there's going to be a lot of exploits in the meantime. You touched down at SD. You visiting your bro. Thank you for his service. Tell him that. For free this week. I'm excited this week. I got to get back. I had my 3-day weekend. I enjoyed it. Now it's back to work mode. I feel good. My voice isn't clapped. You ever noticed that? No voice clapping. I felt so tired on Friday. I got my posture in check. You know, my chest is relaxed. Chest to the sun. Woo! Feel good, man. That's why I'm ready to just take on the world. What stonks we got. What real estate. How's Chad feeling? Gotta make sure Chad got their head on straight. That they got their armor on. Woo! Amen. You look like the long term. Stop. You sweet. Amen. God is good. But the DeFi, the whole CDO, I just don't know. That's why I say it's too early for me. I would never, anybody offering me a fixed return, high or low, I'd want to know their history. You know what I'm saying? Just general, how long have you been, like, if you could show me a 10-year history on APYs and staking, I'm down. But if it's only been around for like a year with results, I mean, I've seen a lot of people do good in a year and then end up being, something happens. Derrick Rose could get injured. You know what I'm saying? Lonzo was really hyped. But thank God we had LaMelo. Pulled up real estate exam with my Colt tracksuit on and passed it, baby. On. Amen. There you go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Immediately, is it on there? So if I log out and log back in, can I get Doge? Oh my God. Yo, it's in cancel mode. Look it. They actually have it. Yo, it just showed up. Holy shit. Yeah. Yo, that might be really good for Coinbase. I don't know how I feel about this legitimizing Dogecoin, so congratulations to that one. But other than that, there's at least a wallet on here. That's the biggest difference now. You got to realize if it's on Coinbase, you're going to get a wallet. So that means anything you actually buy, you could get it in the wallet and then buy stuff with it as opposed to Robinhood. That's crazy. That's cool. Would you look at that? That could be pretty good. I think we have somebody in Michigan. We might. Shoot an email. And again, Wednesday too. Tomorrow. You guys could always join in on the Colt Real Estate call. It's mainly like agents and wholesalers and flippers, but you guys could always pull up there and ask any agents, and a lot of them will be able to help you. Friend in Michigan that wants to buy a house. So email Colt Real Estate and then see and let them know. And tell them I told them they should give you a little cut. You know? Michigan. Who? I know I have somebody in Michigan. I'm just blanking on the name. Has to be Elon tweet. Elon should just buy Coinbase. But let's see. I am kind of ready for an Elon tweet because I want to see if how immune the market is to him. Okay, draw. Mr. Mosby, Las Vegas agent. How's it been in Vegas? friends are partying. Imagine telling investors in the 80s you're watching Elon tweets. If I told a lot of people from the 80s, I don't know, people from I feel like people from the 80s would treat me like people treat me today. That's it. I got a little bit of both. That's all that happens. You'd be like, okay, that sounds smart. The long term, they vibe with that. They vibe with some of the divvies and some of that. And then some of them, I'll be like, yeah, like Amazon. They'd be like, what? Like, it's the same thing here. It's the same, if I'm like, yeah, I'm not really into Dogecoin or something, it's just different. So I think it's best of both worlds. Waving ass, so hopefully many buyers. Let's go Vegas. Vegas had a lot of development. Like with Roblox, yep. No need to be offensive. Chad, I didn't mean to be offensive. I was just genuinely saying my strategy is a mix of a lot of traditional investing and proper speculation. Or not proper, but a different sort, of how I go about it. Again, I got options and long-term divvies. So that back then, options would be frowned upon heavily. And then even today, some of the stuff that I consider risky. Some people think it's the standard and vice versa. Samuel Tepebi is co-agent. The name sounds very familiar. We'll verify. And then if you did send an email, I responded to somebody. You sent me an off-market, a couple of them. I don't know if that was you. I responded back. It said your email was full. And then if you did respond to cold email or cold real estate or anything, hit up, send the email again if you haven't got a response or anything. Again, it just takes time. That's why those real estate calls are very helpful. But apologies. We've been having a lot. It's been a crazy. You guys could bear with us on that. Yamiel Tebebi. There it is. See, I know that name sounded familiar. God bless you, baby. Robert Kid. A lot of tweets today. A lot of roaring kitty tweets. Jimmy did great. Where can you purchase one of those tracksuits? CollectColt.com. Fourth link or third link in the description for the merch. You got to be positive, though. It's a positive apparel. Doge showed up on Coinbase Pro. I don't see a price chart. It says cancel only mode or whatever. Yeah, it's showing up. It's in cancel. Transfers only. That's crazy. Can I deposit? Let me try. Deposit. Yep. Bro, you could have you could literally have a wallet. Yeah, that's crazy. Yep. You already have it on Coinbase Pro. There it is. You guys can send me some if you want. That's my Doge. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can send me some Doge. Go ahead. That's just free money. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's way better than Robinhood, but damn, that's nuts. There's a real ass wallet. Wow. Yeah, that's like Doge getting his first house. That's insane. Yeah, you got the Dogecoin news and that's a lot of good news on Coinbase. Still, it's still like barely fighting for 2%. Yeah, you can't buy it there now, but you could send, you could transfer, you have a wallet, so you could transfer in to Coinbase Pro only. Did anyone send me Doge? We'll see, but even if it did, it would take 120 confirmations. Without, yeah, exactly. That's why I like it, because now if you have that wallet, you could spend it. You could go send money to the Mavericks. If Elon is still accepting Doge, you could own some. Now you could take advantage of arbitrage. It's pretty crazy. Because usually most people didn't know how to buy it. Most people were just buying place markers. So now you have now you actually have a wallet. Yeah, BB's popping again. I don't know when. Robinhood, though, Robinhood said they're going to get a wallet, but we'll see. That's crazy that Coinbase was able to do it that fast. Like, Robinhood had the jump on them, and now that right there is worth trading for a fee, at the very least. Like, you could trade on Robinhood. You're probably going to you're going to pay a premium now, and you never get to actually own it. So, pretty crazy. So, all my AMC going straight to the long term, feeling blessed. So the Colt finally buying Doge. Nah. I'm happy for all of you, you know. Like, you know, I can still feel good because enough of y'all didn't really give a shit what I had to say. And y'all still made money on it. So I'm still not a supporter. I just like my Bitcoin, my Ethereum, my other 2 coins, my Ether Classic, and my XLM. That's it. And stocks and real estate. My feelings are hurt. Well, I'm sorry. That's unfortunate. My feelings are hurt. You didn't listen to my real estate warnings years ago. You know what I'm saying? You guys remember that video, the goal on buying a house? When was that? That was years ago. What's that video called? What was that video called? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Remember? I was driving in the G-Wagon. I said it was a goal. I forgot. I need to find it. I made it 2 years ago, I think, and I said that was my goal for you guys. I think it might be this one.
No matter where you are, compose a cover letter that's
video on my channel going through there. It's a cool, the people who live out there and who are out there, and it's, you know, they're very, very nice houses. There it is. It becomes a lot more accessible. $600,000 house. Most people could put down 20 stock, and you can go buy. There's houses. Oh man, this is crazy. I found it. So let's take a look. I posted this video. It's actually not November 2019. I explained how my friend made $40 million off of a couple of the properties. They did like 2 good purchases. But look, I even showed it here. I was saying my goal for you guys is to get these cheap houses. This only 3,000 of you watched this video at that time. So this video is not widely received. I don't know why. I mean, it aged very, very well. Well, we should check the address on that. But this is when we were really talking about it, but I still kept, you know, even during everything, you guys have seen it. Trying to find this property. This one ended up selling. The estimate didn't go up, but it comps out now at like 70 grand. So that one went up 50%. Where's the other one? .502 Rotary Street. That house is for $800. Oh no. Rody House at 100K. I think this one had a pricing issue. That's at 850. What about these other? I'm gonna look at all of these. This one was 3,000 in Michigan. That one is at 100K. Bro, these are just screenshots from here. That's why I'm trying to see how these aged. Bloom Street, Detroit. This one's gonna be interesting. That one sold for $3,000. I don't even know what it's worth. They don't even give an estimate on it. No, but there's one next to that for like 34 or 12,000. Again, these are like the super cheap. Yeah, that's 350 a night on Airbnb. Oh, look at cap rate. Isn't that crazy? Look at, we talked about this. That's crazy. Well, we talked about liquidity. Man, y'all got some. Look at this little picture-ass video. But this is where I talked about it. I said my main goal for you guys coming in. I said it. My main goal we made this November 2019. The main goal for this was to, what's it called? To buy a house. That's what we wanted. Oh, let's see this one. Let's see Cecilia. This one looks nice. Cecilia Street, San Antonio. This one was 70. It says estimate now at 90, but then the range goes up to 100. Oh man, they wouldn't even, bro. They would have sold this one. This is that same property here. It was listed at 70. They removed the listing at 55,000. They would have sold this thing at 55,000 and nobody bought it. And then your estimate's at 87, but your range is probably up until like 106. Let's see if there's any other comps on there. Yeah, see, all these are going for 130. Yeah, that shit doubled. SPY coming down a little bit. But that one, you could have got that property back then for like 10 grand up front. Maybe even less. The best way to, you don't need to find a deal like that's just timing. Again, that's why, think about that video. And when it was made, like all I did was just show random properties. And I said, like back then, people were like, oh, you can't get properties for cheap. And I said, no, this is what I'm doing, because this is what we were doing in Indiana and all those other places, even Texas. That's what I'm saying. Royke was even sending me those cheap houses. You would have done nothing but hold it. No, you could have bought that beginning of 2020, and today it would be sitting at 100,000. You would have put down 20% down, maybe. That would have been $15,000. You would have owed 50 grand. You need $10,000. You would have owed $40,000 And then if you did nothing to that property, you probably could have rented it out for a year. You could have done work or anything. Even if you let it sit there, you would have spent another year of mortgage payments at, like, you could have spent $2,000 in mortgage payments. And then if you sold it today at 100, you owed $40,000. You would have paid back the $40,000, and then you would have walked away with $60,000 cash, minus commissions and fees. You probably walk away with like 50 grand net profit. All you have to do is put down 10 grand, pay the payments, and keep the house for a year. After taxes would have been, it wouldn't even been capital gains, because that would have been a year. Probably by the end of the year, you might even get 130 on that. We'll see on the cheaper ones. That home ain't going conventional. I said 20% down. He delisted it. The same house I showed in the video, he delisted it at the beginning of the year for $55,000. That house, easy. You could sell that as is at 90, 87,000 right now. Decent, and even then you probably get 100. Just you could see it in the range, and even San Antonio, I've seen it there. You make it sound so easy after I bought it. Is, but tell me, is it not that easy? Like that video I was talking about it in that video, and you could even the example I showed in the video, it was cheap. The house didn't even sell because nobody even wanted it then, and now you could see how it is. Like it really wasn't, and that would have been an easy loan on $50,000 for a house loan, easy. That's what I'm saying. Those exist. You guys could still pull some of those off, where you could leverage 50 grand, 100 grand. Obviously, those houses are ghetto. They need, you are going to take certain risks, but if you get it at a good price and then you're able to hold the property for that long, you're good. I do like San Antonio, yeah. I know it is. It is in the ghetto. You're not going to live in that house, though. You don't need to. And that's again, think about what I'm saying. That house was on the video. Like I pulled up multiple examples there. Most of them did go up. Some were a little bit, the lower ends, like that Michigan one, it was like 3,000 and like 10. That one may have not been worth it. But we're talking, if you had $10,000 cash up front and the ability to pay $200 a month if the house didn't go rented, you would have held it for 12 months, 18 months, and you would have made $60,000. So you're telling me if a kid could get it, if an 18-year-old kid got his hands on 10 grand last year, 18 months ago, he could have pulled that off. And you're saying whether it's in the ghetto, the hood, wherever you want to call it, or another reason why you wouldn't live there or whatever. You don't have to live in it. I'm saying you could have made a yearly salary by just holding it. And then you could have even rented it if you really wanted to. You would have never even had to go to the house. You would not need 2 years of income on 20% down. The property was cheap. It was $50,000 back then. Some of those Indiana houses are still in the 50s and 60s. So where would that $60,000 come from? So the house is going for $50,000, right? You're going to put 20% down, $10,000. So you put down $10,000, the bank will loan you the other $40,000. Okay? So now you owe $40,000 on this house. Let me get a mortgage calculator for you. And then SPY's hitting a low right now, a little bit, approaching it. Yeah, rear view is painful. I hope, this isn't meant to give you this is here to show, I mean, again, like I'm saying, what we've been talking about with it, but like, this is where a lot of, you guys don't have to go buy a house you live in if you really, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is a good way to invest. When you're asking me right now, where would I put $20,000, $50,000? If I would find a way to get a good real estate investment. It doesn't have to be something too crazy. So, take a look. So this is the house. Again, we're saying it here. This is the one that was in the video. But here's your payment. $50,000 house price, $10,000 down, 3.1. Your payment is $232 a month. Yeah, here's the video. It's a really good video because I explain in this video, I talk about one of my friends. He's my business partner, but his family, they just bought, their house is about $40-50 million in LA, but they bought it at $4 million back in 2008. But then how they bought it at $4 million, before they did that, they bought a house for $700,000, and it went up to 1.1, 1.5, and they flipped out of that house and used the profits from that house to get the $4 million house, and then that $4 million house appreciated to $40 million because it was a killer location. That's the video. If you missed it, this is why I said in the video, I said my goal for everybody was to walk away owning a home in 2020. And I even said even a cheap one. That's why I showed about 10 different examples of cheap properties all over America that were viable. So someone said, where do you get the $60,000 from? Again, if you had $10,000 there, you would have got the keys to the property. Again, and then if you even had a real estate agent, you would have got a little bit back. So what happens here, though, is now you owe $232 a month, and then you hold it for a year. So look at after, 12 months now, you're going to owe $39,100. Okay? So you put $10,000 down, you hold the house out, you pay the mortgage. After paying principal and interest, you owe $39,123. Okay? Again, this is the same house. This was the same house in the video, and now it's estimated at 87. The range is between 70 and 100. I think you could probably even get 120 for it. Again, you're seeing houses like this. They're going at 144. This one's beaten up at 90,000. Oh, man, 123, similar square footage. You'll probably get 100 for this house in this market. Even then, like that's 107, 137. So, but you owe 39,000, right? So you owe $39,000. Let's say you sell it at $100,000. That's what you sell the house for. You get $100,000, but you owe $39,000 on the mortgage. You have to pay back the bank, remember? And then you put your down payment down. You're going to walk away with $61,000. $10,000 was your down payment, $51,000 pure profit, but $61,000 profit above what you owed. And then go take away whatever you want. Well, it's 45%. Let's say 35%. Does that cover taxes or anything else? $21,000 minus $61,000. You would still walk away with $40,000 doing nothing. Assuming you could sell it, yes. And listen to what you just said. Assuming you could sell a house in 2021. Are we in a buyer or a seller's market right now? I think you could sell anything right now in real estate. You would definitely sell it. So, well, no, I mean, again, that was my first warning on real estate. That's what I'm trying to say. This is where it started. And then every couple months, we made this a goal for the whole year. And we talked about it a lot, and I kept saying it, all of this. Some of you guys started getting into wholesales, flips, all that. But it was, We've said this various times, and then it just got crazy in 2021. If you bought 10 houses like that, you would have made $500,000. But then you see how you could have used leverage to get a decent gain on a bigger size asset. So it's cool though, but that's what I'm saying. You know, there's many ways to get involved with real estate, and you can find what works for you or not. But this goal has been a big, big goal of ours for a while. It's a good video. Old video, but good. So the person trying to buy a house today gets clapped. Not if you buy it at a good price. That's why, again, like someone said, they said, oh, my offer didn't get accepted. What do I do? You move on. I wouldn't, I offered on properties. If I don't get accepted, I'm not FOMOing and playing a crazy game of trying to get something and overpay for it. But even like the story of my recent property, every property I've bought, even into the highs of this year, I've appreciated on. And it doesn't matter about immediate appreciation because I am still factoring in future timeline. Even when I made that video, you could have sold it after a year, but the idea was you buy these, the longer you hold it, the less riskier it becomes. It pays for itself. You could get renters in it. You can make it nice and let appreciation. It's a good long-term investment, clearly. H1N3 bird flu. Yeah, they talked about that today. Vacant land has actually gone up. I'm not too, I don't like it as much. NFTs, TCAT, Dolphin. What happened with NFTs? Why is this TCAT? Yo, TCAT, that was halted? What the hell happened to TCAT? Dude, what happened to TCAT? It's trading at 20, but got halted. That thing's weird. No Funko vibes. Entered in securities purchase to which company shall invest in cultural objects. Huh? Zoom, I'm not down. Zoom was pricing in a lot on the calls. The puts were cheaper, but I'm not going to play it. I just have that old put play. Overstock. It came down a little bit. It was holding up nice. Let me NFT your artifacts. That's weird. Funko's not moving. W key and TCAT moving. Is real estate in a seller's market? Yes. Because you could get the most for your house and there's so many buyers and not enough supply, lack of inventory, you could demand a lot and people are willing to pay for it. But I also think it's a buyer's market too, because if you are able to find a decent deal, then you're good to go. I was at dinner with my friend and his wife's friends, and they said it was a buyer's market and houses were cheap. I just wanted to cry. It all depends on who you ask. Again, that's why it's like you could really it's just like a game of like it's a game of who's smarter. Like that's it. Like, bro, I'm buying these houses for people, and even then they're pretty high, and I'm just like, but I genuinely think that I was like, this house is worth way more money. He's selling it to me for double what he paid for 10 years ago. He thinks he's getting a deal, and then I see the neighbor's house. It's just it's just a matter of if you could. That's why it's like if you get a good deal at a good price, if you know what a good value is, you're going to be good. That's it. And then the point is getting somebody to match up with. You guys saw it here. You guys saw it here before anything. You guys saw Chad's. I would have Chad's email me. You guys and your parents, you guys would email me and say you wanted to sell the house. I say, okay, I buy it. And we came to a fair price. And even then, the same people were like, nah, I'm looking for this. Like, it's just, the situation has to align. And you have to be able to say, I think it's worth this. And then you have to have the person willing to sell it to you at that price. That's it. And then what's happening is a lot of people are like, well, I could do this. And then they get ideas. And then that's it. Where was the thing? Where are my UFO alien minutes? Don't think we got that one yet. Don't think we got that one. I'm trying to see something. HOFV, Walgreens. Yeah, they're all moving. It's high in here. Please hold. AC. Yeah, Walgreens popping a little there. It's almost the end of the day, and it's the end of May, beginning of June. Zoom, I'm not going to make one. Calls are expensive. Puts are a little cheaper compared to the pricing in, but it's still pretty. I mean, it's beginning of the week. No, time premium's not really helping you out as much. You see news called H1N3. Yeah, it's a different bird flu. They said that they noticed it, I think, in China. There was also something with like the India and UK variant mixing, but the H1N3 is what's it called? It's bird flu, but it's not. They're saying initially that it's not as, and again, I'm not a health person, but it's saying that it's like it's not transmissible or it's not as contagious because it's a bird or animal strain. What do we see? I'm off work early. Sounds like a good Tuesday. Feels like Monday, but still. H10 or H10. I'd say H10, H10, 10. Some of you guys are like, what? H22Z06? It's like a Honda Prelude Corvette. I'm down. Ugh. That would be pretty fast. H22Z06. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That is going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. It's going to be around 5 p.m. Pacific time, and then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:15 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we land here in the San Diego International Airport, still summer, but a little cloudy here, and please don't forget, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Oh, yeah. Today was fun. Today was fun, baby. Yeah, very interesting day. It was like a weird hybrid of Friday. Put us at a good point. The SPY and NASDAQ closing red. Dow is going to barely hang on for life here. Again, a little bit of that value rotation, but with the SPY and NASDAQ not being down, it's not there. I'd watch oil for tomorrow. I think oil is going to be important. We still got a lot of the Fed speeches and then the jobs report and then more manufacturing data. But I think oil, as well as kind of the reopening trade, that could shed a little light here. Microsoft selling off there at close. And Bitcoin. One minute! Tell me that's not a 10. Tell me that's not a 10. Are you serious? Tell me that's not a 10. Go, lie. Tell me that's not a 10. Go ahead, lie to yourself. Tell me that's not a 10. Tell me that's not a 10, baby. Look at that. Unanimous, even in the Chad. They said they know a 10 when they see a 10, baby. You got 30 seconds remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. It's here for you. It's here for you. You still got Wednesday. Tomorrow is hump day, which is crazy. But you wrap it up. A lot of commodity moves. You saw the tech, the hype stocks today. Value rotation. Oh! Ding, 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 ding. On. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Chad, that's it. That's today. Your Tuesday. Your first day of the month. It is over. We made it. Oh, yeah. Advertisements, baby. We made it. We made it. Hopefully you learned something. 2 weeks free on demand. I don't know how to get rid of that. We got 1.8 thousand likes, baby. On. Let's go. We did it. We made it. Wait, before you go, GG, good game. Hey, not everybody made anything. You know, it don't matter if you made money, you lost money. Everybody got to learn something, and everybody gets to try out tomorrow. But, before you go, I love you all. Let me tell you thank you. Shout out all the people who liked the video. Shout out all the people who were positive and respectful. But ultimately, shout out to everybody who gave me your time. You gave me your ear. I don't care whether you like me or not. You gave me an opportunity to be on your car, your speakers, your home, your work, your office, or your earbuds. I don't know where, but we got the opportunity, and that's what I'm grateful for. So thank you. Shout out to all the Chads out there who kept it positive and respectful, had a good attitude, contributed, posted the plays, news, all of that, baby. Thank you for help bringing it to life. I love all of you, so God bless you. And shout out to all my members, baby. All the people rocking the membership badges. Y'all look beautiful. Thank you for supporting the channel. Hopefully y'all know that they supporting out there. And the stream alerts. First link, baby. We love all y'all. And shout out to people, baby, with the good time commitment and the people who give their time and got that long term, baby. We love you, too. Let's go. How do you feel? It's a great day. We made it. Amen. So, first link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. If you don't know, free long-term alerts. Deposit came in today. Get ready. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. We're going to cover that on the Watchlist. We did make a couple plays today, or we made one play. Monitored a few other. I got a couple in mind. Third link for the member badge. Fourth link for the merch. Check out the new channels. Code Real Estate, Code PHILO, Code Music, all the cult stuff in general. And follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Check out all the other tutorials. If you haven't watched this video of real estate, we were talking about that. You might like that video. That's crazy. Less people watch the video than were even in here today. That's crazy. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. That's YouTube. Why y'all doing this to the people? We had the hashtags, real estate, property, investing. Oh, man, I don't know. But listen, you going to find what's yours is yours, baby. I rebuke the FOMO. I hope you know every time we talk about it to you is we want you to be educated. We want you to understand it. I like to share my stories with you so you can see what happens and so you could understand what's going on. But I rebuke the FOMO, baby, okay? I hope you know that with all of this, you don't need any FOMO. It's going to be a long, long journey. So you better keep that in mind. And what you do is small, good decisions, baby. Small, good decisions will add up into one big decision. Watch what happens. But that is it. Me and my mom. We love y'all, and we pray for y'all every weekend. My mom prayed for you every day. My mom was talking about y'all yesterday and all the prayers. She loves y'all. She said, shout out to Colt. But she's white Colt, you know. She still say white Colt, you know. She said, at least you say you're a Colt, because the real Colts never say that. So I said, okay, fair enough, Mom. But we love all y'all, so fill out a prayer request. I don't really care what you believe in, man. I hope you know it's just all about good vibes, and we want to send good vibes your way. So I hope you can embrace that. I hope you with it. If not, man, I'm still praying for y'all. I ask y'all pray for me. I appreciate y'all rooting for me. We are rooting for you as well, sending some good vibes your way. So fill it out. It ain't going to hurt you, man. It ain't going to hurt you. But God bless you all. Shout out to people today who were all positive and respectful. If you weren't, you get a chance to do it tomorrow anyway, so let's see what happens. But I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready for the market. I hope you're ready for what the bonds are showing you, what the global markets, what China's showing you, what oil, all these opportunities. Are you ready? I hope you got just go look at the long term, okay? Get ready. Just get ready. We got 6 more months, baby, and that just ends the year, and then we got to start all over again. Ho, ho, ho! They really don't feel me, man. They really don't feel me, man. You know? That's it, man. That's it. So, I love all of you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Go read Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget today's PHILO, man. I think a lot of y'all got Joseph. What did somebody say? Cash and Luna said it. He said he was beaten. He was sold. He was forgotten. Oh, he was forgotten about. Oh, my God. And he still made it. So get ready, man. Put the God glasses on. You going through something for a reason. It's good. You don't see it yet, baby. I hope you excited about it as I am. You dreamer boy, huh? And they say, oh, there's Dreamer. Oh, look at Dreamer boy walking. Isn't that crazy? Let's go, baby. Let's go. So what's the attitude going to be like in the middle of all of it? Zoom was pricing in $27. So remember I said the puts were cheaper, but if it doesn't fall below 8%, it's probably going to be a clapping tomorrow. You will be sold. You will be lied on. You will be forgotten. Keep the peace, baby. Woo! So Genesis 37-50 if you want to read this story yourself. But I hope it stuck out to y'all. Even my mama praying for y'all. She even said it. So get ready, man. Everything's being allowed for a reason. I hope you can see the silver lining. I hope your attitude is in check. And relax too, man, okay? If any of you guys are genuinely feeling tired, worn out, if you feel like the market is really stressing you out, please do not be afraid to relax a little bit. Turn it off for a second. It's not going to hurt you, man. And, you know, there is strategies you could pursue that will help you stay in the market without having that level of stress. And please don't ever let the money or the stock market stress you out, okay? I know a lot of people got it, whether they tell you that or not. I think it's there, and I think it's real. So hope you know we love y'all. Hope you enjoy today. I hope you know the cult loves y'all. I hope you can enjoy the rest of your day with a bright smile and attitude and get ready to finish it. Now we already halfway through the week. It's going to be a short week, so it's going to happen faster than you think. So I hope you're ready. And I just hope you're beautiful, man. That's it. It's impossible. I rebuke it, baby. I believe in you. Just try. Just try. Just tell yourself, I feel good right now. I don't know why. You know? I just say it's good enough. That maybe that will register internally. If you say, I think I'm good enough for this right now, But that's it. Put the God goggles on. Put the God goggles on. That's it. He's allowing it for a reason, man. I don't know. I'm crazy, though. I'm crazy. That's it. I just know I'm crazy. That's it. People ain't going to see it the same way. Watch. Just watch. If it resonates with you, you can receive it. If it don't, isn't that crazy? Woo! I think Paul said it. He said, I'll be called crazy for their sake. Oh man. He said, they'll call me crazy, but for the sake of the believers. Woo! But I love you all. I hope you had a wonderful day. Keep praying for me. I'm going to pray for y'all. Keep that chatitude in check, baby. I will see you tonight, and I will see you in the morning. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait. I'm Elmo, not Joseph. Hey, I want a pony. Okay, love you. Bye.